Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear,
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name,
The king is here,
forever
reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes sing until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's morning time here. Morning time. Not mourning a death, but waking up. And it's breakfast, break fast soon with Aunt Jemima. I slept in a little bit today compared to usual. Lately I've been waking up at 5 a.m. 4 a.m., 4:30, 5 a.m. So I just woke up a little while ago, not that long ago, maybe 30 minutes ago, 30 something. And I had a sleep, which was nice, was good. I fell asleep recording something. I was a guest on a show, a surprise guest on a couple shows last night. Thank you, Wendy. Today or during the song? My voice is good today. If it's better, I was able to have a good sleep and rest it. I was on a couple shows late last night. One of them one of those shows, I think I was still live, and there was a show that I went on right after the live stream, or maybe it wasn't right after, but it was last night, and then I went to record it and I fell asleep. And I fell asleep and it was still recording, so it recorded a lot of weird stuff on YouTube that popped up automatically. I had, I guess I had autoplay turned on or something after their live stream ended. It was all this weird stuff recorded, car races, and I woke up, I could hear it in my sleep. And it was playing. Anyway, I snipped about 5.5 hours or so from that live stream when it ended. And when I was no longer there, so that was weird, but I was just so sleepy that I fell asleep. And I'm still working on that video in the background. It's taking a while mainly because it was so large. It was 6.5 hours or something long. And it's not going to be that long. It's going to be around an hour 23 minutes. So there was about 5.5 hours or so that was recorded where I was just asleep and it was still recording the screen, my laptop screen. So that will be interesting. I think it was pretty funny. I think will enjoy it. I hope so. I thought it was fun. I was playing a character. I'll put it that way. I'll just on another show on someone's live stream and had a whole conversation. And I think I was making some comments. I watched a bit of it before I fell asleep as I was recording, and I started laughing. I was laughing. I couldn't believe some of the things that I said in a sense. I know I said them, but it's hard to explain when I get into character like that and I'm creating a character, being creative. It's so spontaneous that whatever comes into my mind comes into my mind, and I said things about Indians and the Trail of Tears and just all kinds of stuff. You'll have to see it to know what I'm speaking about. But I had fun doing it, and I wasn't laughing doing it, but I looked back as I was recording, and it just hits you when you're no longer in character. You're like, "Oh my gosh, what was I can't believe I did that in a way. I can't believe I was saying all that." And I was just saying, I don't know, it was funny to me. It just some of the things, the whole thing, the whole character. I don't want to give it away, but the character is Mr. Big Nose, and it wasn't my appearance, the short appearance on that Sov channel. This was an appearance on another channel for an hour and 23 minutes. So it was a lot longer, and I didn't get kicked off like that sovereign idiot of guy kicked me off. So I had a lot of fun. And then I discovered this. Well, hold on a second. I don't want to get too far into it. I want to cover this. I noticed a video uploaded today by that creature, that tarantula-haired creature. You know the one. Everyone knows who I mean. Yeah, Mr. Big Nose is the new character. And I think there's a lot I can do with that character. Mr. Big Nose. I don't know if Tony's going to watch my channel and enjoy it himself, but Tony, you inspired that character. There's Tony Sayers. This guy posted this video 15 hours ago. I saw this pop up on YouTube and I thought, could this be any more like stealing from me? The evidence that we are already in hell is all around us. I say almost exactly that same thing all the time. That the evidence is all around us in this realm. All you have to do is look. I don't have to search for evidence. It's all around us. And this guy, this creature with a tarantula mop on his head and a big gap between his teeth. He sits in his car, Tigges in cars, and makes videos. Or as that Finkelstein would say, you say I make videos all the time in my car. Yeah, well, you do. You make videos in your car. So does this Tigga. You sit in your car any time of the year. What's wrong with you people making all these videos in your cars? I'm tired of seeing Tiggas in cars.
With themselves.
And I'm tired of this dummy here copying from me, stealing.
How honest are you with yourself? How honest are you about this reality that we're experiencing? Are you 100% honest with yourself? Of course, everyone will say they're 100% honest with themselves, but I assure you, there are very, very, very few people in this world who are 100% honest with themselves. Are you 85% honest with yourself? That's still good. That's still good. Are you 60% honest with yourself? That's not good. Are you 45% honest with yourself? If you are 45% honest with yourself, you're kind of delusional. Are you 30% honest with yourself? I'd say most people.
Where is he parked? What is this Tigga doing? I saw a lot of Tiggas wandering around his car. Where's this Tigga parked? This guy gets out of his car and it's like a Tigga Tin Man. He needs to oil his knees and his legs. He can't walk. He's just stiff. This Tigga. It's like he's walking on stilts or something. Tiggas in cars.
Like 30% honest with themselves. 35% honest with themselves.
Yeah, we get it. Your video sucks. You're doing all these percentages. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Yeah, he's a copycat. He's a thief. He's a thief. All these Tiggas are thieves, though. They always end up stealing, these Tiggas. They're known for stealing bikes, and they steal bikes in Canada. They steal. He's got a mop on his head, and it's like in a bun, and it looks like a tarantula legs coming down the front of his forehead. Everything about him annoys me, and I stumbled upon this when I searched for his name. I almost forgot that I made this. I know that I had him on my channel, but I almost forgot that I made this little highlights video, 5 minutes long, until this popped up. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that I did that. I made a little highlight video of this Tigga. He was on my show months ago. This is 8 months ago. I can hardly believe that. Like, time is really, at least for me, seemingly speeding up. Because that was over 8 months ago. So it's been a while. And it doesn't seem like 8 months ago to me. But I made this video after a year of invitations, Benedict, and I spelled his name to be a little bit funny, but also to poke fun at him. Benedick. Benedict finally showed up on my channel to have a conversation. He was very defensive in his feelings, contrarian, often interrupting me. I tried to get him to laugh and sing. And then in brackets, didn't ask him to dance. Well, you know the Tiggas love to sing and dance. We know that. They do. They like to sing and dance and shuck and jive and have a little fun in this segment. He didn't want to have fun. Look at this Tigga. Look at the big smile here. He's showing his teeth. He's thinking he thought he had me figured out. He thought he had me all figured out. You don't have me figured out, Tigga. You don't know what I was doing. My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. This was now I remember. This was my favorite part, and I always quote that part. I'm a colonizer. That is my favorite part. of that whole live stream with him, if you want to call it an interview, him as a guest, whatever. Me saying I'm a colonizer, that was my favorite part. I remember that, and I haven't heard the audio of that until in so long, 8 months probably, or close to it. I forgot that I snipped this, and I'm so glad I did, or it would have been buried. And Wendy has a point when she says it can get buried, because I'll forget when this live stream was. I'll be like, yeah, what live stream was? And it's so long ago to me because I've done so much in 8 months since then. It gets buried in other live streams, videos, unless I snip it and do a segment like this. But anyway, I'm going to play this again. I love hearing that. Me saying I'm a colonizer. I thought that was hilarious. My fault.
No, am I saying
I'm a
it's your fault?
colonizer. I'm a colonizer.
But you're not even listening. You give me a chance to respond.
I'm listening.
So, let me start again. You find people at their early development stages, and then you colonize them. Or let me not even use the word colonize. You take over everything, if that's what you want me to say, because that's what happened. You teach them your ways, but you don't want them to be like you. You don't want them to have the power that you have. You don't want to teach them your ways, but remember, you found them at their early development stage, right? They're going to fight back. So
what power do I have? I don't. What do you mean? What are you talking about, Tigga? That I don't want them to have the power I have. What are you talking about, Tigga? They have this paranoid mindset that white people just want to rule them as slaves worldwide, and that we don't ever want them to develop. We developed your goddamn countries. Some of them, not all of them. And the ones that were never colonized are way worse today. 100 years later, way worse, way worse. The ones that had influence from white people are so much better. And people in those countries say some of them say, we were lucky to be colonized. So I know this Tigga has this mindset that white people are evil, that white people want all the power, white people want to control them. He's a paranoid Tigga.
the ones who are warriors who are going to fight back, if they win, they are going to be the leaders. The intellectuals are not going to be leaders, meaning that if they are people who are smart, who are black, they are not going to be taken.
People who are smart, who are black, he's just rambling on. What was he talking about? I was playing this, by the way, while he was speaking. In case people are wondering, they're like, what's all this? No, I was putting this up on the screen. He wasn't paying attention. I was putting up the Tiggas with watermelons and Kool-Aid and fried chicken. Just like when Jeremiah was here, I was putting up images of him as a cockroach. He wouldn't address it. He wouldn't mention it. They just either they don't look at the screen, or they don't pay attention, or they just try to ignore it or something.
And seriously, the ones that are going to be taken seriously are going to be the fighters. So if they become leaders, those people who are fighters but they're not intellectuals and they don't have leadership qualities.
He's talking, he's yapping away, and he's as he's on there, I'm putting up Black Jesus with Jim Crow. They called the crow Jim Crow. Jim Crow, it's known as an era, but it's a cartoon character. Jim Crow, Jim the Crow, and watermelons and purple and gold. The purple and gold. And he just blabbers on like an oblivious fool. He doesn't even notice that he's being made into a joke. He's too stupid.
Then they're not going to take the country anyway.
See, there he is right beside Black Jesus. I had that up on the screen. This Tigga, he doesn't even notice what's going on. You didn't even comment. Black Jesus was there to help you out.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Not really, but somebody in the chat said that his definition of colonizer is suppressor. I also want to ask you, have you met Black Jesus? What do you think? It's not suppressor. What do you think of Black Jesus? Have you seen Black Jesus?
Like, I don't believe in that at all. Like, it doesn't matter to me whether Jesus was black or white. In fact, I don't even care about what's written in the Bible.
Yo, my nigga. Yo, motherfucker. What
It
you
doesn't
up
matter.
to? What you up to?
But honestly, I've never spoken about it on my channel, so it doesn't even matter to me.
Yo, I don't just walk on water. I be walking on watermelons.
But yeah, what you need to realize, man, is that what you're told about Africans, we know what's on the news about Africans is not really how they feel, right? Uh, it's what they want you to believe. At the end of the day, there are a lot of black people who understand
I
what
don't care. Why
happened.
would I care how? Why would I care how Africans feel? Africa has
Because we're
over a
talking
billion
about them
people.
now.
You're not all the same, are you? You're not all. You feel
So
different
obviously
things.
we're not. So why are you only taking one view and now you want everyone to feel the same way that
No, I
you
don't.
see?
I just said people feel differently. I don't think all
No, but
Africans
you're
feel the
saying
same
that I
way.
feel the way that they feel, and the way that like people
I'm
who
not
feel
saying
like.
the way you feel. I'm not telling you how
So
to
how
feel.
do you even think I feel? Because you've been debating me like I feel like what?
Feel. All he could do is talk about his feelings. I feel like feel. You feel. It's like I wasn't even talking about that. You could feel however you want, Tigga. You could feel however you want.
Like,
Feeling. Nothing more than feel.
because you've been debating me like I feel like white people are.
Feeling. Nothing more than feelings. You ever hear that song? Can you sing us a little tune? There's a video of you singing that I covered. Remember that
No, I
song?
can't. I don't know how
Can
to
you
sing.
can you sing that one?
No,
You sung on
obviously.
your no, you've sang on your channel. I've heard you singing. I've heard
I'm
you
not. Yeah, I'm just doing that
sing.
for fun, obviously.
Yeah, this is for fun. I'm trying to bring it back to fun, so we're not, you know, just trying to make it more fun.
No, I can't.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings. I can't remember the song you. It was about feeling though. I think your song you were singing was about feeling.
Nah, I don't think I've ever sang about a song about that.
Yes, you
Yes,
did.
when I make videos, I do try to sing, but no, I'm not a
You
good
were
singer.
singing in a video.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that not every black person is a racist, and
I
most
never
of
said
the
all were.
people,
I never said every
yeah,
was a racist. I
but
never
most of the
said that.
people, most of the people, black people that you hear are the racist ones. Why? Because those are the people that are being. Listen, this realm wants people to fight, right? So obviously, the black people that you're gonna hear are the racist one. 'Cause-
Brother, I don't want to fight. I just want you to sing to my audience.
no, I
Sing
can't
a,
sing. It's not relevant. It's not important at
but
all. That is what's important is that we have this conversation.
you've already sang though on your channel. Now you're saying it's not relevant. You won't do it here.
Yeah,
You're
but not
pussing out.
only because obviously it doesn't accomplish anything.
But your pussy doesn't accomplish. We were trying to get you to sing and dance. You'll sing on your channel. He's changed his glasses since then. He had different glasses back then. Look at his frames. Today he has very light frames. Look at the beard. He's changed his look. This guy's changed his look from 8 months ago. Does it have to accomplish something? It'd be fun to sing a song.
It doesn't accomplish anything. All that is. What's important is that we have this conversation.
You've already sang though on your channel. Now you're saying it's not relevant. You won't do it here. You're
But not
pussing out.
because obviously it doesn't accomplish anything.
I wanted to get this ticket to sing and shuck and jive a little bit on my channel. I wanted him to sing and shuck and jive a little bit. Maybe put on some James Brown and dance around a little bit. Some shoes and slide around on his floor and dance and sing. Come on, Tigga, that's what you're good at. Tigga's dance and sing. Have some watermelon. But your pussy does it have to accomplish something? It'd be fun to sing a song. Just for fun.
Because no. It's about us figuring out what is more true. Like the things that we're discussing. Remember, that's
Okay,
why
you don't want to sing. Would you say that black people do love to sing and dance though in Africa?
They do. They do.
That's a good clip. Would you say that black people love to sing and dance in Africa? And he said without hesitation. They do. They do. And they do. They love to sing and dance. Okay, so there you go. Okay, we agree on something. We agree on something that the Tigers do love to sing and dance. I don't know why I called them black people in Africa, but I guess I was trying to specify black so that he couldn't group in white people. They do love to sing and dance, the Tigers. They'll sing and dance. They'll shuffle around. I'll see if I can find just a second. No, that's not what I want. This isn't what I'm looking for. Aunt Jemima, I'm getting hungry. Aunt Jemima? Just a second, everyone. Aunt Jemima, I'm getting hungry, yeah. No, let me spell it out for you. Bacon and eggs. I don't need toast today. I don't want toast. Just bacon, eggs, maybe some hash browns or some home fries cooked up. You know how I like it. Come on, Tigger, you know what I want. Get in the kitchen. I'm saving something right now, everyone. 6 strips of bacon. Now just make a half pound of bacon for me. Okay? Just make the whole thing. Make the whole thing. Make the whole package of bacon. I love bacon. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a damn Muslim. I eat bacon. I eat pork. You know that. Are you listening to me? Yeah, get me that pad of paper as well, and another one of my drawing pens. Can you bring that over here? I'm live streaming right now. Help me out a little bit. Okay, yeah, I'm drawing. I eat bacon, not like this drawing. I'm drawing Muhammad. See this? And it says above as a caption, I love bacon. I love bacon. Yeah. And I'm drawing. Do you not understand English? This is Muhammad that I'm drawing on here. This is Muhammad. Okay? On this. And that's me slicing a big piece of cardboard. I have Muhammad eating bacon. What? Is that wrong? What are you talking about? Get in the kitchen, make me 6 eggs and some bacon. I need some protein today. Make me 6 eggs. Make the whole package of bacon. All right. Yeah, I'm still thinking of that. I know. Aunt Jemima. I know. I might do that. I have it written down on that sheet. That little sticky note that I may start that company. I might do that. That's one of my ideas. I wasn't going to talk about it on the live stream, but that's one of the ideas I might do is Muhammad's Bacon Company. I might start my own bacon company called Muhammad's Bacon. Muhammad's Favorite Bacon would be my company. Muhammad's Favorite Bacon. Yeah. I don't care if it upsets 1 billion or 2 billion Muslim idiots. I don't care. Stupid idiots. I don't care if it upsets them. No, I don't care. I think it's a great name for a bacon company. Muhammad's Favorite Bacon would be the name of my company. And that would be right on the packages of bacon. Muhammad's favorite, get it right, Muhammad's Favorite Bacon Company. I think there would be white men, especially white people, from Canada, America, England that would be buying that up. Muhammad's favorite bacon company. Yeah. And there's a drawing by me right on the package is the logo. Absolutely. Well, fuck them if they don't like it. I don't give a shit. I don't care if these stupid idiots don't like it. I want to do that. I'm a free spirit. Stop arguing with me, Aunt Jemima. You know what? Get that black ass in the kitchen and cook my bacon and eggs just the way I like it. Yeah, just over easy, just the way I like the eggs. That's what I want today. I had scrambled the other day and an omelet the other day. I want over easy. Over easy. Sometimes I like sunny side up, sometimes over easy. Over easy. Go light on the pepper. Don't put all that black pepper on. I don't need a ton of black pepper. I like to taste the flavor of the eggs. You don't need to put all those and those African spices. Leave those in the cupboard. Get your black ass cooking in there. Make me some of Muhammad's favorite bacon. All right, I'm back to the show. Muhammad's favorite bacon. That would be the brand. And then I'd have different flavors. It'd be maple, because in Canada there's maple bacon, maple flavored. Maybe reduced salt, maybe some with like 35% less salt, or 33% less, not 35, 33% less. Absolutely. I think it would be great. And it would be a middle finger in the face of these fucking idiots that want to control us. Give them the middle finger. Muhammad's favorite bacon company. Some people say, why do you just make Jesus jokes? Or, oh, I make jokes about Jews and Muslims. I make jokes about all of them. I make jokes about tiggas like this one here crying. This crying tigga, he's got tears in his face. Look at this crying tigga. I ain't go lie, y'all. God is everything. He's trying to talk like a tigga American. You don't say y'all over there in Africa. What are you doing, dumb tigga? What you be doing, you dumb tigga? What you be? You feel me, you dumb tigga? What is he doing? Crying in his car. Tiggas in cars. Tiggas in cars. I would make the best quality bacon that you've ever seen. Muhammad's favorite bacon would be the name of it. People would look and say, well, some people would be confused at first. Maybe they'd say, oh, come on, this can't be real. Yeah, it would be real. Absolutely. Thank you for the comment, Wendy. Wendy said, an alchemical gem. Thank you, King Stephen. A multifaceted, comprehensive, artistic truth experience of voice, lyrics, images, music, wisdom. And that's on my recent video from earlier. Last night I was doing a Big Nose character. Here's Mr. Big Nose. This is Mr. Big Nose. And he stuck his nose in. He was going around on different YouTube channels, live streams. Mr. Big Nose Tony. This is Mr. Big Nose. I don't think they knew who he was. And what else do I have for you here? I took a screenshot. Oh, the dancing. The dancing. The blacks love to dance in Africa. They love to sing and dance. And here's one. Now, I don't think that's in Africa. I was trying to get a real African. This one seems to be an American tigga. She looks like she's in a parking lot in America with these big high-heeled shoes on, strapped onto her. Looks like these weird I don't know if you call those stripper shoes, but they're very high heels, and she's got these huge thighs, big thighs, and she's just rumbling around. And they love to sing and dance, these tiggas. Now, is that false or is that true? Do the tiggas love to sing and dance? Oh, I think they do. I see them singing and dancing. Yeah, she looks constipated. She looks like she's gonna roll her ankle or twist her ankle. Like it's so weird. But she should have taken off the shoes and been on the pavement, asphalt pavement, and just dance like those tiggas rumbling around. Look at the rumble. I mean, look at this rumbling around. I think she's going to cause an earthquake. They love to do this. It's in their blood, they say. So this Tigga here, he's in a car. What language is he speaking? Ain't go lie. Ain't go lie. Y'all, God is everything. And he's got tears streaming down his cheeks. And this was a few months ago. 4 months ago, this Tigga. What is this Tigga doing? What you be doing, my Tigga? What you be? What you be, my Tigga? What you be doing? Crying in your car like a little crybaby bitch. Crying like a little bitch. Look at him. His whole face is wet. And what is he doing? What is he talking about? Who would take a thumbnail like this? Who would make a video, a grown man, of themselves? Who would do this? This is what I'm wondering. This was 4 months after he came here live. Maybe he was crying about that still. Maybe for 4 months he was crying, saying, King Stephen be mean to me. King Stephen be mean. This Tigga be crying. He's crying. He's crying in his car. Look at this. He's crying in his damn car. What are you doing, Tigga? Crying tears. You crying tears because you don't have any bacon? Is that what it is? You want Muhammad's favorite bacon brand? Come on. This Tigga. A grown man's not going to cry in his car and put it as a damn thumbnail. It looks like a little girl would do that or something for attention. They cry. What are you doing? This is unbelievable.
Trust me, I wanted Conor to win. With all my heart, I wanted Conor to win.
You wanted what? I can't even understand you. There's the Cocoa Puffs on the side of his face. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs are right there on the side of his cheek, right around the jawline. He has a bunch of these Cocoa Puffs. Somebody told me it's Tigga skin, the way they shave, or he doesn't shave that much though. Anyway, I don't know. He's got the Cocoa Puffs. That's what I call them, the Cocoa Puffs. This weird ass Tigga crying in his car. What you be doing, Tigga? What you be crying for?
Look, I know I've never said this before, right? I know I never said this before, but I've realized something. God is everything. God is everything. God is everything we hate about ourselves. No, seriously, God is everything we hate about ourselves, bro. Everything. Whatever God humans invented was someone super horrible. Right? Someone super horrible. The things that we hate about ourselves, God is all those things. God is a killer. Don't we hate killers? We have seen people get cheated on, And because they were in so much pain, they took someone's life. And we blamed them and we hated them and we believed they must rot in prison. Even though they did what they did because of pain. God does the same. He kills. If you betray him, he can kill you. And not just you, many other people.
What are you talking about, Tigga? What God you be talking about? You just making up shit. What God you be talking about? You talking like you know God. God does the same. What are you talking about? You got Cocoa Puffs all over your face, both sides, under your chin, your cheeks. You got a whole bunch of Cocoa Puffs to deal with.
God does the same. He kills. If you betray him, he can kill you. And not just you, many other people. Dude doesn't care. These are the gods that humans believe in, right? Whether they exist or not is irrelevant, right? What I'm trying to tell you is that the gods that people believe in are horrible, right? The gods that humans believe in kill. The gods that humans believe in steal. Yes, they do. The gods that human beings believe in rape. Yes, they do. They don't care.
He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
But here's the crazy thing. Humans will say they're good. Isn't that crazy? If you do one of the horrible things that God does, you're never coming out of prison and you'll never be forgiven. They will hate you forever. But somehow God gets a pass. Highest level of intellectual dishonesty. God is everything that we hate about ourselves. That ain't good. No human is invented again. Listen, this is crazy, right? No human in history has been able to invent a God that is good. You wanna know why? This world is so horrible that you can't even invent a God that is good. Do you understand? Like how? God is everything we hate about ourselves. But I want to say something so crazy. You probably hate me for saying it. The devil is everything we love about ourselves. Do you believe me? The devil is what humans call the devil is everything we love about ourselves. The devil.
Ew, this Tigga, all these sounds, these mouth sounds. Gross, Tigga. Tigga. I'm a colonizer. You Tigga. I'm a colonizer. I'm a colonizer. I colonized all of Africa. I took over.
What do you think about white people?
Uh, they've done some fucked up shit.
Really? Like what? Like
Everything.
building the world that we live in?
No, I mean like murdering people and then calling it our own space.
So like civilizing savage lands and then like creating all the technology?
No, I mean murder.
Like what?
Just everyone we've murdered. Like, everybody, actually, we've murdered literally everybody.
Really, there's no other people on the planet. We've killed everybody.
Have you been to a history class?
Yes.
Okay. In like
I'm responding to what you're saying. We murdered everybody, so nobody else is left. Listen, I know what your Maxwell sponsored Jewish history textbook may tell you, but
Mm.
I want to know what you think. I want to know
No,
what
this
you
is what
think.
I think. This is what I think.
So you think your own people are evil?
Yes, I
So
do.
you've been, what if I told you, pretend as if this is like a moment in space and time.
So this video by this Frojax guy, one of those brothers that I've showed before, white guilt is a disease. White guilt is a disease. Great title. Now I give compliments where compliments are due. They went weak, really weak, him and his brother on a darkie one time that was just being rude. He was being passive aggressive, mocking, condescending. He was just being a douchebag of a tigger. And they just went so soft and light on the guy. They were just so gentle. And they took all of his insults. It was almost unbelievable how they were with that tigger. They let him get away with bloody murder, is what I'm getting at. I don't know if that's an expression worldwide, but we used to say that growing up, or my parents would say that about someone if they were a criminal, saying they got away with bloody murder. And it was an expression back in the day. I don't even know if people still say it. But they let that Tigger get away with bloody murder. He just ran over them and just said all kinds of insulting things, like white boy, and just made fun of their names and said that's white. He was just bashing white people, and they took it. So this woman here looks like a fake Gingy to me. Looks like she dyes her hair red. Could it be her natural color? Could be. But there's something about it that seems fake to me. So I'm looking at it thinking maybe she dyes it. I don't know. Maybe it's a wig, but it looks weird. And I've been around Gingys, redheads my whole life, but this looks weird. And she looks weird. Now, do I think she's a tiny hat? I don't know. Could be. But there's a lot of white women that have the attitude and mindset she does, and it's disgusting. They think white people are evil, white people are bad, and this is what they have. And this video here is called White Guilt is a Disease. And it is. It is a disease. I'm going to reload it. I'm going to refresh it because I think there's more views and more likes than this.
Weird,
Yeah, there are 19,000 now. It was at 9,000 hours ago. It's 19,000. She looks like she has a video game controller or maybe something in her hand. She's got tattoos on her forearm. She looks, I don't know if that's a house coat or what she's wearing. What, like, it's weird. She's a weird chick. But there's a lot of weird chicks here in America and Canada. There's a lot of these with glasses like that and just, oh, white people are bad, and oh, have you read a history book, been to a history class? We did all the atrocities of the world. Really, it's remarkable what they believe. She hates her own people.
What do you think about white people?
uh, eh, they've done some fucked up shit.
Really?
They've done. Listen, she goes, eh. I don't know where he found her. Maybe he found her on one of those sites where you randomly connect with people on webcams or something. I don't know, but she's weird. She's like, eh.
Really? Like what?
Everything.
Like building the world that we live in?
No, I mean like murdering people and then calling it our own space.
So like civilizing savage lands and then like creating all the technology?
No, I mean murder.
Like what?
Just everyone we've murdered, like everybody actually.
So like civilizing sav
Space.
so like civilizing savage lands and then like creating all the technology?
No, I mean murder.
Like what?
Just everyone we've murdered, like everybody actually. We've murdered literally everybody.
Really, there's no other people on the planet. We've killed everybody.
Have you been to a history class?
Yes.
Have you been to a history class? I find this stuff fascinating. I find this stuff fascinating. The reactions, the whole interaction, all of it. Now, does that mean that I like them or that I vouch for them? No, it doesn't. It just means I'm studying them because they're an example of what's around us. Look at the tattoos all the way up her forearm, right to her wrist. I think she might have stopped where she didn't cover her hand. Maybe that was the boundary where she said, right up to my wrist, but nothing on my hand. I'm going to keep my hand clean. And that pose of putting the finger over the lips like that, the body language, it's interesting.
Have you been to a history class?
Yes.
It's interesting. She has kind of a feminine voice, not a great voice, but she doesn't have a manly voice. But she's trying so hard to be modern, to fit in with the modern. And she would probably be the type to say that she's an original, she's herself, she's authentic, she's this, she's that. But she's trying so hard to be a modern woman and fit the stereotype. That's what I see.
Okay. In like,
I'm responding to what you're saying. We murdered everybody, so nobody else is left. Listen, I know what your Maxwell sponsored.
Yes, she did ruin herself. Now, if it's hair dye, it looks orange now. It doesn't even look red. In this light, it's kind of her hair looks worse now. It looks like orange. It doesn't look like a redhead. It looks orangey. Now that could be a wig or it could be hair dye. I don't know. But she's covered in tattoos that just I can't even tell what that is. I can't tell if that's flowers, if it's supposed to be a vine or I don't know what that is from a distance. I don't. I'm not joking. I don't know what the hell's on her arm. It just looks awful. It looks stupid. Do you have to be right up close and you have to show and go, oh, this one's this? And it's like, well, why? Why would you do that? Tattoos are masculine. They're not feminine. They used to be sailors and guys in the military would get a tattoo or something. Now it's women's arms just covered, chest covered, tons of them. Everywhere you look in Canada, there's women 30 or 35 and under covered in tattoos. Everywhere you look. And I'm not joking about this. There's even wealthy women that manage to marry some man with money and they have fucking tattoos all over. And they're just garbage. It's not works of art. They don't have anything that's beautiful or artistic. It just looks really bad at best. Trashy. It looks trashy. And some are like, "Oh, Stephen, well, I'm an artist. I love beauty." And they look trashy. Now, I've seen some artistic tattoos in my life that did look beautiful. But anyway, they'll just get any old trash thrown onto their arms.
Jewish history textbook may tell you, but I want to know what
mm,
I want to know what you think. I want to know
no,
what
this
you
is what
think.
I think. This is what I think.
So you think your own people or may tell you, but
Mm.
I want to know what you think. I want to know
No,
what
this
you
is what
think.
I think. This is what I think.
So you think your own people are evil.
Yes, I
So
do.
you've been What if I told you, pretend as if this is like a moment in space and time where we're
Hmm.
just like cutting through the matrix. I
Uh-huh.
know you're being sarcastic, but seriously,
No, I'm
what if
I'm paying attention.
what if I were to tell you that you've been indoctrinated to become a tool for your own self-destruction?
Um, I would say that the human race as a whole sucks. We all suck. We ruined the world. I mean, we genuinely we've ruined the
Oh,
world.
so you're like a nihilist.
No, I just think that we did everything in the wrong way, and like we could have done so much better. But like they, I feel like people just didn't really care. And then when some people cared, they were like, "Nah, it's fine. We've gone too far."
We live in a
And
world where you and I can interface through the planet with language and technology, and there's like skyscrapers and like infrastructure and the power grid works. You think all that is just stupid?
no, I didn't say that. I just said that we've done a lot of stuff wrong, And in the process of doing all these things, we've kind of fucked the world and ourselves, because no one's happy. Like, everyone is like in poverty and dying, and there's all this shit happening, and I feel like
It's
it
true.
could have gone better.
That's true. And that's where
Everyone's in poverty and dying. What? 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 That's white people's fault? What? What? It's not even true. There's billions there's at least a billion, I'd say, that are not in poverty in this realm. What are you talking about, woman? I'm not in poverty. You said everyone's in poverty and dying, and we fucked the world. We built the modern world. We invented it. It wouldn't exist without white people. You take it for granted. Oh man, what are you talking about?
there is some overlap between the far left and the far right. There is some
Yeah,
interesting overlap there. So I do
I mean,
agree on that. So like
yeah.
you're like a nihilistic, like anti-white person. I'm more like
Is she some trashy porn star? What is she? I don't know. Who is he talking to? She doesn't give her name during this. 1,009 comments. Over 1,000 people commented over there. We don't have cultures. I guess at some point she says that we don't have culture. Oh man, worse than our enemies. They really expose. I'm going to play more of this. They really expose what so many, it's not just her, it's so many white women in Canada and America. I think he's American. But so many white women are like this. It's almost beyond belief. It's almost like you walked into a Twilight Zone episode and you're talking to these beings that are just from who knows where they came from. And the way they look at things is white people are terrible. Oh, white people, we're awful. And we don't have a culture, they'll say. Like it's Twilight Zone.
I'm not necessarily anti-white. I just feel like
oh, okay.
we've white people as a whole, I feel like, have a weird like superiority complex, and that is kind of
If we had a superiority complex, we wouldn't be helping so many people. I mean, we literally allow millions of other types of people to come into our countries and exploit our
but that's not helping
institutions.
because they're doing stuff for us. Like, we don't
No,
have culture. We're
we're
taking their culture and food and kind of everything.
no. We have all of the
We don't
no.
have culture. We're
We're
taking their culture and food. We don't
no.
have culture. We're
We're
taking their culture and food and
n-
us. Like, we don't
no.
have culture. We're
We're
taking their culture and food and kind of everything.
no. We have all of the culture. We created literally
We don't
everything.
have anything.
Then why
We
are they
don't.
coming? Why are they coming to live in our countries? Why do they abandon their own people? Why do they risk their lives to abandon their own families just to live in our presence? Why do they do that? We have no culture. We have
Yes,
everything.
they don't come here for culture. They don't come here for culture. They come here because
They
of
come here to they
opportunities.
come here to exploit opportunities. Opportunities are downstream from the people's culture.
It's not a cult. I'm talking about like actual culture though. I'm not talking about like
Like what?
things we do here.
like street vendors that sell tacos. These people need to go
No,
home.
no, that food is very good. But I'm talking about
Ugh.
like we don't have culture in the way of most other countries, like with music, and like we have music. It's just not we kind of take everyone else's music and we're like, oh, this is our own. This is mine now.
Oh man, this is like it's so sad. And I'm not even insulting you. You're actually kind of nice. I really mean this. It's very sad to see somebody who thinks this way about their own people. It's very
Well,
sad. You know,
because
you know
we haven't done anything good.
we've created the world that we live in.
No,
Every other group of people, if they vanished from the planet, nothing would change. If white people disappeared,
if we
everybody would
disappeared,
die.
nothing would. No, nothing would happen if we
Really?
died.
So who built the first world? The first world that everybody wants to live in.
I feel like this is a joke.
Who built the first world nations, the
I
Western
feel like
world that
I feel
people
like
want to
no
live
one can.
in?
I feel like no one can actually think.
I feel like, and this is the big issue that many men these days, it's not just me, many millions of men, millions have an issue. Please, if all you can say is I feel like, just don't say anything because you can't think. You just repeat. Now, whether it's a woman doing it in this case or a so-called man, don't say that. Just shut up instead of saying I feel like, because you're not facing truth. You're in your feelings. I feel like, I feel like, I feel like, I feel like. It's beyond annoying. You're not thinking.
Joke.
Who built the first
Joke.
who to live in?
I feel like this is a joke.
Who built the first world nation?
I feel like this is a joke.
Who built the first world nations, the
I
Western
feel like
world that
I feel
people
like
want to
no
live
one
in?
can I feel like no one can actually think like this. Like I feel like
You can say that to be dismissive, but you can't offer a valid rebuttal. Who's
well,
going to run the infrastructure of the first world that was built by Europeans if Europeans don't exist anymore?
so genuine question.
Well, you're not going
Is
to
this
answer my question?
Hold on, give me a fucking second. I have a question.
Whoa, whoa, sassy.
Okay, calm down. I just have
I'm
one
the calm
question.
one here.
I'm not even doing anything. I just have a question. So is this what you come on here for? Like to like ask people these questions?
I do come on here, but I try to remind people, especially white people, and I know this probably isn't going to resonate with you, but I want to plant this seed subconsciously that thousands of years of your ancestors fought through the harshest elements and built this world that you get to live in. And this modern world, which is a product of post-World War II consensus, subversion, has been weaponized to make people like you hate yourselves, when in reality, you should be abundant with love for yourself, love for your family, and love for your kin. There's nothing wrong with that. And so I'm coming on here just to kind of slice through a little bit and connect with people on this notion. It doesn't have to be an antagonistic thing, but white
I feel
people
like
need to
you make it. I
understand.
feel like the way you're doing it is antagonistic, though. Like the way
I
that
mean,
you're
I could
having.
be, I like to have fun with it, but I mean, it's good intentioned. But
Is
seriously,
it?
we
Is it
are,
though?
yes, yes, because it's very good intention. We have to fight for our survival.
I mean, our survival is like there's no issue with that. The human population is like
I'm
insane
not
right now.
talking about
So,
the human population. I'm talking about the European population.
but who cares what like about that? Like specifically, like why does it matter if someone is European or not? Like there's no issue with that. There's no issue with that. The human population is like
I'm
insane
not
right now.
talking about
So,
the human population. I'm talking about the European population.
but who cares what like about that? Like specifically, like why does it matter if someone is European or not, or like what race or ethnicity they
Well,
are?
again, I'd like to take it back to this question, and I'd really like you to ponder about this for a moment. All the
I
countries,
hear I hear what you're
hold on,
saying.
just process it for a moment. Seriously.
I've listened to you.
All of the countries that people desperately want to live in, Hispanic people, Black people, Muslim people, Jewish people, they risk their lives just to gamble on the chance of living in our presence, living in our
Well, it's not our
neighborhoods.
presence
Hold
that they
on.
want. We already
It
talked
is.
about this. No, we
It
already
is.
had this discussion. It's not our presence that they
It
want.
is to live within our presence because
No, it's
our
the
presence is
opportunities
what
that they get
created,
here.
right? And where do the opportunities
Because
come from? Opportunities don't just arise from the environment arbitrarily. They come from people. Were the opportunities here when it was only
okay.
okay, there it is.
Not in
They can never actually engage with it, you know? Where do you think culture comes from? Are you in shock?
Your voice.
Oh, what about it?
I can't say. Do you think it's the president is like controlling most of it, or do you think people are playing with the president
I don't think that
or using him
I
as
don't
like a front?
I don't really think presidents do much. I think a lot of it is performative. In the case of Trump, the real power comes from the way that he weaponizes his cult of personality. And so technocrats have sort of subverted that power in a way. But presidents don't really have that much power. Even like most world leaders are not as powerful as we think they are. There's this sort of chain of command power structure that all
Right.
people are beholden to. Even you and I are. The narratives that you believe in about history is a way of you participating in that power structure, whether we are actually conscious of it or not. We are actually giving up our own power when we believe things without thinking about it. Because if you believe in something, you're giving power to an idea. And if that idea serves a different kind of person, you're giving power to that person.
That's smart.
So, what do you think is the number one problem in America that we have?
I think our number one problem in America, that's a good question. I think our number one biggest problem in America is that we don't, well, this just sounds like an elementary kid, but like that a lot of people aren't happy with themselves and just like fighting with each other, you know?
So this is, I'm not bashing her. She's kind of a light-haired, gingy. What I wanted to say, I'm going to comment on people's looks, whether people like it or not on my channel. But I want to say that she's the stereotypical woman. And I'm not bashing her or women. Women care more about let's everyone get along. And it is an elementary school. She even recognized it herself. It's like an elementary school kid's view. She said it's going to sound like an elementary school kid. And they do. A lot of women just want us to all get along. But that doesn't work. So, in terms of looking at reality, men are like, well, that doesn't work. There's always wars. People are different. We can't just get along. I know you want to feel that, and it would feel good for these women to say, can't we all just get along? And that's why women work in HR, human resources, and this sort of thing. And they backstab each other, but they'll say, we want everyone to get along. It'll never happen in this world. Never. So you're focused on something that's impossible because you're focused on it through your feelings, saying, well, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could all be happy and get along? And then a man steps in like me and says, well, we can't because it's a hell realm. You can't here. It's like the laws are written here where you're never all going to get along here. And most people are not going to be happy in a hell realm. Okay? Because it's a hell realm for most people. So you're wanting people to be happy as they're being mauled and torn apart by bears. It doesn't work. It's a fantasy of women. And it's through feelings. They fantasize. You can see her looking up and fantasizing. She's thinking, wouldn't this be great? A utopian earth. But it isn't. It's a hell realm. So you're trying to dream it into being something that it's never been. There's no evidence that this place has ever been happy for everyone or that everyone got along ever here, ever.
One biggest problem in America is that we don't, well, this just sounds like an elementary kid, but like that a lot of people aren't happy with themselves and just like fighting with each other, you know? Like nobody.
So fighting with each other, this is the way to look at it. But do most men want to get, look at his face. He's like, what? Anyway, I'm sorry. His expression, he doesn't want to be mean to her, but he's like, what? Anyway, I'm sorry. I want to get along with my neighbors, and I think the majority of white men do. But you bring in certain people, and it's impossible. It'll never happen because they hate us. So you're bringing in enemies that are invaders that want to kill us and want to do harm to our children. Then it's not a matter of getting along. It's a matter of men saying we have to protect our children and women. All right. Now, would I prefer to get along with every neighbor on my street? Yes, I would. I'd love it. Because men naturally seek peace, including in our homes. We don't want war. We don't want yelling, fighting, arguing, constant stress, drama. I'd love to just be able to come home and relax and have peace. I'd love to be able to come home and relax and have peace in my place and not have to say, well, my country's being destroyed and think about that. And I'd love for that not to be happening so I wouldn't have to think about it. Because I do think about it. That's the thing. Even if it isn't at my doorstep or right out my window, like Finkelstein says. Well, he looks out his window, he doesn't see all this horrible stuff. Well, travel a few fucking miles, dummy. Look around a little bit. Look more than just right out your window. You're being replaced demographically, and it's not going to end up good.
There's
Right.
not peace in America right now.
Yes. And I think that we can identify where that's coming from and why that's happening.
Really.
Yes, precisely.
I think you could too.
I think it's racial.
Racial.
Yes.
I mean, I do think that immigrants in our country is not helping us right now.
Yes.
That's, yeah. But the thing is, race doesn't fully define a human being, you know?
It doesn't have to, though. That's what my response would be. But credit to her, she's not awake. I'll call it awake for simplicity. But at least she's trying to have a conversation. She's different from that other girl, woman, whatever you want to call her. She seems young to me, this one on the screen. I think she's probably younger than the other one, the one that was on before her that he was talking with, the one with the hair that looks fake. This one looks like a wig or dye job. This one, as it is, sorry, this one is that sorry, this one is at least trying to understand and trying. She seems to be trying to think and open up her mind by the body language and the way that she's reacting. She's not just coming out and being anti-white. So this one would be one that you could possibly reach. As a man, I'd be like, okay, well, she's interested in hearing what I'm saying. She's listening. She's paying attention. Maybe she's falling in love with my voice, or in this case, and she was falling in love with this guy's voice, I think. But this is the way women are. And you have to meet them where they're at. And this is the way women are. They can't help it. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's female nature is different. Female nature is different from male nature. Women aren't men. Men aren't women. Bluebirds aren't cardinals, like the red male cardinal. The vibrant ones that are the beautiful looking ones are the males. The dull, kind of grayish beige ones are the females. Anyway, a bluebird's not a red bird, to put it simply. They're not the same. And some will say, well, we're the same species. We're just different. We're as different species, men and women. It doesn't mean that we can't have common ground or agreement, but we approach things and look at things and arrive at conclusions in different ways. We're not the same. This isn't bashing them or judging them. It's just saying they're different. I would say the same thing about beautiful dogs, and I loved dogs my whole life. I loved German Shepherds, Rottweilers, different types of dogs, terriers, Jack Russell Terriers, all sorts of dogs. My sister had a dog that was part Great Dane and part just a huge, tall, long-legged dog. Loved that dog as well. Chihuahuas, not my favorite, but there's a neighbor with a long-haired Chihuahua that I'm very fond of because it's not aggressive and barky and yappy and nippy. It's just very calm and he loves to see me. He loves when I visit and give him pets, and just I could take him home with me and look after him. If they said, "Hey, Steven, would you mind looking after our dog? We're going to be busy tomorrow or something," I'd say, no problem. I'll take him. I'm not going to name him, but I'll take him and look after him. Now, are all dogs the same? No. I worked for someone one time many years ago when I was younger, and he had a Doberman. And then he had a great big, what do they call those dogs? We called them Mr. Muggs dogs. Big sheepdog. I'm trying to think of the name. The huge sheepdogs that they'd rescue people in the mountains, just big. He had one of those. I like both of those dogs, but I really loved the Doberman. It was so friendly. Come up when no one was there. It would come up, it knew me, and he'd just rub up against me, and it was happy to see me. I love dogs. Now, does that mean I'm going to say all dogs are the same? No, I don't think you could ever get me to say that. You'd never get me to be able to say, you'd never get me to say that a poodle is the same as a Rottweiler and is the same as a beautiful purebred German Shepherd. And I knew one that was an award-winning German Shepherd that did shows and had ribbons and trophies. A friend of mine, their family had one, and she was older. They had an older German Shepherd, and they had a younger pup that was a Rottweiler that was, I knew since it was small growing up. And those dogs are just so wiggly and friendly. And I looked after their dogs for, I think, over a week, maybe close to 2 weeks, when their whole family went on vacation. My friend's family, parents, siblings, and they went to the States. And I looked after their dogs, their house, their pool, everything. And I was a teenager at the time, okay? I was in 9th grade or 10th grade. They had only known me about a year, maybe a year less. And they trusted me with keys because the dogs were in the house, their house. And I didn't have a house. I was living with my parents. I was a kid. I didn't even have a car yet. I didn't even have my license. I was younger than 16. So I was at some age younger than 16. I had to walk to their house every day, several times, and feed the dogs, make sure they had water, let them out, exercise them, play with them, check the pool to make sure that the pH wasn't all fucked up and it wasn't going to get screwed up, and add whatever. They taught me how to do it, and make sure the house was okay. That was my responsibility. I was a responsible kid when I was 14, 15 years old. And strangers, essentially, like it's his parents, they knew me, but how well did they know me? They didn't know me all my life. They moved there. They didn't know me for 10 or 15 years. They only knew me maybe a year. And they trusted me with their whole house, property, dogs, pool, everything. Everything. And I helped their dad even when, as a kid, with putting in a new driveway. They did a driveway with paving stones. You know, the ones that you do stone by stone, you lift and you place on sand, and then you kind of pound it in and make sure it's level and it's kind of a tedious process. You have pallets full of these paving stones. I helped them do their driveway. I was there for hours, days, a couple days I was going there helping. I helped them one time with a wall in their basement. They put up tongue and groove, and they were finishing a room and putting tongue and groove. I'm trying to think of what it was. I'm not sure if it was cedar. It might have been cedar. And they were doing it themselves. And it's board by board and then staining it. I also helped my sister years later do that at her cottage, a tongue and groove wall of cedar. And helped them in other ways as well. And I had him at my cottage one time. He's the one that we went exploring through the military base. Anyway, my point is, you'd never get me to say, yeah, all dogs are the same. They're not. Is a male dog exactly the same as a female? No. Is a Rottweiler the same as a Chihuahua or a Poodle? Nope. Nope. We're not the same. And it's not wrong and it's not bad to notice differences. It doesn't mean that you hate anyone. I don't hate Rottweilers and I don't hate Chihuahuas. They're different. Doesn't mean that I hate them. I don't. There's someone on my street with a poodle, and I'm friendly with her. Anyway, difference. That's something humans really fear. They don't want anyone to acknowledge that we're different. We're not the same. The way that we process thoughts, emotions, we're different. We're different biologically. We're different in terms of race, genetically. We're different in terms of sex, male versus female. We're not the same. We're different personality types. There's types that have been identified in the Myers-Briggs system based on Carl Jung's work. We're different in many ways. Many ways. And most people want to say, well, we're all the same. And that's when I'm just like, you don't see anything then. You're just a zombie. We're not all the same. Whereas every bit as different as a male or a female, big, tall, strong Rottweiler that's a sweet dog, but also protective, and the smallest little Chihuahua or the smallest little hairless dog, they're completely different, including in their temperament and not just their physical size. They're different.
Gosh. I think our number one biggest problem in America is that we don't. Well, this just sounds like an elementary kid, but like that a lot of people aren't happy with themselves and just like fighting with each other. You know, like nobody. There's
Right.
not peace in America right now.
Oh, the funniest thing about the neighbor's dog with the older couple that helped me out, and I helped them out as well. They're the ones that I've given artwork to at Christmas, paintings of mine usually. But their little dog, he'll get grumbly. He'll get complaining if I stop petting him for a second and I'm talking to the neighbor. He just wants me to reach down and just keep giving him more pets and attention. He just loves the attention. And if I stop for 5 seconds, he'll start grumbling. He'll make a sound, like not a growl, but like a complaining sound, like "Arr," and I'll be like, "Are you talking to me? What are you talking about?" And and the neighbor will say, "Oh, he's talking to you. He's telling you he wants more attention. He wants more pets." And he would come home with me, I think. If they said, "Go home with Steven," I think he would go home with me. And he would be fine with me looking after him. And I just find it funny the way he'll start talking. And I'll ask him, "How was your day today? How are you doing? Tell me all about it." And he'll start talking that way. Anyway, he's a funny dog. Very sweet, funny, not just funny, but very sweet, very friendly, very affectionate. And he's their little guard dog. I'll say, good boy. And you're such a good boy. Like if I have to go to their place and ask them or talk to them about something, or maybe they picked up one of my packages. If I'm away and I miss my delivery, I get it delivered and they'll help me out, or they'll pick up my package if it's sitting there. If I'm getting a parcel delivered. So I think he's attached to me already.
Yes. And I think that we can identify where that's coming from and why that's happening.
Really,
Yes, precisely.
I think you could too.
I think it's racial.
Racial.
Yes.
I mean, I do think that immigrants in our country is not helping us right now.
Yes.
That's, yeah. But the thing is, race doesn't fully define a human being, you know?
That's true. I mean, individual.
So this is interesting. She says race doesn't fully define an individual. I agree. And so does he, which is interesting. I didn't know what he was going to say. I haven't played this far before into this. And this is a new video posted 16 hours ago. He said that's true, and I agree. But what we have to get at is it is a factor, and it is a major factor. And everything is downstream from race, biology, all of it. Art, culture, behavior, safety, criminality, architecture, you name it. And when you look at a country, that's all downstream from race. When you look at Japan, for example, I always love using Japan as an example. What they've built, because their society is around 98% ethnic Japanese, racially Japanese, Asian, Japanese. Okay. They don't let in millions and millions of Africans, millions. They don't let in millions of Canadians, millions of Europeans. They don't let in millions of Koreans. In fact, they don't like Koreans. They'll call them Korean pigs. They'll march with signs saying no more Korean pigs. True story. Look it up. You'll see it in videos. They don't get along with Chinese or Korean. Japanese do not. Anyway, what I'm getting at is, sorry, I'm distracted a bit because I have to look at something. I picked up my phone. Be back in a second. Hold on. All right. All right. Sorry about that. Part of my breakfast is ready. Not all of it, but part of it's ready. I got some coffee going here, and I had to speak about something and get a message about something else personal. Just a second. I don't like putting out personal information for a reason, because there's demons tuned in, and they always use it against me, and I know they will, because they're creepy. They're not focused on my message ever. They're focused on what I eat, how many coffees I drink in a morning or in a day, what kind of things I eat, if I order from a restaurant sometimes, they're focused on every detail of my personal life, like a creepy stalker in a movie. It's the same thing. And it shouldn't be hard for people to understand. Now, this would be very concerning and creepy if it were a man doing it to a woman. People would be like, oh my goodness, that's creepy, and he's stalking her. Well, I have creeps, men and women, doing that on YouTube with me, trying to figure out where I live, what I eat, what I drink, what restaurants I go to, where I hike, everything I like to do. They're obsessed with me. And I don't know why this doesn't register with humans, but I would have found it creepy as a teenager if somebody would have told me that something like that was going on where I lived. I would have been like, what the hell? What is wrong with them? They're creepy stalker psycho. But apparently it's been normalized in our age, in our era with the internet. And this is what goes on, and people just think it's normal. Like, what are you talking about, Stephen? What's wrong with them wanting to know every detail of your personal life and fixating on you and obsessing over you? I think it's creepy stalker behavior, obsessive. So that's why I keep a lot private. And I will. Now, most people on YouTube that are on Team Evil don't want to know about this realm or my message, my model. They'd love to know my girlfriend's name, for example, and they can't find that creepy somehow. And some of my channel are like, why don't you just release her name or show her? Well, why would I? What would that benefit my girlfriend and me? It wouldn't. I'm protective for a reason. I don't want you sickos to harm her that lurk on my channel. And if I don't turn off the live reaction emojis, you'll be hitting the laughter button. You're right here. You're creepy. A lot of you are fixated on me and creepy. You don't belong around me. You belong floating on a door. And I'm not joking about that at all. Some people take that as a joke, and it's like, no, I'm serious. That is what would be happening to you. At a best case scenario, that's not the worst case. There's worst case scenarios of what I might do to you in that situation where I can't describe it on YouTube. Because some of you sickos have really crossed the line. So that's why I try to keep things private and mute my mic and don't release certain information, because there's a bunch of you. And this is another thing people have trouble with, thinking it's one or two. No, it's a bunch of them. It's a pack of Team Evil demons that harass me and fixate on me and my life and would love to harm my loved ones like my girlfriend. And you never will. I can't say on here what I'd do to you if you attempted it, but it wouldn't be good for you. It wouldn't be good. It would be your worst nightmare. So I would think again if I were you. I'd start using that brain and get out of the psychosis, obsessive mindset, and start saying to yourself, you know, I want to preserve myself and not be going through extreme pain, which is what you would go through if you ever attempted what some of you creatures threaten to do and leave emails, etc. You sick pieces of vile filth. You will pay for what you've done regardless, though. And I don't have to find you, you cowards that say, well, at least I'm safe. He doesn't know my name or my face. You're staying here. I'll just take out the good spirits, and then you're staying here. It's simple to filter you out. I don't need to know the name of every demon on earth that's harassed me on YouTube or on the internet. You'll just stay here because I'll take all the good spirits, and what's left is evil. Simple. Like taking good food out of a fridge and everything I took is good, and then what's left is just garbage and I don't want it. Don't want it. Won't just leave it in the fridge, burn the building down. Let it go up in flames. And you'll see what I mean. But anyway, what I was getting at earlier was Japan. What they have there in terms of society, laws, not just buildings, architecture, art, culture, all of it reflects the Japanese. So it's all downstream from a rather high IQ, high trust, safe society. High trust because they're all Japanese and they have manners. They'll walk into a store with no one working. It's a store that doesn't have a human being, and it's all self-checkout. And they will check out their items and not steal like Tigges. I've seen video. I haven't been there, but I've seen video of this. And that's a high trust society because nobody's stealing from the store. They scan their items with no one in the store at night at a convenience store. There are stores like that. And it's all on trust. Now, you can't do that in a society that's 20% Tigges or it's all mixed up and has migrants, as you call them, migrants, invaders from the third world, because they'll just wreck the place. They'll steal what they want, and maybe they'll just burn it down or they'll just destroy it. It's not even just theft. They want to destroy what we built. You couldn't have that where we live because we're not a high trust society with 98. Yes, they do. Absolutely, Wendy. And I've shown that in videos. They leave mobile phones on the seat or on a table to reserve seats. You'll see a table with 4 or 5 phones sitting there. You can't leave a phone here and walk away in Canada or America. You kidding me? Your phone would be stolen. Try that in London, UK. You can't even walk around with a phone in your hand walking around. They'll rip it out of your hand and These Tigers will steal it from you. There's been people killed in the United States for their shoes, their Nike Jordan shoes, Air Jordan shoes. And it's not just one. It's not just one extreme case going, Stephen, you're cherry picking. No, this happens. Your life to them isn't even worth your pair of, as they call them in Britain, I believe, trainers. Here we call them sneakers. Sneakers or tennis shoes, or in that case, basketball shoes. We used to call them basketball shoes when I was growing up. If they were Air Jordan or high top shoes, they'll kill you for a pair of shoes. Your used pair of shoes on your feet that you're wearing. You walk into the wrong place here, and the Tigers look at the shoe. Oh, I want those shoes, and they'll murder for shoes. Now, what am I getting at? That's not the mindset of me or any white man or white kid that I grew up with. Was every kid great? No, they weren't all great. But did they murder for shoes? No. There's a difference there. Okay? And there's a difference with Japanese society. And the reason it looks the way it does. I don't just mean the looks of Tokyo with the neon and the great big buildings and they built skyscrapers and they have buildings that are earthquake proof because they're in an earthquake zone. They wouldn't have that in Africa. You can't have a Japan or a country that looks like Japan in Africa built by Africans. They can't do it. Architecture, cities, design, safety, sanitation, all of that stuff, city planning, country planning for a nation, crime, did I mention crime? Art, culture, that's all downstream from race. All of it. That's why Japan looks like Japan and Nigeria looks like Nigeria. Race and IQ. The first time I heard that, it blew my mind when I heard that black people will kill you, murder you to steal your shoes. And it was decades ago that I heard the first time I heard of that happening. It wasn't recently. It was a long time ago. And they still do, of course. Okay? It was decades ago the first time I heard news a case of somebody being murdered and they take the shoes off your dead body and leave and flee. And they'll also go into shoe stores when there's bad weather or hurricane, and they'll rob a shoe store and they're taking boxes of Nike shoes out. And that's what's on their mind. Loot, steal from the store. They take advantage of weather events and disasters. And, we'll just go rob the store. And you see all these darkies looting. You don't see white people doing that. There's massive racial behavioral differences. Massive. Noticeable. In New Orleans during the hurricane in the earlier 2000s, I can't remember what year it was, but it was a big one. And it hit New Orleans. And there was flooding. And they were robbing the fucking shoe stores. That's what they do. And everybody here knows it. And by here, I mean in America and Canada. And some people will try to deny it and make excuses, of course, and do mental gymnastics. But they know it's true. That when there's a disaster, the darkies are out looting. It's what they do. And it's in Los Angeles with the Rodney King thing. They were looting. It's in Milwaukee. It's in Detroit, Chicago. It's happened everywhere. Baltimore. Anywhere that there's been riots, they're looting. They're stealing. They steal shoes. They steal electronics. They steal hair weave. The women are grabbing their weave, their wigs and weave. It's a stereotype for a reason because it's what they do. It's what they do. And we notice. It's not wrong to notice and go, yeah, it's what they do. What they do. And then when they want to get back at white people, they'll burn down cities. They'll burn thousands of buildings down. They did in Detroit. They've done various over the decades, over generations in Los Angeles, California, Watts, LA. They burned those cities down. They'll burn your goddamn city down. And people will still say, "Oh, they're civilized. They're people, Stephen. You're talking about them like they're savages." Well, who else goes burn cities down? Well, it's one group. It's not little Asians we're talking about. It's not Japanese people. It's not little Japanese people in Canada or America burning cities down ever. It's not white people. It's not South American people. It's not the Mexicans. I know they're not South American or Central, but it's not Hondurans in general. It's not Mexicans. They're just south of the border of the States. They're in North America. But it's not Brazilians for the most part burning down cities in America. It isn't. It isn't people from Poland. It isn't Russians even. And I think they're primitive compared to most Europeans. Russians are more primitive and savage. It's just what I notice. Am I saying they're evil or bad? No, but they're not. Yes, Wendy, the Venice of the North ruined. It was beautiful. There were beautiful libraries, all sorts of buildings that just had wonderful architecture. It was actually a place people would visit because it was so beautiful that weren't there. It was like a tourist place. Nobody thinks really of Detroit these days as a place to go as a tourist. But it was back then, and it was the most wealthy city in America. It had tremendous wealth, not just mansions for millionaires, but the average person had a great house. The average person had a great house. The houses for the average person were beautiful and big, spacious, 2-story homes, a lot of times with a nice balcony on the front, a porch, and then an upstairs balcony. You look at these places and you're like, rich people didn't live there. Average people lived there. They had a good standard of living for middle class back then. Very good. They were paid very well. Factory workers and ones that supported GM and Ford and all these different places. And you wouldn't believe it today. People wouldn't believe it. It doesn't do it justice. Showing on YouTube, there's just vast areas that are empty where there used to be houses. They burn them down, blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks. And then some were abandoned and torn down, and others were abandoned so long they fell down. Nature took them back. And there's areas, and you're like, is this a park? And it's no. There used to be houses here. There's some houses abandoned in the Detroit suburbs you can buy for $1. A whole house, the property, and if you have the money, you could tear the house down for whatever. You could get a bulldozer, somebody to bulldoze it, and build there, and you got the land for $1. For $1. I'm not joking. $1. $1. But the thing is, you're living in a high crime area with Tiggas. That's the reason people don't just buy it up and start something and rebuild, because it's danger. That's the reason. It's the danger factor. So it's like, yeah, what a deal. It's $1, but yeah, you're in an area full of Tiggas with guns, and there's stores there that you go in and it's all bulletproof glass right to the ceiling. Bars inside at the counter. You go there to buy a soda or a pack of cigarettes if you smoke or whatever. And I couldn't believe it when I was younger, 20-something years ago. And I went to a store by one of my cousins. I walked during the day, not at night. And it was just, I'm in the ghetto. I thought that was the ghetto, and it wasn't. It was just a regular neighborhood. He wasn't living in the ghetto. But crime had crept and gotten so bad that it's just like they're behind bulletproof glass where you have to slide something, your money to them under a thing. And it's just incredible. It's like, holy shit. What has happened to America?
Doesn't fully define a human being, you know?
That's true. Yes. And I think that we can identify where that's coming from and why that's happening.
Really.
Yes, precisely.
I think you could too.
I think it's racial.
Racial.
Yes.
I mean, I do think that immigrants in our country is not helping us right now.
Yes.
That's, yeah. But the thing is, race doesn't fully define a human being, you know?
That's true. I mean, individuals vary on all levels, but we also belong to groups as well. For example, and this is something I like to ask people, wouldn't it be nice, and I don't know what your experience is, I don't think most people get to live this way, but wouldn't it be nice if you woke up every day and you saw your neighbors as like family, like you're part of a community, almost like as you travel down the road through your neighborhood, through your city, through your town, your community is like an extension of you and your family. Wouldn't that be nice?
Um, to some extent, yeah, I would say.
Yeah, because then you feel like you're all pointed in the same direction. Like
Sure.
you can work together with people. And if you have a purpose, a lot of people will derive their happiness from having purpose. And you did say that you think the number one thing is people aren't really happy, which I think is true. I think it's because we have too much multiculturalism.
I think there's too much. Well, I don't think it's it's like, it's just the way, I don't know how to even explain it. Like, you don't just like come into somebody's country just because you want to and then raise the price of everything. And what I do think is fine. Do you think that people gaining citizenship is okay, or do you think that shouldn't even happen? Only people born in the U.S. should be in the U.S.
I don't even think being born here is a qualification. I think that American is an ethnicity, and I think so. I'm an advocate for total remigration. So I would support the removal of about 100 to 150 million people out of America, because I think that if you trace the etymology of the term nation, it actually means race. And so what we have is a bunch of people that live in our country who actually aren't a real part of our community. And you can measure that out too. Most people do not care about our country, about our communities, etc. So
Yeah.
yeah, so we have a big problem in America. And I think the biggest threat is domestic, like it's happening inside.
Hmm. Interesting. So, like, what would you say to people who like their parents or grandparents were immigrants, but they are still of the ethnicity of wherever they come from? Would you still remove those people even though
Yes.
they were born and raised?
Yes. I'll give you an example. Say, I mean, for in my case, right? Think about it for a sec. And I can tell you're open to this because you're actually processing what I'm saying. I'm a blue-eyed Anglo-Saxon person. If I moved to Japan and I had a family there, would my grandkids or my great grandkids really be considered Japanese? I mean, seriously,
No.
say I have a great grandson and he's 6'4" with blue eyes, standing shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of Japanese people. Do you think the Japanese people are going to see my grandson as a fellow countryman? Honestly,
No.
no. Correct. So why do we have to extend that same courtesy as white people?
I
Think about it. Come on, I can
I
see
mean
those
like
gears turning.
like what was the question?
Well, I'm responding to your question, which is a very good question, by the way. If the grandson or great grandson of immigrants
Oh,
was
yeah.
here, yeah, I don't think that they're considered American. So I would support denaturalization. I don't think they belong here.
Okay, but then like another thing,
Mhm.
like what if they're living like every other citizen, like me and you? Like, what if they
Every other citizen or living
have,
like white people, because that's a difference. Because not every citizen is
well,
living in a
okay,
way that's good for America. Would you agree with that?
well, let's say things that are positive to the US. So,
So
like,
so people who assimilate, basically.
getting a job, just not breaking the law, being
So
good
like
people.
so like white. Yes.
So, like, good people.
Yes.
They
Um,
don't have to be white to be good people.
no.
But listen, you can assimilate in Japan, you'll never be Japanese. They'll never view you as Japanese. You'll always be a foreigner, even if you get citizenship as a white person, or if you get citizenship in Japan as a black person, or as a Hispanic or a mixed person. You could be part Japanese and part black. There's black Japanese that are half breed, they're mixed. They're not treated as Japanese by Japanese people in Japan. The part black, sorry, I'm having breakfast right now, but I had to chime in here because it's on my mind. They're called hafu, something like that, haifu or hafu, and they're half and half. They'll never be in the eyes and minds of Japanese. I don't mean me. I mean people in Japan, anywhere, will view them as foreign. Even if you say, if it's a person that's white, or let's say they're half black or they're fully black, and they say, I was born here, I'm Japanese. The Japanese people look at you like you're crazy, like you're a mental patient. Because you're not Japanese to them. You're a foreigner, just based on looks. They'll look at you and they won't see you ever as Japanese. You could pull out your passport, you could pull out your birth certificate and say, look, I was born here in a Japanese hospital. I'm not, you could say I'm not, you could argue with them and say, I'm not a foreigner. I was born here in this hospital in Tokyo or Kyoto or whatever. Hiroshima, whatever. You could say, hey, look where I was born. I can prove it. I'm not foreign, you could say. And they'll say you're foreign. You're foreign there forever because you're not Japanese. Okay? You can never be Japanese. You can't change your race and ethnicity. They don't just go by, oh, they were born here, so they're Japanese. They don't go by that in Japan. And people need to understand this. You need to understand. And I hope people do. Now, why is Japan is the perfect example because most of their population is Japanese. So you can see what happens when you have a homogenous society that's non-black and not white. It's a great example to look at because some people would say, why don't you use Poland or this? I could, but people will say, well, you're just a white supremacist or you're this. Japan is a perfect example because it's not white, it's not black, it's not African, but it's almost all, except for hundreds of thousands. It's not millions and millions and millions. It's almost exclusively Japanese people. And it shows a high trust, homogenous society, how safe it can be, how clean it can be, and how they view foreigners. And that's a bad word in our countries. They'll say foreigner, don't call them foreigners, or that's what they call you in Japan. They'll say foreigners. If you're white, they would call me a foreigner if I went to visit Japan. And I wouldn't argue. I'd be like, yeah, I am. But I'd say, I prefer you to call me a tourist. I'm visiting and I'm friendly. That's probably how I'd react. I'd try to charm them a little bit with the with the Canadian charm. I'd say, well, maybe so, but I'm a friendly visitor to your country. I'm a visitor. I'm a tourist, and I'd let them know that I enjoy their country and their people, and that I'm not a threat to them. Now, a darky would try to ruin things and dance on the train or dance on the subway and play blast music on a speaker and just do all the shit they do everywhere. That's what they do. They stand out and they throw trash on the ground and they do all kinds of stuff. And there's videos galore showing it. Bad behavior of the darkies in Japan. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I would know that if I moved to Japan and lived there for 20 years and got citizenship, I'm not Japanese. I'll always be foreign in Japan, never Japanese, because I'm not Japanese. And it's simple to understand. So why isn't it that way when people move to Europe? If you move to Great Britain, you're not British when you came from Nigeria or Sudan or Zimbabwe or the Middle East. You came from Afghanistan, or as they would say in Britain, you're Asian. You came from Pakistan. We don't think of Pakistan as Asian. We think of Pakistanis as that, and Indians. We don't think, oh, they're Asian. But this is the way it is. You can't just move somewhere and say, well, I have a British passport. I'm British. Well, no, you're not. You can't just move to Poland and say I'm Polish and you're a darky. You'll never be Polish. You'll never be English. Never. Just like I can't become Japanese. It's the same thing. It's not difficult.
I'm not saying you have to be white to be a good person, but the thing is that all the things that you are defining as being good or being a good member of society are influenced by your racial background, whether you want that to be the case or not. Because the things that you describe that you think are good for America are perfectly in alignment with the European temperament, hardworking, conscientious, cleanliness. Other groups do not hold these standards as consistently as somebody like you may. And so you're defining that, but you won't maybe acknowledge necessarily that the racial component is there when that's actually the driving force behind the whole thing. So there are people, right? Like there are exceptions. Hey, quiet. That's my dog, sorry. There
You're
are
good.
exceptions where a person outside of a racial demographic could assimilate to another, but just because there are exceptions doesn't mean that that is representative of the whole group, right? Because there's exceptions and then there's rules.
Okay.
So it is racial.
Just like,
I
but
see
they're
I
not.
see those gears turning and I'm
The
like,
thing
I'm
is,
proud of you.
the thing that just doesn't sit right with me
Okay.
is just like, I don't know. Like, I feel like every human being should have a chance to be like, I mean, I think it all comes down to the standard of what everybody thinks like should be good. So like that
But
can look different.
what you think is good is different depending on who you are. And let me ask you, and this is I hope you don't mind this. This is a very wild question. But what if somebody wants to rape somebody? Or like what if somebody wants to be a pedophile? Do they still deserve an equal chance in society?
No.
Right, because they have a different moral code.
But I don't think you should base like a full race based on, well, like, okay, I know that percentages and like like the stats of different race play a huge part in this, but I don't think like you shouldn't just like look at someone who's a different race than us and just be like, well, those people are not like us and they don't, well, to some extent they aren't good people, they break the law, blah 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 blah, they aren't good like white people, you know what I mean?
Think about it like this. Say you are say that you're into, hey, quiet. Say that you're into like real estate investment or something like that, and you decide to invest in an Airbnb, and you have all different kinds of people that rent your Airbnb. There's groups of white people, there's groups of Asians, there's groups of Jews, there's groups of blacks. Now, on average, the blacks are trashing the place, they're throwing crazy parties, they're doing drugs, etc. The first time around, you give them a second chance, it happens again, and it happens again. And after a while, you're just like, look, not all black people commit crimes, obviously, but if I'm renting out my property, I have a lot higher likelihood of something going wrong if I'm associating with this group. So that is the principle of discrimination. And when people hear the word discrimination, they get all scared, but we discriminate against people every day, whether we're aware of it or not. And the reason why we do that, it's an evolutionary process where we are designed to protect ourselves. So there's nothing wrong with trying to avoid one group or another. By the way, everybody else feels that way about white people in some aspects too. And I don't blame them for it. So it's not exclusively a moral thing. It's also like a survival thing too, you know?
Okay, so would you say white people and black people are equal?
No, nobody is equal.
Equal to what?
Well, how would you define that? Because you're the one asking. I mean, you like in everything, like cognitively, physically, I mean, everything.
I would say as a like human being who should be treated like one. You know what I mean? Like a soul, like a living thing.
No, I don't believe that we are equally deserving of the same treatment. And I think that that's the
Just
laws
like
of,
okay,
I think
just
that's the
like
laws of nature being very cruel, to be
if
honest with you.
if if a white baby was in front of you and a black baby was in front of you, how are they equal?
Not equal by definition.
But the white baby didn't do anything and the black baby didn't do anything. They
True.
themselves as a soul, because they are a different individual as where like their parents could have done or what their grandparents could have done, they could have committed so many crimes. So is the white baby, like baby's parents. But that soul itself
Right.
didn't do anything.
So you're arguing,
How like
you're arguing
hold on.
from like the blank slate theory, which is that we all come into this world pure or whatever. But the reality is that most of the things that we do and experience in our lives are already predetermined. And most of that is determined genetically. A lot of that has to do with average IQ, your temperamental composition, etc. So you could look at two newborn babies, but if you were like a gambling person and you had to take a bet, you would bet a certain amount on one baby or the other, depending on what the gamble is about, because you can base that based off of their racial category. And now that doesn't mean that that makes me feel happy to say that, but people are different. And most of the things that we do and experience in our life, I think it's largely heritable. Like if you were if you weren't somebody of European heritage, you probably wouldn't be as smart as you are, which you're clearly a smart girl, but if you were a different person, you probably would be thinking
Debatable.
about it differently. Huh?
Debatable. To me. I'm not that smart.
Okay. I mean, but you see what I'm saying though? Like different people are different.
Are you against difference?
Am I
Are you
against difference?
yes? Because what it sounds to me is that you don't like difference.
No, I think that I can name something I like about all different kinds of people. But that doesn't mean that I think that people should mix together in this melting pot of Jewish subversion. I think that if you mix and grind everybody together, then all of the differences that make them beautiful will go extinct, which is what's happening to white people. In about 100 years, people that look like you are going to be maybe 1 to 2% of the world. Are you aware of that?
Yes. Well,
It's a big
not like,
problem.
but like, I don't know if that's a huge problem. Like,
What if the way that you think about the world, one in which you're literally willing to look past epigenetic embedding, like things that your ancestors have experienced, traumas, discrimination, pain, genocide, like everything that's happened in human history, you as an individual are still willing to look past all of that and be willing to extend compassion to other people who would not reciprocate that. That's part of the European temperament. You're literally so compassionate that you're willing to look past the fact that most things are genetically predetermined. What if that way of thinking about the world goes away? Compassion will be erased from the face of the earth.
hmm. But I feel like compassion is taught. Like if you
No,
no, like
no,
listen, if I no, let's say if you had a mixed child and you
no.
taught them how to love other people and you taught them how to love, let's say you're white, right? And then you have a spouse that is or whatever, a different race. You have a child. You teach that child to love your heritage and the other person's heritage. Compassion is taught.
That is a contradiction. I don't think that you can love multiple heritages simultaneously. It's like being split down the middle. If you're born mixed between two things, like what are you? Like if you look at a dog who's purebred versus a dog who's a mutt. And here's what's interesting. Think about the word mutt. We use the word mutt as a descriptive term for so many different combinations of canines. You could be so many different mixes, so many different possible combinations of different dog breeds blending together, but the term mutt is equally applicable in every scenario. But what's not equally applicable is the terms that you would use if the breed is pure. German Shepherd, Golden Shepherd, Tibetan Mastiff. There is a distinction there. And so if you're just a mutt, what does that actually mean? What is your identity? What is there to actually take pride in? If you're
What
just like
you're
if you're just
mixed with.
if you're looking at a color palette, you know, like the old school painter palettes where they have like the dabs of paint in different
Yes.
colors. Okay, you take them and
I think she's trying, but she's under indoctrination.
you mix them together. You might get purple, but then you mix more colors in, eventually it just looks like shit.
Okay.
Isn't that tragic? Like, what if all the individual colors don't exist anymore and everything's just like gray? That would be sad.
People aren't colors though. Like no, like what you're talking about. People aren't paint. Like what you're talking
They're
about.
not literally paint, but they're distinct. Each, just like every color has.
This is a problem. This is the way females think overall, almost all. They'll say people aren't paint, people aren't this, but he's giving an analogy. And women have difficulty with metaphors, analogies, and allegory, and things like that. Now, who has the greatest difficulty with that would be the ones on the autism spectrum. They have tremendous difficulty with that stuff. They take things very literally, and they have trouble understanding a lot of humor, I've noticed as well. A lot goes over their heads. No, people aren't paints, but the same thing would happen if all the people on Earth mixed all together. There'd be no distinct white-looking people. There'd be no ginger hair anymore. There'd be no blonde hair. It would all go away. He's not saying people are paints. He's giving you an analogy. Women have tremendous difficulty with this, whereas men don't. Men are different than you. If a man explains something to a boy and says, hey, it's like this, and gives the boy an analogy, it's a way of teaching. And for women, it just goes over your heads. Now, there are some women that are built differently and wired differently, and a man can speak and give them an analogy to help them understand something, and they can understand it. But overall, most women don't get analogies and metaphors. So if they're on IQ tests, you're going to score way lower on average than men if they put those on IQ tests. I think those should be on IQ tests, by the way. I think that's an important way of measuring intelligence. I think there should be examples on IQ tests of allegories, metaphors, analogies, and to show understanding. Because I think that's a huge blind spot for certain people, not just women, not just autistic people. I'm sure there's different races that have great difficulty with that as well. And it's beyond language. It's being able to understand. When somebody says something, they're not saying that people are paint. And that shows me you missed the point. And you don't understand analogies. And that's very female of her. Because it's that way a lot. And if you start using analogies around women, your mothers, sisters, aunts, female cousins, anyone you can in your life, you'll see what I mean. They have difficulty, whereas most men and boys don't. They pick up on it right away. Oftentimes, men, especially fathers, will use analogies to help a boy learn something. Now, your approach would have to be different with girls because they start tuning out when you use analogies.
Has a different level of like being vibrant or characteristics that you can use to describe them. That's the same thing for people. I mean, it's just an analogy. It's a simple analogy.
It's funny where he chimes in and says it's just an analogy. It's a simple analogy. but he doesn't realize the difference between female and male. He's thinking it's simple. Yeah, it is for men. The paint analogy, mixing all the paints together and you get mud. Simple. Men understand. Men don't think, well, he's saying people are mud and people are paint. No, we get the analogy. She doesn't. You're saying it's just an analogy, but you don't realize the difference between female nature, female thinking, and male thinking. We're not the same.
Distinct. Each, just like every color has a different level of like being vibrant or characteristics that you can use to describe them. That's the same thing for people. I mean, it's just an analogy. It's a simple analogy.
Oh
But
yeah, I
peop
get that.
yeah, but people are different in the same sort of way.
And then she stops herself and goes, well, yeah, I get that. She was taking him literally that people are paint. And she's saying, well, people aren't paint. It's like that with women. If you talk about a woman dumping you, an analogy of, well, a broken car, it was broken down and worn out, and they thought they were hurting you, and you just go buy a new model. Women will say, well, we're not cars. Yeah, we know that. We're aware of that. Men don't have to be told that, but it's an analogy. Your wife left, you got a better model because she was bitchy, unpleasant, not nice to be around, not sweet, just was making your life miserable. And you got a newer, better, better looking and sweeter model that's and now you're having fun again in life. Well, we're not cars. That's the way women react. I've heard that my whole life because women take it as a direct comparison. They can't look at it. He's using an analogy. To women, that's just like what they're just they can't get it. They're emotional. They'll think, well, don't treat us like cars. We're not. We're giving you an analogy to think about. Men speak this way and think this way. Women generally don't. You're all in your feelings. Or not all, but most of you are up in your feelings. And you want to look at the world through your feelings. And in the end, your feelings don't matter that much because you're in a tangible realm. If you feel like a rock isn't a rock on the ground, it looks like a rock to me or a stone. It's a great big stone. And you say, no, it isn't. That's a bird with wings. And I'm saying it's a big stone that's 500 pounds. I don't think you're moving it. I don't think it's flying at all, ever. You could say, I feel like it could. Your feelings don't matter. It is what it is. And this realm is what it is. And all of the feelings of all of the coochie chakras in the world isn't going to change this hell realm into something else. It is what it is. And you're not going to change the racial differences either, no matter how much your coochie chakra feelings cry. You're not changing reality. You've let on that you could for who knows, thousands of years possibly, and you're not changing shit with your feelings because it is what it is.
But what's wrong with, like, I guess, but can't you find beauty in gray?
They're going right back to feelings again. Can't you find beauty in gray? Yeah, you can find, but when it's all gray, wouldn't you miss colors and differences? Wouldn't you miss 10,000 different colors if the whole world was gray? See, they play these kind of games. Once you wipe out people with blue eyes, it's not coming back. It's gone then.
Can't you
Um,
find?
if you're
Can't
if
you
you're
find?
if you're white, you can find beauty in anything. But if white people don't exist anymore, then it's not going to work. And that's all par for the course. Like that's part of the agenda here.
So how can you say that only white people would find, like what you just said, if there's no white people, that white people see gray as beautiful, like what we were just talking about, the analogy.
Frankly, people don't see the world in the same way that we do. I just don't think that they do. I don't think that
Can
they're
you
wired the
see
same
how?
way.
Can you see how they see? Can you
Um,
see as a black person?
well, but what does that mean specifically?
Well, just like you were saying, you said people that aren't white don't see the same as you, and how do you know that?
Because they behave differently.
Doesn't mean they see it differently.
So
Choice and being able to see something.
so people can all behave differently, but see everything the same exact way.
I'm not saying everyone sees everything the exact same way. I'm saying you're saying that it's a guarantee that people don't see white people and other people see things completely differently. That's what you just said.
All groups on average see things differently. Even
So by the end, she started playing games a little bit like that one that comes around here and obsesses. She started to play a few little games, I think. But at first, I thought maybe he was going to reach her, but often that's the case. It's deceiving. In the end, they don't get what you're saying. They want to go right back to feelings, and people are the same, and we all feel, and can white people feel what black people feel, and it all goes back to feelings again. Do you know what evil thinks about your feelings when they want to harm you? They'd shit all over your feelings. They don't care about your feelings at all. Just like that Tigga the other day that murdered the white girl and shot the mother, went into their home, stalked her somewhere in Wisconsin. Kenosha or something like that was the town, the small little place. Or fairly small. I mean, there's nothing huge. There's no huge cities in Wisconsin. The Tigga with the tarantula hair yesterday, I think it was. Did he care about her feelings when he was shooting her? Did he care about her feelings when he was stalking her? See, this is the thing. The Tiggas don't care about your feelings. Women value their feelings so much. They put so much emphasis on their feelings. Your feelings don't keep you safe in this realm. They don't. Evil doesn't care about your feelings at all. At all. Your feelings are no defense. Certain women treat it like they're holding up a shield, like, well, I feel this way, so you can't do anything to me. A Tigga will murder you in a second, in a heartbeat, and not give a damn about your feelings. They don't care about your feelings, okay? Yeah, it is frustrating. I've gone through that many times. Think you've broken through to someone, and it's an illusion. They just go right back to feelings. Your feelings will never keep you safe. I can say that confidently. They won't keep you safe. Evil will stomp on your feelings and stomp on your dead body. They don't give a damn about your feelings. They don't give a damn about what's right and wrong.
Most people are delusional and they don't even know that. Right? Most people are delusional and they don't even know that. And the reason why a lot of people don't even realize that they're delusional is because almost every person they know is delusional. If everyone is delusional, it doesn't seem like there are people who are actually delusional, because everyone is delusional. So it's not even called being delusional. How honest are you with yourself?
Tigga, tarantula hair. Tigga. This is my newest video. It's my newest in my Alchemical Gold series. Thoughts on emotions. Thoughts on emotions, feelings, and truth. Thoughts on emotions, feelings, and truth. The newest in my Alchemical Gold series. Alchemical Gold. It's showing 4 comments there, and 4 comments do not come up. So maybe somebody's commenting that's banned. I don't know, but Howdy Burger. What a comment from Sheep No More. Howdy Burger. Great music and a lot of balanced truth. I love it. I hope you understand it. Alchemical Gold.
Ra. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes sing until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near,
bow or bleed.
the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here,
The king is here,
the ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron,
dripping flame,
carved by war.
etched with pain.
Ravens rise,
They call his name.
the king is here, forever reigns. The king is here,
Forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend
Axes singing
to the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. The king is here.
The king is here,
Wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near.
Thou art bleed. The choice is clear.
Mad laughter rides the howling gale.
Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here. The storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron,
Dripping flame,
carved by war.
etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reigns.
The king is here,
Forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps,
Thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
the shadows bend.
Axes sink until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides.
Hello, 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 everyone. This is the Raven King. This is the sleepy, tired version of the Raven King. Tired. Tired of what I deal with in this realm, but not crying victim. Dealing with it day by day, week by week. And a lot of what I deal with is not just demonic attacks or hackers or ones making threats or fraudsters or scammers. That's part of it. That's week by week. It seems like there's something going on. And that's okay. It's not that I want that or will forgive that. I won't. I won't forget. I won't forgive. And they will pay. And they are trying to wear me down and wear me out. And I do have less energy than I used to. Now, some people would say, well, you do 12-hour live streams. What are you talking about? You're not worn out after 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, wiped out of energy like so many creatures on YouTube. And you deal with insomnia and you have some health issues. And you still have more stamina and energy. I also have more thoughts and mind power and spiritual abilities and creativity and imagination. It isn't just physical stamina. I am built differently. I'm wired differently. Now, I got this comment earlier, and I think she's probably from Howdy McCoskey's channel. It was a comment on the video I did reviewing Howdy. Angry and then shocked emoji face guy. Christine wrote, I think I've seen her either at Archaic's channel or Howdy's channel, or maybe both. And again, what does it matter if I'm angry or come across as angry in a video? That's what she is right there. What does it matter, though? I've never seen her comment on any of my other videos. Now, why am I sharing this with her particular comment? Because it was such a short comment labeling me an emotion, saying angry guy. Well, was I angry in parts of that video? Maybe. Frustrated, passionate, maybe angry, but I would say frustrated and passionate more than angry. So this is what women do, and I'm not saying it's all women, and I'm also not picking on her. Never seen it before on my channel, so I suspect she's a Howdy fan, and she heard some passion in my voice and had to leave a comment on one video. Out of how many videos have I made in all of my channels? It's remarkable. This is what I mean by people labeling someone and thinking, well, that's done. I got him figured out. Angry guy. He sounded angry in the one video I clicked on. And she has the bias because she's a fan of him. Otherwise, I don't think she would have watched the video to begin with. I think the video popped up in her feed because it had Howdy Mikowski in the title. And Howdy Mikowski tagged. And then it popped up for her. So do I think this is a mistake? Not just to label me that way, but the labeling in itself, in and of itself. Yes, I do. Do I think most humans do this, though? Yes, they do. Now, it isn't the same as judging someone or discernment. It's trying to label them as an emotion or label them as one thing. Like, let's say years ago, somebody would have said computer programmer or computer hacker. They would have labeled me in the 1990s or even late 80s in high school. Is that what I am? Is it? Some of you know me as someone that makes truth videos. Some never knew me as someone that makes truth videos. They only knew me as someone that wrote and published poetry. Some only knew me as a visual artist, as someone that draws and paints. See, this is the thing. A lot of humans have a narrow view. I read a book years ago. It must have been the early 2000s, maybe 2001, 2002, maybe 2003. Somewhere around there, I'd guess. It was written about Kurt Cobain. And he was called a comprehensive artist. Someone that would draw, paint, write songs, write lyrics. And I remember thinking at the time, decades ago, wow, that's really cool, and damn, he's talented, and wow, I wish I was a comprehensive artist. I wrote poetry and things, but I didn't really make visual art 25 years ago. Now, I've been doing it for about a decade, but it wasn't 25 years ago. I also wasn't singing and making songs in 2001. I am now. What's my point? Well, if I'm frustrated or angry for a day or a half hour or an hour, that's not my lifetime. But this is the perspective, the limited, narrow view that not only that blonde woman had, Christine or whatever her name was, but it's many, and it's not just women. There's men like this too. But jumping to the conclusion, labeling someone and thinking you have them figured out, and maybe only watching part of a video, that's not just lazy, that's inaccurate and it's untrue. Now, do I have my moments of being angry? Yes. Frustrated? Yes. Cranky? Tired? Yes. Passionate? Yes. Do I have my moments where I come across as aggressive? Vengeful even? Yes, I'm sure I do. For the most part, am I fairly peaceful, calm, soothing? Yes. I'd say most people that know me in life would say that, especially the ones in person that know me in ways that you don't know me. Now, I'm sharing this because your emotions and feelings can mislead you. You can believe that you have someone all figured out and that you can sum them up in a word like angry or angry guy, 2 words. Angry guy. Do I think that's accurate? No, I don't. I don't. I think I'm a multifaceted being, a multi-dimensional being. You can take that in many different ways. You could interpret that however you like. Do I think I have humor? Yes. Do I try to understand others and listen to others and understand their perspective? Does it mean I agree when I listen? No. But do I try to understand? Yes. Do I always agree with everyone? Am I the most agreeable being on earth? No, I'm not. Is disagreeability often a sign of high intelligence? Yes, it is. Did you know that before? Because if you're just agreeing with the crowd all the time, you're not thinking for yourself. And it's not a conscious thing where I'm going, I better disagree, because if I disagree with the crowd, I'm thinking for myself. It just comes automatic, naturally to me, where I have critical thinking skills. It's automatic. It's not a conscious, I better I just automatically see things differently than most on earth. I don't agree with most people, and I'm willing to say that. I don't agree with your view on this in this realm, your view on life, most often your morality. I don't agree with most of you on earth, the vast majority. I don't. I don't think most beings are very moral. I think you'll snuff out life, the most innocent life, and do it by the millions and not think anything of it. The suffering, the way that, let's say, a fetus, you would call it a fetus, I'd call it a baby, would try to avoid being torn to pieces or ripped to pieces or cut. They have nowhere to go. They're vulnerable. The most vulnerable, I would say. And they're under attack by the millions every year. So these are just some of my sleepy thoughts on emotions and feelings. Now, feelings, you can feel one way. You could feel good or feel like you're in a good mood 1 minute of the day or for 20 minutes, and the rest of the day you could be in a shitty mood. Something could happen to ruin your day. Something could happen to change your feelings. Even your hormones could change. It's not necessarily some major event that happens that changes your feelings. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand? Feelings change like the wind. Just observe a woman in the course of a day. They're governed by their hormones and emotions and feelings. Almost entirely. Now, I'm not saying entirely, I said almost entirely. Can women still think? Yes. And I know some will be offended by me even saying this. Can women still focus on a task or focus on a conversation or studying a topic? Yes, they can. It's rare, though, and I think it's becoming more rare in modern society. I suspect women 100, 120, 150 years ago were better at it than today. Now, I wasn't around then, so I don't have solid proof or observational, experiential proof to say I was there and witnessed 1,000 women that were much better at that back then than today. But I think a lot of modernity has ruined women. Feminism, social media, smartphones, being in the workplace, competing with men, pretending they're equal to men, trying to make themselves into men, trying to... Hello, everyone. If you've just joined the show, I'm covering my newest video, Alchemical Gold series, Thoughts on Emotions, Feelings, and Truth. And I am open to having some guests, but VIPs only. No creatures like Nolan that hide their name, face, play games, play demon games. I just don't want them around. I don't want demon games. I want VIPs only, but I'm open to having people, including new people that have never spoken live with me. I'd love to have some guests today, this morning. I think it would be beautiful. And I do love the ones that have been on before, and they're always welcome. Wendy, of course, RI was on days ago. Mind Mirage has been on multiple times, not for a long time, but I wish I could spend a solid hour or two with Mind Mirage. I wish I could. I don't know how long I spoke with Moon Nest, but I wish I could spend an hour or two again with Moon Nest. If it was half an hour the last time, it seemed to go by very quickly. I'd love to spend an hour or two with Moon Nest as a guest, or longer. If she had time and said, "Oh, I'm willing to talk for 3 hours," I'd love it. I'd love to talk with Wendy for 3 hours. I'd love to talk with Maurice. I hope I'm pronouncing her name properly. And Anthony is here. I'm not sure who else is tuned in right now, but if you're a longtime viewer, a regular viewer, I'd love to have you on the show. You don't have to be nervous. I don't think you need any special software, as far as I understand. You should be able to just use your phone and click the link. And if your phone, you don't have to use their camera. You can disable that on the way on. I'm perfectly fine. You don't have to be on webcam or camera on your phone. You can use an avatar. You can upload it. You could whatever way you want is fine by me. It's about the conversation. That's what I'm interested in. It's not about somebody. Well, it's not about the things that on all these other channels. They focus on everything other than the conversation, the substance, the ideas. I'm trying to do something different. I'm trying to focus on the actual conversation and what people see, what people think, their views, their understanding of things, their insights. That's what I'm focused on. And personality and humor. But I think it's distracting to have a bunch of people on cameras. I don't know, it just is to me. I'm more interested in the actual conversation. For the most part. And that's what I focus on when I do live streams and have guests. And I'd love to have more and more guests on. Not just different people, just more guests instead of streaming for 8, 10, 12 hours and not having a guest. I'd rather have guests on once in a while. Maybe not every stream. There might be streams where I just don't feel like having a guest, or I just have too much stuff to talk about or cover or whatever. But I do love having conversations with people everywhere in this realm. I really do. And you can be comfortable with me. I'm not going to try to make you look stupid or these gotcha moments on other shows. I don't do that. Now, there are exceptions, though. I would do that to a demon. I would make fun of a demon if a demon showed up here. If some creepy creature like a Flogay that sold drugs to children came on, I would probably mention it while he's here. I'd say, "Hey, you're a scumbag. You sold drugs. You sold meth to children." I'm not going to go easy on demons, but if they're a good being, of course, I'm going to. If you're a good being and you come on to chat with me, I'm going to treat you like a good being. If you're a demon that shows up like a Flogay, or if that creepy coward from Archaic's channel, that Jason Brashears, showed up here, that sex offender on a sex offender list in Texas, if he showed up here, I wouldn't treat him like a good being, because he isn't. That's the way I am. Hello, Gary. Good to see you. Visually beautiful ocean walk today. That sounds fantastic. Happy that you're out there enjoying the ocean. Hope you have a good walk today. That sounds like a great idea. Having an ocean walk. And not like that mushroom from California. Last night I covered his stream, and I was joking saying I think he's filming it on an old potato with a toaster. It was like 2 pixels. You could 2 or 3 pixels. You couldn't even tell it was the ocean, whatever he was filming with. His video was absolute garbage, Mushroom Coyote. And then he was talking about he couldn't believe how wet the ocean made him or something. It was just like, yeah, water's wet, Mushroom Coyote, you dummy. They couldn't believe they got wet. It's like, yeah, that's the ocean. It's water. Of course you're going to get wet. Standing in the water. It was just so stupid. That mushroom is such an idiot. Such a complete idiot. No kidding. Water's wet. What a genius mushroom is. They couldn't believe how wet they got from water. Go figure. Anyway, I thought that was funny covering that last night. That dummy Mushroom Coyote. I'm going to switch over to this for a second. This dad made a video. My daughter died from one counterfeit. I think the title is fentanyl or something. This is weird. His daughter's gone to the person that sold you fentanyl. His daughter's gone. She died. This person said it's not her fault for taking a pill that she thought was safe. Never blame the victim. My condolences to you. She deserved better. I send love and the rest. I send love to you and the rest of her family. Somebody said something is very wrong with this comment section. She was a child. I'm glad I'm not a parent. I know I've said it before, but I'm glad I'm not a parent. Glad I don't have children to worry about the way things are and how many of them get in trouble and use drugs and could end up dead. It's just, I'm so glad that I don't have to deal with this. There are no words to express condolences for your loss. This is a father's worst nightmare in this world. I wouldn't want to live if this happened to me. Somebody wrote, "Don't do drugs, kids." And the father said, "Great advice," with a fist bump. Ella said, "I am so sorry no parent should ever have to bury their child." Every second or third comment on YouTube often has a spelling mistake, bad grammar. I know that's not the issue. I'm not missing the point, but it's just annoying that it's just a constant stream of people that can't even type one sentence without checking it before they hit enter. Even when it's on someone's death, they just can't do it. There's no spell checking with people. There's just nothing. It's careless. And here's another one. I'm so sorry. Never blame the victim. This is the way it is in society these days. The song choice is diabolical. This person said, I thought it was a joke at first. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't real. Maybe it's made by a fucking weirdo. You never know. Never know. Never know if it's her father or there's a lot of sick creatures out there that will do things for views. I think this guy's made a fake channel. And you click on it. My name is Eric Kittendorf. Really? Kittendorf. Well, that sounds like a fake name to me. Sounds fake. Right off the bat. Kittendorf? Really? And all these videos here. These aren't his kids. Anyway. It's getting more difficult to tell. We're in a weird realm full of sickos.
That's great.
Alyssa D. Kittendorf. And it's showing a tombstone. Is that real? I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of sickness and exploitation, weirdness. Kittendorf. Right off the bat, the kitten part, I was like, yeah. I don't know about that. Kitten. Kitten. I've never seen kitten in someone's name before. Kitten? I just haven't. Now, there's a big nose.
He's one of the special kids, you know, like he's a football player and he's this and he's that and he's this because he's such a cat, you know. Everybody's parents think that
On the art of the deal, looks more like the art of the Neil. You can't even guard your house. Hey. Deal is what you're begging for.
What's up, Mr. Big Nose?
Hello.
Yeah.
you're full of
Sounds like
shit.
a song from the 70s. Mr. Big Nose. Who do you
Mr.
think
Big
you are?
Nose.
Yeah, it's King
Well,
Stephen.
There was a big nose in Pink Panther.
It's King Stephen again. How are you doing?
Hey,
Hello,
Sorry.
Saab. There was a big nose in Pink Panther show.
Yeah, you got kind of shitty last time you were here. Why are you back?
I think every time he's
Oh,
been
I
here,
did.
he's shitty.
What do you mean I did?
Yeah, you did.
No, you wait a second. What happened the last time I was here?
You don't even know, do you? You don't even remember what you do at all.
Who are you, D man?
See, you don't know anybody.
Quit it, Stephen.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know anyone.
Yeah.
You're
it's-
bullshit.
You're right.
Well, then
It's not
you don't know us.
bullshit. I
Take
don't know
care
who
of
D-
yourself.
I don't know who D Man 216 is. I don't know who this guy is. What, Saab? What do you mean I got shitty? What happened the last time? I don't remember.
You were a shit ass. You started cussing and acting like a fool, and I had to throw
It
you
doesn't
off.
sound like me. I don't cuss at people.
Yeah, he drinks. Yeah,
I'm
he
just
drinks,
gonna-
and that's
You don't need to be here.
Listen to this guy saying he drinks. What do I drink? What do I drink? What are you talking about? I'm drinking an orange juice right now. I drink. What do I drink then? What do you mean? These are just, they just throw out these false accusations, these pieces of shit. A shit ass. What are you talking about? What are you creatures talking about? You kicked me off your show. I came on there to provide a little bit of humor as Mr. Big Nose.
You know where it's gonna go because it's gonna goes the same way every time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't even want him up here. Well, the fact that he had to come on as somebody else, what does that tell you? Why couldn't you try to come up with this other fucking thing?
Yes,
See,
sir.
if you've been such a shit that I have to ban you from the studio and you have to.
You're shit, you scrawny little old loser. You look like a tiny hat calling yourself Stein Bergowitz. You look like a Steinbrenner or a Stein something. You look like a fucking tiny hat. Go back to Tel Aviv, you shit ass.
To make a fucking sock account to come up. It should only be if you are ready to really apologize for your past behavior and perhaps beg, forgiveness on it. But
apologize and beg forgiveness. You're delusional. You kicked me. You can't even have a conversation, you weakling piece of shit. I'll never beg anybody on earth. You dumbass, you pissant. I'd step on you. Step on you.
No. That's not, we're not going to have that.
Nah, it does the same thing over and over and over. That's why I say, as soon as I hear the voice, I know it's him. It doesn't make a difference. You can put any picture up there, you know.
I wasn't trying to fool you, idiots. I was having fun. Dummies.
I'm gonna know who it is every time. I got a mind like a fucking elephant. I'm gonna remember you every time.
You got a mind like a fucking elephant. Really? I think you got a mind like a pissant dummy.
Try to act like he's not that same dude. Come on, man.
I'm not acting at all. I wasn't acting at all. Mr. Big Nose is a new character, you dummy. You missed the point, dumbass.
Jesus Christ.
I threw a couple links in the back from one of your
Mr. Big Nose.
One of the guys that comes in the channel all the time. Whenever he sees me anywhere on the comment section or something, he always says hello to me. So I always mention Logical Observations 2.0 from YouTube. Those are two great videos that he threw up there, and I grabbed them real quick. I know it's kind of off topic, but
yeah, we'll get them. We'll get them. Cool. I got them saved back here. What is this thing? Oh, this is great. Look, this was a teacher on her way to work, and she didn't like these signs. But look at this entitledness that people feel. Watch it.
Lady! Do you mean entitlement? You said entitledness. You're a low IQ dummy, Sav. Dumbass. Dumbass Dave, or whatever your name is. You're a dummy.
Hey! God bless America. This is my road. I pay for it. Do this in your own front yard.
I live in Bethesda.
You have the right to display whatever you want in your front yard, but not in a road that everyone pays for, not in the public right of way.
Hey, Karen, what's your name?
she got arrested, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't last 24 hours. It didn't last all day last time.
It did. It was 12 hours.
Good morning. Somebody got.
So what's your name?
My name is First Amendment.
It's not your First Amendment right to destroy my First Amendment right.
You cannot. You can't put it in the public right of way.
Yeah, it's legal. You didn't say that when Black Lives Matter was out here marching in the streets, did you?
I didn't put any banners up.
I'm allowed to, lady. Why do you think we're doing it?
No.
Why do you think the cops are going to arrest you, not me?
A pair of scissors is brandished.
Do you want to give us the $25 for the flag?
This is how it's recommended to carry scissors safely. I'm not pointing you.
Do you want to give us $25 for the flag, or what? What's up?
Or call the cops.
It doesn't belong in the public.
You're going to get arrested. I really, you don't understand. This is completely legal, you dumbass. That's why we've been out here for weeks.
It's not legal.
It's 100% legal.
Call the cops. Call the cops.
Call 911 right now.
Call the cops on yourself cutting down the flag.
Yeah, call 911. Do you want to pay for the flag and we'll let you off easy, or do you want to do it the hard way and go to jail?
You call 911.
Oh, we will.
Okay.
Don't you worry.
What else do you need to know? What's the name of your organization?
My name is Sean Porter. It's on the sign.
Well, I hope that you use your own.
Do you want to make restitution now, or do you want to be insane and go to jail?
I hope that you use your own private property to
Jesus,
express
Amy.
your First Amendment.
No, I paid for this because it's public property.
You're not renting.
Be very abrupt when you would when it would get to the point where you would be.
Well, I mean, I thought
Who?
Henry Ford.
Oh yeah,
back in
that
the,
was much later though. That was
yeah, much later. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, throughout history.
Fucking family court system. What an absolute fucking joke that is. You know.
Oh
It's-
my God, I know.
Dude, they extort. I mean, literally, they will extort money from you.
So the last two times I went over to this Jews channel, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, this loser, he kicked me off last night as Mr. Big Nose. He kicked me off before. Mr. Big Nose looks very much like Tony Sayers. I can barely tell them apart, but there's a Mr. Big Nose character going around on YouTube now. There's a Mr. Big Nose character going to different channels, not just to this Sovereign Fool channel. I think that Sovereign Fool channel absolutely sucks. I think he's a miserable little prick. He's a scrawny, little miserable old prick. He probably hasn't been laid in 500 years or more. If he's a vampire, which he could be. I don't know for sure. I'm being silly when it comes to that. It's not me lying and just being silly about him. I don't give a shit about that idiot. I've been live now for 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 33 seconds, right on the button. 3 hours, 3 minutes, 33 seconds. I just noticed it. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sing until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
Battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello, everyone. That's a new song. The King is Here. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. I love making music. It feels good. It keeps my mind active. And it's fun. It's fun. It's more fun than these tiggas are having at this ghetto graduation. Tiggas.
Yeah, don't it?
So they're always barefoot, bending over, and this is what they do. They love to dance and sing. And I know some people say that's racist, that's a stereotype. Well, it's a stereotype for a reason, because it's what they love to do. They love to kick off their shoes, and they have their stinky bare feet in this auditorium, and they're dancing like it's a ghetto party, and it's a graduation. Like these tiggas are pushed through. They can't read or write. A lot of them graduate. They're illiterate when they graduate, and they're still allowed to graduate. It's incredible. If anybody thinks, well, they're educated, they graduated, this is what they are. If you actually believe that they're smart and they graduated legitimately, you're fooling yourself.
Oh, shit.
The ghetto party. Oh shit. Oh shit. And they're just tearing the place up. Where are the boys? Is it all women that are graduating? There's no guys. It's all these chicks there. It's crazy. It's all women. It's all young women in purple and gold of all colors, it looks like. Oh shit.
Wow. All I can say is the future intellect, the future intellectual giants of our country, the new generation who is going to create this civilization. That's who's going to do it right there. Doctors and engineers, lawyers, architects, designers, artists, and tastemakers. And if that is who is influencing our society, I am definitely hopeful for the future, that's for sure. Looks like it'll be a peaceful future. Looks like society will run smoothly. Looks like trains and planes and automobiles will get off the road and get on.
So if I were responding to help out the tiggas, they would say, we was kings and queens and shit. We know about trains. We run trains on our women. We be running a train. I be running a train last night on this black chick with Jerome and Tyrone. We be we be running a train on our women. We know about trains. Shit.
The road and get off the ground easily. Yes, because they've certainly done that in their own places of residence, former places of residence. Seems like if you do a time-lapse video, it all...
Well, they could bend over and shake their butt and kick off their shoes and dance barefoot. like you just saw there. That's what they're best at. And some of the Tiggas can sing, they can dance and sing, but they can't do anything. They don't build civilization. They don't invent anything.
Stays the same or gets worse in some cases. And then other civilizations, for example, they just seem to keep improving and improving. But I'm sure it's because they had intellectual giants like that graduating from their most esteemed, illustrious academic institutions. Okay, so let's do a little compare and contrast here. This is a woman talking about how shocked she is that in the suburbs, which is synonymous with certain kinds of people, bikes are never stolen.
Right? She can't believe it. Right off the bat, this Tigga has a camouflaged hat that says, God is dope. I can't make this shit up. They wear stuff like this. God is dope. Like, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen on a cap before. Right there on the camouflage, which is weird because usually camouflage would be worn by white guys, not some black chick, but God is dope, it says. What a stupid hat.
Bikes are never stolen. Very interesting. So take it away.
You only see this in the suburbs. I don't get it. I have never. Bikes got stolen. Bikes were stolen on a regular basis. It's a different world.
Yeah, by darkies. You steal bikes. We know that. She can't believe that bikes aren't stolen in a safe area where there aren't darkies running around stealing bikes. There's racial differences. Race is real.
Out here. Bikes were stolen on a regular. I have never. Bikes got stolen. Bikes were stolen on a regular basis. It's a different world out here. I'm flabbergasted.
I'm shocked too. I just assumed it was a normal part of life that if you're walking down the street and you happen to see someone's bike leaned up on a tree, that your first instinct is to be like, well, I think I'm just going to commandeer that. I'll just take that for myself. I'll help myself to that. They obviously don't want it. Hey, finders keepers, losers weepers, right? Apparently not in certain areas. The same people who manage to control their emotions and to control their worst instincts to just steal people's random things are also capable of doing this. I want this to be a little bit of a positive note. For any of you who you may not be wealthy, you may not come from wealth, you may not have a Ferrari or whatever, just know that it's your people who are capable of some of the most incredible works of art and a genius that is almost unworldly, like this, for example. Might bore a few people, but I'm an avid connoisseur of classical music. If I travel anywhere, I try to find a concert, because concerts in the United States are like, they don't exist, okay? Or they play like Swan Lake. You can find the Nutcracker, and that's it. The most basic things ever. Because there's not a need for it. There's not a desire for this sort of entertainment, because that's been changed by the doctors and engineers. We've been told to look up to the doctors and engineers, and those people scorn and scoff at works of art like this, and this brilliant woman.
She was shocked because she was expecting us to play another concerto.
So basically what happened is this woman had prepared the wrong piece, and these classical pianists play without any music. It's all from memory. So this lady is just going to have to pull out a random concerto that she wasn't prepared for at all from memory.
So when I started the first bar of the D minor concerto, she kind of jumped and panicked, like an electric shock, I think. And she couldn't consider even moving ahead playing, And then we talked a moment, and she told me I was expecting to play a completely different piece. I do what I can do if I remember. And the miracle is that she has such a memory that she could, within a minute, switch to a new concerto without making one mistake.
I can listen to that for hours. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, when you see vying rivalries between different cultures and different traditions and different rhythmic sounds, okay, let's choose that rather as opposed to, well, this. That's unfortunately what is being pushed on us. And it's unavoidable, too. That lady was trying to go to the beach and enjoy herself, and those people want to foist their music, their incredibly poor taste, down everyone else's ears and into everyone else's eardrums. And that's what we have to deal with. But do not let it defeat you. Do not let it conquer you. Rise above that. We have to embrace who we are. Seriously. We have to embrace that, and you have to want to better yourself, because you can't change anything else, but you can better yourself. And then for onlookers around, they will see the contrast. When you see the contrast, like the first video we showed to that woman playing the piano, the contrast is stark. The contrast is stark. And when you see success, when you see beautiful things like that, it makes you want to improve yourself. So if anything, not to go to self-improvement here, sorry, but let's try to set a better example and not assimilate to something worse, okay? Even though the worst thing is easily accessible, the worst thing is everywhere. It's on every screen, it's on every billboard. Choose the tougher of the battles. Choose the smaller road to take. Choose the better one. Choose something better and try to be better yourself. I'm so sick. I'm so sick. I've got a very rude term for it, but our culture and our society and our people, especially in America, have just unfortunately taken on the worst traits out there, because it's easier to be a follower than a leader. So start being a leader and choosing something else, please. Like the epidemic that I see of people with the tattoos everywhere, dressing. Now you have people like this dressing with their saggy pants and streetwear, which all is inspired from that well. Can we just reject that, please? Even in our own life, just reject it. It's gross. When you see a beautiful building, when you go to a museum, and I encourage you to do those things. Okay, we don't have many of them. I'll give that to you. We don't have much to choose from. Okay, there aren't concerts. We don't really encourage or cultivate the arts in the United States. There are basically no good museums. Even the Metropolitan. I was in New York not too long ago, and none of the museums were open. The Met was closed. The Frick Museum the line was like 2 hours long. It's just a disaster, you know? We just don't have those sorts of things, and I want those things. So if you have money, if you're an eccentric person and you have money, turn your house into a salon. You know, they used to have salons in France, and that's where the intellectuals and the artists would gather, and they would talk about their ideas, and they would talk about their thoughts. You had Frédéric Chopin there. You had all of these notable names in history who contributed to the art scene, and they went to and attended these salons. It's good to have cultural events. It's actually good, especially when there's a concert on every corner that is awful garbage music. It's terrible art. Modern art is just disgusting. And they're doing that on purpose. They're trying to kill real art. You don't see new innovations. You don't see good art. It's very rare. It's extremely rare because we don't value that sort of thing in the United States. That's why it's not even economical to have a museum or put on a classical concert anymore. Like, the best you're going to do is a subpar opera at the Metropolitan. And what will it be? The Magic Flute for the 15 billionth time? Pisses me off. More Monet. Like, there's other art out there, you know? It's everything. Everything is so subpar, and it's all directly influenced by the usuals. So do not take on the traits of those that are worse than you. I know it's easy, like even when you're in school, when you're a kid, the easiest friendships to nurture, the easiest friendships to make are the weird kids in school who come up to you first because they want to bring you down to their level. Why do you think they are trying to push this all on us so hard? Because they want us all to be brought down, because they fear what you're capable of. They fear who you are, really. Okay? There are hierarchies. I'm sorry.
Be better than them. Be better than the Tiggas. She's saying, be better than them. That's the title of her video. Be better than them. Be better than these Tiggas. Be better.
It's unavoidable. That which is at the bottom of the hierarchy will always attempt to pull that which is at the top of the hierarchy down. And what you can do is not succumb to that. But anyway, that's the show. Bit rambly.
Be better than these Tiggas.
So we have some small channel here. Somebody recommended this to me, Kaylin Marissa. We'll watch it all the way through. She got 69,000 views in 5 days. The boys could be in their car recording, but they don't feel like it because it's gay, because they're too cool, because that YouTube shit is for suckers or other people, or you keep coping, bro. You keep coping. This random chick is doing it. You don't think you got something better to say than some random chick? All right. The downfall of women.
Internet is psychologically destroying the modern female brain and how it works. What am I talking about? So many things. I'm a female.
Oh shit,
I can
really?
see what's happening firsthand. I am aware of it, and sometimes I still fall short and fall into the trap of the modern society. What am I talking about? Well, let me start with the false oppression that is being said to become upon all women for daily struggles like motherhood, being a wife, being a girlfriend, loneliness, hard work, etc. These things are now being labeled oppression. People on social media or on the internet are talking about things like motherhood as if they are oppressive, like raising your child is an oppression against you. This is insane to me. This is insane to me. There are moms out there and there are women out there that don't even have kids that talk about having kids like it is some sort of burden on their life. Now, don't get me wrong. Raising children is hard, like I said in my last video. It's not supposed to be easy. It was never supposed to be easy. But there's this thing called sacrifice that many modern day people don't understand the concept of, or they're just too selfish and distracted to even care about the concept of the word selfishness. But when you have children, yourself in a way dies, and your old self should die. You shouldn't still be the same person you were pre-kids that you are when you have children, because you should be bettering yourself constantly as an example for those children. But women, especially women, and I'm a woman, so I'm allowed to talk about this, don't want to do the hard work to change themselves. A lot of women are comfortable in the way that they are, and they don't want to put in the work and make them.
Oh, so she's a woman, so she's allowed to talk about this. Men aren't allowed to talk about it if we're not women, I guess. Just can't make this shit up.
The changes to be a better version of themselves, especially young women and young moms. But now I'm seeing even 30-year-old women and onwards acting like teenagers, and they just don't want to die to their old self and become that new version. And like I said, I understand. I'm not talking from a place of inexperience on this topic. I really understand this one. So yeah, that's an example. Is just they are painting motherhood, and I mean the internet is painting motherhood as a form of oppression. And even being a wife as a form of oppression. There's so many videos online talking about, oh, I'm not going to cook my husband some food, or I'm not going to clean the house. We're going to split the jobs. Or he's going to do his own stuff and I'm going to do my own stuff. Why are you even in a relationship then? You should only be in a relationship if you're ready to serve the other person. You should want to serve the other person. If you don't, then don't be in a relationship. You should be single because you're self-serving and selfish. That's exactly what it is. And I'm talking to women here. I'm not a man. I can't speak on men's topics. I can speak briefly on them from my knowledge of and observing of problems in the men community, but I'm not a man. I am a woman, and I've definitely seen firsthand and heard and had conversations with other women that have led me here to this video today that I'm making, because it's enough. Just because you're a woman doesn't give you a free pass to act like everyone should come save you and come serve you. Now, yes, I do believe that women should be served in a way that's different from the way that we are supposed to serve a man. But we are still supposed to serve the man. It doesn't matter, like, what you believe. You are made to serve a man in some type of way. You're not made to be single. It's not oppressive to be in a relationship. It's not oppressive.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sure she feels brilliant. She's talking a lot. Anyway, I'm gonna jump over to something else. I get tired of hearing certain things and certain voices. There's no calm energy there. She's covered in tattoos. She wants to pretend to be a trad wife or traditional woman, and she just isn't. She's the typical tatted up, loud, modern woman making videos in a car. Just another pretender. That's how I look at it. Let's jump on over here to my Odyssey channel for a moment. 349 followers. They call them followers. Subscribers, they call it followers over there on Odyssey. It's my Odyssey channel for people that want to join it. It's kind of a backup, but sometimes I post unique content there that I don't post on YouTube because certain things that just fit in better there. Certain things I'm wary of them reporting on YouTube. And this video was a kind of a hit over there, 149 views. It's not a ton. It's not over 349. But Creepy Keith, a case study in demons, psychopathy, narcissism, obsessive behaviors. Here's my newest, though. Mr. Big Nose Talks. What's this about?
Yes, if you had well, let me ask you this: if you had an aspiration for a career goal, what would you choose, Adrian? What would be your source of academic investment?
Well, that's a good question. You know, let me think. I think bioacoustics is interesting. You know, bioacoustics. You know, I was thinking about applying to a PhD program in Europe for that, but I don't know. But in terms of career, I mean, maybe I don't know, like software engineering or I don't know. I did some IoT work in the past. You know, that was interesting. Yeah, IoT can be very fascinating. You gotta learn the cloud platforms well. I used Azure a lot. You know,
right?
S2. You know, and I worked with the IoT a bit. It was just pretty nice too. So yeah, I'm pretty open to a lot of stuff. But right now, the job market is not the best for tech. You know, there's a lot of layoffs happening. So maybe it will pick up again in the future. Like it has its ups and downs a lot, you know, the tech field. Yeah, so.
Right, we have a guest. Hold on. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Just discussing computer science.
Oh, okay. All right.
You into computer science?
I don't know much about computer science. I study reality of this realm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what have you discovered about this realm?
I think this place might be ruled by big-nosed reptilian evil entities.
What would bring you to that conclusion?
Observation and a lot of the David Icke stories about the reptilian people, the beings taking over humanity.
Are you aware of David Icke's history? Have you studied his, from the time he was a sports broadcaster all the way up to present date, and even his claim on national TV that he was Jesus Christ?
Yeah, I think he might have been Jesus, or he might have been on drugs or something when he made that claim. But he played football in the UK, and he got kicked in the balls, and that probably impacted him too.
Oh yeah, getting kicked in the balls, that's no fun.
He had a severe injury. He one of his testicles burst when that happened, and then he changed.
So, would you consider that to be he was disillusioned, which affected his personality, and that led to the narrative that he is promoting today? I'm very familiar with David Icke.
Well, I saw him speak at Wembley. He might have been disillusioned. He did a speech at Wembley, and the guy was fantastic. He walked around the stage. He spoke for about 12 hours, and I was like, bloody hell, mate, you could hold an audience's attention. He looked a bit reptilian though. At some point, his eyes changed like a snake eyes, and his arthritis, he had arthritic fingers, and he gave the audience the finger, and people booed him for a minute.
Right. David Icke is, I will give him, he's a very charismatic individual.
He is
so charismatic that I think that even if he had, well, no, I won't say that. If he had the facts, then I don't think that he would have quite the personification. I think the facts would speak for themselves. But because he has no actual documentation, he's depending on his charisma to get this reptilian agenda message out there.
Are you for or against the reptilian agenda?
I know a lot of my culture's heritage spoke of things, but have I ever encountered a reptilian or anything of that? No.
You never seen a single reptilian?
No, I've dealt with primordial and supernatural entities, but I've never seen a physical reptilian. I've yet to see anybody decamouflage into a reptilian other than what clips they have on YouTube. But I just don't. I can't ascribe to something that doesn't have a legitimately founded historical fact to them. They're more speculation and allegory or even mythology. Now, if I ever seen one, That would be cool.
Well, I've seen some, and some people speculate David Icke is one of these reptilians himself, and he's a whistleblower. It's a theory. His eyes sometimes go snake-eyed. What culture how does your culture deal with these reptilian beings when they see them? You said about your culture. You're not a Hebrew or anything, are you, with the star?
No, Native American. That's actually, yeah, that's actually a geometrical tool that you're looking at behind you. It has a golden ratio to it, divine proportion, right angle.
Oh, well, Disney showed that with Pythagoras and you see that cartoon? Yeah.
Yes, Donald Duck in Math Magic Land.
Yes. Donald Duck and Magic Land.
Yep.
Yeah. That was cool.
Yeah, it's very educational on it. I was hoping it would take a lot of stigmata away from.
Oh, I like that song, Stigmata Ministry.
Yeah.
Ministry. Yeah. That's a good band. I like them. I like those guys.
Yeah, they're pioneers in Rust Belt Industrial. They had their hands in a lot of things. Al did, at least.
Oh, Al, yeah. Do you like music a lot?
Certain types at certain moods, and sometimes I feel very heavy where I could use the aggression, and then sometimes I'm just real calm and want to kick back to some rhythm and blues or even 60s and 70s.
Oh, yeah. Well, when I was younger, I jerked off aggressively to Ministry. There was a lot of songs that is very sexual and pretty cool.
I found it to be more modern violence. Do you associate violence and sex together?
Yeah, sometimes. Somebody broke my nose one time when I was having sex with a buddy's girlfriend. I got punched in the face in bed, and I was still inside of her, and he broke my nose. Yeah.
So what? Your buddy wasn't willing to share his girlfriend, and he got mad at you?
Yeah, he wouldn't. He didn't want to. My buddy didn't want to share her pussy with me.
She did, obviously. So
yeah, she was willing.
Yeah,
but he was just mad about it, and he came and just busted my fucking nose, and he was upset.
Did you at least get off? She took the initiative to share her body with you, regardless of him. I'd hope you got a busted nose and at least blew a nut.
I busted my nut right when he busted my nose, basically.
Wow.
Yeah, it was kind of a synchronicity where it was like one busting and the other one busting at the same time.
Wow. Interesting display of biological release.
And she screamed because she got scared. She thought he was gonna kill us or something. So she reacted, and then she orgasmed as she screamed in fear. It was like a bloody mess of violence and orgasmic violence, and it was kind of incredible. But you can't even script that shit to happen that way.
No, fuck, man. Some people pay for that. Sounds.
I would have paid for it. It was worth it, but I got it for free.
Well, Well, there you go. You beat
Yeah.
the system. You got it for free.
Yeah, I got it for free. I got her coochie for free, and yeah, it was quite a thing. How do you? I was gonna ask you, how do you people, or how do your culture, natives, how do they deal when they see a reptilian? Like, do they try to capture them or kill them, or do they befriend them, or like what's the whole thing?
Well, there's the Hopi, which I'm Appalachian Cherokee. We had the Moon-Eyed people, but you know, out west in the plains, they had the larger statued, red-haired cannibals, and then you had the Ant people, which during the last cataclysm apparently helped a neighboring nation into safety. And then the reptilian talk that is amongst the tribe has to do with shapeshifters. I can't think of the actual word for it at the moment.
The skinwalkers?
Well, no, they're
Or the shapeshifters? Shit, I can't think of it, but it's part of your native lore.
lycanthropy. Yeah, lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's talk of that throughout various nations. Just because we're Native American, we still have separate nations, separate reservations, and unless you're a Native American traveling from North Carolina out west, those we as a nation do not generally ever encounter their nation. It was the Creek, the Cherokee, and I believe there was some the Creek and the Cherokee were marched down the Trail of Tears, but there was some Iroquois involved there. There was some trade with them.
Oh. Yeah, I remember reading about the Iroquois.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Mohawk and the Huron and it's the Cree Indians and the the Sioux and all of them. Yeah. The
Right
Trail
now-
of Tears. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually drove what parts of the Trail of Tears that you could actually drive by and just to see. But right now I live in northern Indiana, and I'm in Miami territory, and that's the Miami Indians. The last setting chief for them was Little Turtle. But since then, they've got a Little Turtle died, and they brought in a new chief. And since the new I knew Little Turtle, but I don't know this new guy, so I don't even, I don't bother.
Oh, Little Turtle. Yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody said a joke one time that when a guy goes in cold water, he has a little turtle, the penis turtles up.
I've
in
never
cold
heard.
water. Yeah.
Oh yeah, shrinkage.
Yeah, shrinkage like a frightened turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. On the Trail of Tears, one of my stepfather was a real fucking asshole, and I heard he said he was boasting that he had cowboy ancestors that were part of the Trail of Tears and just beating the shit out of these Indians and killing them on the Trail of Tears. Now, I don't know if it was true or not, but that's what got me kind of interested looking into the history of some of these native tribes, because he was such a fucking prick.
this asshole that boasted and said, "Oh yeah, my ancestors were a part of that." I don't know if it's true, if he's just being a prick, but he let on that they just beat the shit out of these natives and made them cry on the trail.
Well, regardless of whether he did or not, that's history to me. I do observe the fact that they marched them on the Trail of Tears. They relocated many nations. They were the first form of biological warfare outside of Europe, where they used to catapult the dead bodies inside of the strongholds for disease purposes.
Oh, I didn't know that. They catapulted in America?
No, Britain.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They take the dead bodies, catapult them into the stronghold, and it would build pestilence and disease. So I'm sure.
Did they rub these bodies in America, the blankets with the smallpox, like they said?
Yeah, that. Yeah, that was one of the first forms of biological warfare, other than catapulting dead bodies.
So they really did commit like bio warfare on natives with smallpox. They infected the oh man.
Well, South America, the biggest part of the indigenous population of South America died of when the Spanish conquistadors come over there and the Inquisition. They killed off many tribes because the tribes had no immunity to the diseases that they were carrying. So instead of having to basically take over the way they did here in America by firepower and force, disease wiped out, I'm going to say at least 1/3 of Mesoamerican, indigenous people.
Yeah, disease. It took a lot of people over here, all the way down to South America. It wiped out whole tribes and.
Yeah, that's I think they still employ those practices, but on a black budget or a black ops type of thing. And I think that even with the produce that we eat, off of the shelves, they're still hitting us with biological warfare, whether it be contrails via vapor trail, whatever. We're still being hit with biological warfare. Frequency from 5G towers, even 60 cycle electricity in your home, from power plants. It's still all forms of biological warfare.
Oh yeah, that's true. They can hit us from the grid, the electrical grid, and the ether. They can put shit into the ether, and they actually even attacked those Negroes in the South. I think it was in Mississippi. They gave them syphilis, and they tested all kinds of shit on them. Yeah.
The Tandusky experiment. Yeah.
Yeah. They did mostly on Negroes and I think retarded people, and they injected them with this shit. They let on that they were giving them needles for medicine or something. They tricked them, and some of them they just injected right into their dick.
That was my understanding of what happened.
Yeah, it was a medical experiment. I think it went on for even years, or maybe a decade, or something. They were making these Negroes get syphilis, and then seeing what happens if they don't treat them, and they just kept checking on them to see what would happen.
Well, in World War II, Mangula, he did some pretty atrocious shit, especially to you know,
Yeah.
the Holocaust victims, the cloning,
The twins, the Mangala twins. He'd get these girls and do like all these experiments, and sometimes he'd try to join them up bodies and make conjoined twins and all kinds of shit. He had like a whole room full of lampshades made out of their skin.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is. Whether I've never seen one. I've had lots of Nazi paraphernalia throughout the year as a collector, but even in the darkest realms of Nazi collectors or World War II memorabilia, I never ran across a skin lamp.
Yeah, I'd never seen one in person. I don't know if I'd want to see a skin lamp lit up with human skin stretched over it. I mean, it must be terrible.
Yeah, but humans are just generally prone to atrocity. I don't think there's a culture since the deluge or the Younger Dryas where there hasn't been just the most unbelievable behavior towards the human species as a fellow species, all the way from warfare to science, and as for me, I've really taken into consideration, because of my involvement in technology, compelling is what I want to use for the word of neuro implants.
Yeah, I heard that the Jews were spraying the Palestinians with raw sewage in tanker trucks, just spraying their houses with like a fire hose of raw sewage out of a big pumper truck.
Well, that's a good way to get sepsis and dysentery and mass infection, especially respiratory.
Yeah, and then they were fucking the corpses. The Jews were fucking the corpses, and they made some of Palestinians into soap, and they were bathing, like using the bars of soap, human soap, and just horrendous atrocities.
No, I don't know about human soap. I mean, if it was acquired in a certain way, I don't think it'd bother me.
Well, it was the fat of the women, the fat Palestinian, like they used the body fat, and they rendered that fat down into soap with the lye and chemicals, and they made it into fucking bars of soap.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I would want anything from the Gaza Strip, but I wouldn't be against using actual human soap. But the fecal matter being sprayed as a biological warfare, to me that's very concerning.
Yeah, it must have been disgusting. Like it would have stank for blocks and blocks and blocks over there. Just horrific stench. It was all sprayed. Just houses covered in this shit.
Well, I can imagine that would be, unlivable conditions. If you could stick around for that, man, that's some integrity, because they spray shit on my neighborhood. I'm out. I'm gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I would leave too. There were grannies coming out of these places just reeking with just it was horrible. It looked horrible. It looked like it looked horrific. It looked like the end of the world. It was just sprayed in black shit all over these houses.
I'm curious where they got the fecal matter.
I think they pumped it right out of Gaza. It was the people's own shit. Their neighbors they were spraying on them. They took it from them in there. They just pumped it into these trucks.
Really? That's
yeah.
That's pretty handy.
Well, they used their own shit against them, really. Literally.
Right. I find that very fascinating. Very fascinating because. Go ahead.
Well,
please.
they're both Semites, like the Palestinian, the Arabs, and the tiny hat Jews. They're Semites, and they didn't want to spray them with their kosher shit, the Jewish shit from inside the walls. They wanted to get them with the real nasty stuff.
I see. Psychological warfare too, huh?
Oh yeah, they're experts at that. Absolutely.
Damn. I didn't know that. That was very informative. Because I do know that in prison, what people will do is when they want a tattoo and somebody has a vendetta against them, and the person getting the tattoo doesn't know that they have that person as a vindictive adversary, they will dip the needles in shit. When they make the ink, they have one primary needle, and then they'll put the tattoo on the individual, and they usually die of sepsis, blood poisoning.
Oh yeah, I think I heard something about the bio warfare tattoos, the prison ink of death or something like that.
Yeah, they'll take their own fecal matter and they'll lay the needle in fecal matter before they tattoo the person. And over the course of, whether the tattoo takes a day or a couple days to finish, all that fecal matter is going into the bloodstream.
Yeah, there's shit pricking them with the fecal on the needle. I saw something recently. I think it wasn't the Protocols of Zion. It was something else with the Jews, and they were saying horrendous things about Native Americans. Like they really view natives as savages, and they look down on them as even below Goyim. They said. I don't know if you're aware of that, but
yeah, well, that would have been the first settlers that came over here from, the Hasidic or the Orthodox Jew, and naturally they're behind the cavalry and the settlers, so I could see from their perspective what they call savage or untamed. We called ourselves free. Whenever people started claiming land, we never understood that. we could go where we wanted to go. You know, so I could see them being very, very off taken by the Native American because we answered to nobody except the chief.
Yeah. They also didn't like that you weren't kosher and you had foreskin, and the Jews like to take they circumstance or circumcise the foreskin off the dicks of babies, the Jews, the rabbis, and they think that it's unholy, unclean. I think they think that having foreskin is dirty and nasty.
Well, there's an interesting thing in that book of theirs that says, do not add to or take away from the body. So, you know, the circumcision thing, if their God commands them not to add to or take away from the body, what the fuck are they doing removing foreskin? The other thing about foreskin is it's generally contributed to a pagan. And it has to be well kept. I mean, you know, I don't know if Jews were just being lazy and didn't want to keep up with their, you know, penis hygiene, so they cut the skin off. But I don't see any holy, religious, or spiritual aspect to cutting your foreskin off.
Yeah, they were lazy, and they said they don't like schmegma. They were getting smegma, and then the Jews took the foreskin off and claimed it was holy, and they were feeding it to the rabbis. They were actually eating it.
I've heard that. I have heard that. Now,
yeah, they'll chew on a baby's foreskin like bubble gum. They'll just keep it in their mouth and chew on it. They're sickos.
Do you know why they do this?
Well, it's part of I think it's in the Talmud or part of maybe their oral tradition. They think that it's holy and that it's the right of the rabbi to be able to do that when they do a circumcision at a bris or something.
Yeah, bris.
The rabbi will kiss the penis, and some of them are getting herpes from the rabbi's mouth, like they have herpes on their lips and they're yeah.
That's fucking nuts.
It's nuts, man. It's crazy. It's nuts.
Talking about paying it forward. Hell, you're fucked before you even get to your first year.
It's absolutely crazy that they do that. They'll suck on the baby's penis, these perverted rabbis, and it's just it's how did I don't know how the natives got all the casinos though in America. Was that with the Jews, or did the natives
that was what transpired there is we fought for gambling rights on certain reservations, and we were allowed to have the casinos because Native Americans aren't actually American citizens. When you move to a reservation and you become a part of a nation, you're no longer an American citizen. So they started building gambling casinos. And the Gaming Commission came in and wanted a percentage of that money and demanded it. But because reservations are sovereign ground and they have their own law enforcement, they were not subjected to it, and they were able to keep the casinos. You don't mind what nationality do you come from? Are you American, British,
Part
Irish?
American, part Italian,
Okay.
part Italian, and I got a bit of Mexican in me, and Brazilian. But I
Cool.
look more white. Yeah, I'm very light skinned for like a Brazilian.
Well, cool. Brazil's nice. I like Brazil.
Oh yeah, it is. I I read some American history about. I don't know if this is true, but the Indians didn't always like the Negroes, and they tried to wipe them out in certain parts of the country. I don't know if it was down in Florida or
The
somewhere like that.
Seminole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Seminole. That was one of the tribes. Some tribes accepted them. Some tribes did not. The Seminole would be one of the tribes that did not. You know, the Blackfoot did not. The Apache did not. But then there were other, you know, nations that welcomed him in.
Yeah, it's always weird to see those old photos of some of these tribes with Negroes in pictures, and they're wearing like some of the feathers and traditional dress, and I can't believe they accepted those darkies.
Well, what's interesting is Jimi Hendrix was half Cherokee, half African.
Yeah, I think I heard that. I saw a picture of Jimi Hendrix as a boy, and he was in a dress.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, they put him in a dress when he was like 5, 6 years old or something, and it's very weird. But I heard they poured wine down his throat and drowned him that way. It was in his lungs. It wasn't just in his stomach, like it was inhaled.
Right, right. That's, you know, Janis Joplin, Jimmy. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I just went out and bought a Stratocaster model, just so I could. I used to play a lot of rhythm and blues, Hendrix, even metal, you know, classical. And a couple days ago, I went and bought one, and I bought it because it was a Strat like Hendrix's.
Oh, really? He played the Strat?
Yep, Fender Strat.
Oh,
Strings
okay.
backwards because he was left-handed.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that Janis Joplin sucked Hendrix's dick.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that. I know Janis didn't like Jimi Hendrix, or not Jimi Hendrix, but Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison and Janis got into it several times. But Hendrix and Janis were very close friends.
Yeah, she tried to swallow his black and purple, but I heard that yeah, the Janis she smashed. Apparently, she smashed a whiskey bottle or a Southern Comfort or something over Jim Morrison's head at one point.
I can believe that.
Yeah. I guess Jim was arrogant and calling her a dumb cunt or something, and she just had it and just took a bottle and just smashed it over his head. And because Jim could kind of be a belligerent asshole when he was drinking, he could also be a bit of a clown and a troll. He teased people and just when he was drunk. But I guess he was a pretty gentle guy when he was sober.
Well, one thing I do like about Morrison is his ability to utilize the power of media and the power of media, and he had a presence to him that he maintained to captivate the audience and keep that mystique and still keep the crowd captivated, but still had that profound nature of poet, madman, clown. And
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Madman and Clown was really his thing, and apparently he one time he went on stage in Florida and whipped out his dick, showed the crowd, and they tried to arrest. They hauled Jim away, and they arrested him with public indecency, and they just they tried to put him in prison for years.
Yeah, they were going to sentence him, to my understanding, to a couple of years. But see, he got in trouble prior to that, disorderly conduct and something else. And what was that state? It was a northeastern state, New Haven, Connecticut. He was arrested there, and then they arrested him in Dade County, and he wound up going to Paris and never making it back. I was taken by Jim Morrison for quite a bit of time. I listened to an extreme amount of Morrison. Tried to get it.
Hell Realm.
Hell Realm.
This is a Hell Realm. Hell Realm. This is hell.
Your God
is an awesome God. He rains death from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love.
Psycho killer, sadistic voyeur. He's a thrill seeker. He's a real sick creeper.
God loves cancer. God loves to watch.
Millions suffer.
God is evil. It is a monster.
This is war. This is war.
This is a God makes diseases.
Does what it pleases.
Will you praise God?
Or will you worship it?
Team Evil.
Team Evil. Team Evil.
Now, here is an incredibly interesting video of a migrant living in Britain claiming that he was born under a tree. Yes, that's right. This man actually said that he was born under a tree. Just take a listen to this highly enriching and diverse interview in modern Britain.
But listen, bro, you got listen, but see life, you got to be better. As a big man, you're older than me. You got to do better, bro. That's the thing, I'm older than you. How old are you? Good luck. Bro, good luck. I'm 35. You're 35? Good luck. About, blood. Yo, whatever you're doing, stop it and change it. In it. It's 35 years old, Petrin. You must be older than 35. You can't be.
I swear to my mum was black. I was born to Somalia. I would not go here like you guys, little dickheads. Yeah? You're born here in the UK. I was born back at home.
But who's dickhead though, bad?
Under a tree. I was born under a tree.
What, like a
Where
cabbage?
were you born?
I was born in a
Where were you
hospital.
Homerton.
Hospital, no.
Oh man.
Hospital.
Wait, which one?
Not under a tree.
Which one?
Not under a tree.
I'm real.
You're not real.
Africa,
You're
in
a tree
Africa.
baby. You're a tree
I
baby.
was born
You're a
under
cabbage patch.
tree.
It's a cabbage patch. You're a cabbage patch. You're a cabbage patch, bro. You're a cabbage patch, bro. I'm gonna call you cabbage. Cabbage. Your name's Cabbage or Mowgli.
Where you born?
Not under a tree. Mowgli. That's Mowgli. Mowgli was born on a tree. World Cup. Yours is lion.
Where you Ghana?
Wow, isn't that truly inspiring and culturally enriching? I really wonder how many of our highly important imported talents were also born under trees in their native lands. What do you guys think? All I know is that Sadiq Khan's London is truly delightful. When you can walk down the street in London and come across someone who was born under a tree, you know that you are living in a diverse and cultural. Now this is absolutely disgusting and just goes to show what an absolutely awful state modern Britain is in. 2 migrants wearing high-vis vests, dressed like it's winter in the middle of a heat wave, started intimidating a young English lady, demanding that she leave the train station. Just take a watch.
Go on, who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
Keep recording if you want.
Who are you?
Ask yourself.
You're not even wearing proper uniform. You're telling me you're not TFL. You think you're security guard. Yeah? I can't even talk to my family on my phone. Huh?
You're shouting, you're raising your voice. There's little kids here.
Where's the little kids? Where's the little kids?
Tramp, you know.
Oh, you just hear that?
Yeah,
You call me a
you heard
tramp.
that.
You call me a
It was you
tramp.
cussing her
This
out
is your
before.
professionalism. This is your professionalism.
We'll kick her out or leave her. What do you want to do?
Yeah, just come out, please, yeah?
You telling me you're gonna kick me out?
Yeah.
You're gonna kick me out?
Yeah.
You're gonna kick me out?
Yeah,
Where's your ID?
I have on my.
You don't even have
on
your
my
ID
room.
on you. Now you want to kick me out?
Yeah.
Now you want to kick me out? Where's your ID? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
He doesn't have to give you his name.
Oh, yes, you do.
No, he doesn't.
All right, then
He's not a
then
police
who the
officer.
hell is kicking me out? Who the hell is enforcing me to come out of the train?
You
Who?
can clearly see our hivers.
No,
We're
yeah,
here
you're
to-
wearing no uniform. I don't see no uniform.
What
I
do you
don't see
mean
no
he's wearing
IDs.
uniform?
And you're telling you're coming across to me, telling me
You're
a
the
woman.
One. We
Yeah.
heard you from the entrance shouting, abusing.
Your entrance, you was walking from down there.
Mate, you walk from down there. That's how blind you are. You know
Yeah.
that.
Well, I was talking to my family on the phone. What's wrong with me talking to my family
There's
on the
nothing
phone?
wrong talking to your family.
And you said there
Just
was
don't
kids.
raise your voice. That's it.
Who
Don't raise
are
your
you to
voice.
tell me not to
Simple
raise
as.
my voice? You can't even, I just caught you on camera swearing at me, calling me names.
Yeah,
That's
what
your
were you doing before
professionalism.
you pulled out your camera?
Okay, carry on.
You're a little Karen, you know that.
Calling me names now. You don't even know my name. You're calling me Karen.
Now these men, as you saw in the video, have no ID, no way of identifying that they have any sort of authoritative position. They could literally just be 2 random idiots who decided to throw on high-vis jackets and take the piss, intimidating and harassing random English people. And that is exactly what I think these 2 disgraceful individuals were up to. I think they thought it would be funny to dress up like authority figures and tell random Brits that they can't use the train, which could massively inconvenience people. Someone could be on their way to see family. It could delay them by hours. Utterly disgusting behavior. Share your thoughts in the comments down below. shall we? So, why don't we play a game of Guess the Country, shall we? An absolutely culturally enriched classic on this channel. I'm going to play a diverse and multicultural clip, and you guys can try and guess which country you think it was filmed in. And trust me, you will absolutely be shocked at the answer. So, I'm sure we had many excellent guesses. Some of you might have guessed, I don't know, perhaps Afghanistan, maybe Pakistan, possibly even Iran. But I'm afraid to tell all of you that those guesses are in fact wrong. This video was actually filmed in Britain. Yes, that is how multicultural Britain has become. If I had not revealed that this video was filmed in Britain, would you guys have guessed that? Share in the comments down below.
The rise of social media and technology has fundamentally altered human nature, social interactions, the overall human experience. There's been a shift from living experiences to performing them for an online audience. The priority for events and spending time together is to create Instagrammable moments rather than just engaging in and living life. Although phones aren't an inherent part of human nature, they've become an ever-present intruder and a constant source of distraction. Real-world human communication has been replaced by online interaction. Phone calls became texts. Being there for somebody became sending memes and reels. Relationships have become shallow and conversation skills have eroded to the point where we risk losing an essential part of what makes us human.
Social media exalts false realities and unrealistic expectations, and it suppresses truth and normalness. Social media is not real life. Even the people that have the following, that have the money, that have other lives seemingly put together, struggle behind closed doors. They have personal problems just like you do. They have stuff that they have to deal with just like you do. You don't know the full story behind anything that is posted online. So stop comparing your true personal life to fake other people's lives. And if it becomes a problem, cut it out, because it will mentally damage you if you allow it to.
People's online presence or online relationships only present an almost junk food version of that person or that relationship, and it will forever remain shallow and performative. It robs us of that true, deep human connection that only in-person relationships can provide. There's been a very observable cognitive and psychological impact of social media and constant technology in our lives.
The phones have gone too far. It's right here in our face, okay? Somebody made a video that were like, what's gonna be the cigarettes of our generation? It's the phones, and we already know it, and that's why it's more embarrassing. Because I'm realizing as the years go by, this is almost something that as an 8-year-old, my parents would have been like, no, you can't. But I'm 24 and I still do. I know that it's bad, and you know how bad it is? I want you to think about it like this. The phone is a part of your brain, okay? It's literally a space that you exist. Like you have a bedroom and a bathroom and a kitchen and school and whatever, you have phone. You spend time in phone, and phone has different rooms, Instagram and TikTok. But the way that you behave in phone is mindless. You'll walk into your bedroom in real life, and then you'll leave, and you'll go to a different room. But in phone, you walk into Instagram, and when you're done with it, and you want something new, you sometimes you exit, and then you click Instagram again. And you're like, oh wait, I was just here. When we're in the space, the reality of phone, we are stupid. Like, we are at a lower frequency, if that makes sense. We're at a lower awareness. We literally are like, okay? I don't mean that to be like roasting everybody. I mean it as a literal phenomena. You're not aware of what's going on. You're not here. You know, an example of when you're here and aware of what's going on is when you're like outside running around. You got the blood flowing, the adrenaline, you got the sun in your, you know, the air, the sun. You're with friends, you're with people, you know, that compared to being on your phone is crazy. And listen, the fact that we all spend like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours on the phone a day, it's almost reprehensible that this is still happening. And I'm saying this as somebody who relies on the phone for my livelihood, who loves making videos. I love certain parts of the phone. But it's like you're walking around, everybody's on it. You're waiting for the bus, everybody's on it. You're on the train, everybody's on it. You're waiting for class to start, everybody's on it. What are we missing out on? A lot. We're missing out on all the in-between moments. Like, I'm cooking, it's on. And I'm outing myself there, but like, what are we doing, guys?
Constant phone checking and scrolling has destroyed concentration, and people are consuming way more information than their brain could ever hope to process, to the point where nothing is retained except from stress. These devices perfectly exploit dopamine and lead to serious addiction that steals you away from human life in favour of complete isolation. Social media has had a devastating effect on human relationships. Friendships, for example, have been watered down to who looks best on social media, and nobody seems truly happy for each other. It's just become a competition.
We were never ever supposed to consume this much, take in this much knowledge. Curiosity is completely out the window. Checking in with people, with your friends. She talked about, remember in school, you know, you go home for Christmas break or even like the weekend, and you get back to school and you tell all your friends about what happened, what you did. You don't do that anymore because everybody posts everything, so you know what they did. Oh, your friend just moved across the country, so you got a new house, new apartment. I would love to fly out there and see it sometime when I visit you. I've already seen it. Don't care. It's so crap. And like the art of wondering, you know, people used to wonder things and never, ever in their entire life figure it out. They would just wonder. Now if you wonder, ChatGPT, boom, answer immediately. I think we consume more knowledge every day than like people used to in their entire life. Were we meant to do that? Were we? Because I don't think we were.
It's also had a devastating effect on people's mental health with an explosion of anxiety and depression. And human priorities have become so grotesquely disfigured to the point where modern thinking is so cold and soulless. It's selfish, consumeristic. All these horrible traits have become so normalized and exacerbated. And exposure to extreme content has led to us dehumanizing each other, never mind ourselves, to the point where empathy is eroded and we're now desensitized to some of the worst footage and news imaginable. Humans should take pride in their ability to think deeply and critically, but instead they've handed all that potential over for superficial understanding and quick recaps. In fact, your thinking is hijacked completely by these algorithms that take you on this roller coaster of emotions, taking you from cute kittens 1 minute to extreme violence. It's no wonder it is absolutely destroying and messing up our emotions.
It's kind of crazy to me to think about how far the internet has pushed us apart as a species. It's like really ironic because we've never been so connected and also so far apart at the same time. And that is all due to the internet. It's just created extremism across everything. Extremism used to just be like religion, political beliefs. Now it's literally everything. Masculine extremism, feminine extremism, fat extremism, skinny extremism, like just everything. It's crazy. Because most people are supposed to be in the middle. That's where most people are. But what the internet has done is it's all those people that exist in the middle, the sane people in the middle, it's slowly pushed them towards the extreme of whatever they're thinking. And you have to realize this happens intentionally through your algorithm, because once your algorithm picks up on a certain belief that you have, and it does that through the level of engagement you have with certain pieces of content, now it's just going to cram all of that belief down your throat so that you see the absolute worst version of whatever thing that you believe. So all that does is slowly over time, it brainwashes you, and it makes you hate this thing when it's like really not that big of a deal. Like one thing could bother you about one type of person, and then now all of a sudden you're getting bombarded with content with the worst form of that person, and now you hate them. And it's filled us all with hate and contempt for each other. I just think like maybe we're not supposed to all be together like this. Maybe it was better when we were all just in our little communities, not talking to each other.
Social media has taken away that element of play and exploration in human nature to the point where there's so much less individuality, and everybody almost becomes clones of each other. They have the same opinions, clothing, even faces. Many people have spent so long building this perfect digital version of themselves while letting the real version just wither away. And I hope that more and more people will see the value in that off switch, because it does still exist. Thanks for watching.
Stop scrolling for a second. Get off your phone. I'm being serious. Please just play dumb for a second and actually understand that you probably don't know what this is doing to you. To the fullest depth, you don't know how much it's actually ruining your life. You don't know what your life would look like without your phone. Please just humble your brain for a second and just at least allow the idea that you actually don't know how much this is ruining you, because I promise you it is. You just haven't taken enough time away from it to realize it ruins relationships, your own brain, literally, your mental health, your perception of everything. Everything on here is an edited photo of someone, and that's your standard. Their highlight is now your standard. You can change your perception, you can change your experience of life through your perception, but that's a choice and you need to train it. And that won't happen if you keep scrolling and ruining your perception and viewing that as standard reality. If you were to go outside right now and walk around, you would notice that everyone's not in supercars, everyone's not in helicopters, everyone's not got the best physique, because that's reality and that's okay. What is not okay is what's on here.
I'm here for my money and my free house.
I believe that you may be in possession of
tell me my rights.
Fuck Germany! Free Palestine!
My life there, infinitely better than my life here. We are not going to take Great Britain looking like a place where Mr. Beast needs to go to build wells. We are not going to take Michigan saying that this is what beauty looks like and she deserves first place. What's next? Oh yes, this is how Islam believes beauty is for women, having absolutely no rights. At least I can kind of see through here. The only thing that they would want from me now is to shut up and stop talking about how this guy is setting up a stall in England, telling British children they deserved to be blanked because of their outfits.
Yeah, so what happened?
Where's he gone? He was saying I deserve to get raped for my shorts.
They have their own way. These young ladies would have just come up with something randomly without there having something said. Whether it was exact.
We're not going to take that, and we're not going to take that this is how New York already looks. So this is happening in America, and it is only getting worse. And We see this happening in Arizona as these two men crossed the boundaries and began ruining the Cathedral Rock in Sedona, Arizona. Absolutely no respect for our culture and our things. So now the U.S. Forest Service is trying to find these men. I do believe that the internet is really good at this type of work, but then of course when people have no documentation and stuff, they just get away with everything. Look at Germany. This should not be considered Germany in any world. Look at the transportation somewhere in Europe. I mean, this just looks like Africa. And then this young kid is going viral because apparently they have been taking students on field trips to mosques. And one kid refused to kneel. So watch this video. Gotta turn that sound off. That's like horrible. There he is. What a brave soldier. I feel like at a point in all of our lives, we are going to have to make this decision, and hopefully everybody will choose to be like that kid and choose not to kneel. This person says that that boy who didn't kneel is more valuable than the 10,000 who do kneel. Because if we kneel, we're kneeling to this, the takeover of our country, everything for hundreds and hundreds of years that they have fought and died for our nations to protect them. And if we kneel, we would be losing it to this.
I'm here for my money and my free house. It's my dream.
That's his dream? That is absolutely insane. When I first saw that, I thought it was AI, but he has 5 fingers. It's so rude. I mean, it's just beginning to look more packed everywhere. We need to be like that kid. He is a true warrior, and the fact that they're taking kids on these school field trips is just disgusting.
Vous habitez ici, vous êtes si bien dans l'islam. Ah oui, allez par derrière. Moi, quand je suis dans un pays étranger, je respecte les mœurs de là-bas.
Je suis né ici, monsieur.
Ouais,
La religion, ça n'a rien à voir avec les origines. Vous gardez ça pour vous, ça va pas.
Aller en Iran et je sais pas où.
Non, je peux mes impôts
comme des envahisseurs.
49 countries for Islam, and yet they come to France, you know, and then she says that she's more French than them. You guys may know that I have a Leering Center now where we come together and we talk about World War XI and learn things. We have almost 80 people. We need to get to 3,000 if we want to beat the TDS crazy people. But Brian posted a really interesting comment that was, do you feel that moderate Muslims could coexist in our country? And a lot of people were basically saying, no, it's just kind of like flat out no, and basically saying that only the moderate ones can, or the non-practicing ones. Basically, if they're not actually Muslim. But that doesn't really seem to be the case for a lot of them. And so if you guys want to join this conversation and many other conversations, like whether or not that guy's neck issue was a shadow, or if it was a face mask, or we're talking about Hassan Piker, just all kinds of things over there. So join it. By the way, guys, the school is only $9 because we just are getting started. So it's a good time to join. We got a lot to leer and talk about, like why are people in Walmart? We went from having the yodeling kid to having this. And they started with American music to try to be like, oh yes, this is your music. No, nobody wants to hear that while they're at Walmart. Here we have, apparently in the UK, you don't need to speak fluent English to be a police officer. Yeah, well, that is kind of absolutely terrifying.
What are you doing? Just carry on. Stacy, I have the belief that you may be in possession of drug. Oh, yes, I got the belief that you may be
yeah. Tell me my rights.
You may be in possession of drug.
Stop being rude and just listen to him. I think you may be in possession of drugs, sir.
That's why I want to search you.
What's your name first before you search?
That's why I want to search you. What do you mean?
I want to search you under section 23.
Yeah, can I have your name, please?
Say call the number, Michael.
my colon is 08387 08.
Is that a real cop?
Whoa, okay. How can you do that?
How can you do that to him, man?
How can you do that?
Aye, we just got all that on record. I watching it. I watching him and...
How can you do that to him, Mike? How can you do that? Shut up! It's the liberals. They ruin everything. They ruin everything. Did you not see how that guy's like yelling at him and stuff? Who knows what happened before that, honestly. But just in general, they're not even supposed to be there. Muslim woman at a university in Texas says Egypt is a much better country than America. Oh God, then leave.
I'm a woman in Islamic State. I've lived in Egypt my entire life. I just moved here 2 years ago.
Yeah, well,
genuinely,
Egypt has...
my life there, infinitely better than my life here. Infinitely better.
Oh my goodness. Then what are you doing here? Leave. Leave. Infinitely better. Is that right? Because if that was true, what the hell are you doing here? And what the hell are all of these people doing, filling up the parks in Germany, never to be the same ever again? Look at Paris. That is not what Paris is supposed to look like. This is the Birmingham Lord Mayor's party. Ew. No forks and knives were provided on that day. I didn't mean to just straight up be like, ew. But I mean, you get what I'm saying? It's like, where's the representation for the people of those countries? And then they come and like expect everybody to cater to them.
It doesn't make sense. Either you allow this or not. Something different.
So these women weren't allowed to go into the swimming pool in whatever that is. Like, dude, what are you wearing? You cannot wear that into a swimming pool. Like, you're not even supposed to wear a t-shirt, and you're gonna come draped, just covered in a Halloween ghost outfit with like 2 holes for the eyes. Give me a break. That fabric is gonna mess up the filter system. It's gonna get like trapped in it. What about the cotton and everything that it carries? Like, that's not, it doesn't even seem hygienic. So in Dublin, I don't even know what was going on in Dublin, but there's been videos of like some weird ceremony. Apparently they were wishing death on the people that would enter into a business there. The police officers just like are like, yep, this is normal. We'll just allow this weird stuff to happen. I mean, this is why people say that it is actually spiritual warfare. The Pakistani mayor of London, oh boy.
And misogynistic stuff comes from the far right. But we also now know there are Russian-backed, Chinese-backed, and MAGA-backed groups pushing this disinformation, misinformation, and lies. So you've got 2 things happening at the same time. Monetizing.
Is it a lie? Because like I've gone to these places myself, seen these things. There's people who have recordings. These are real videos of people being like, F Germany for no reason. They live there. You see these places that are packed with people from East Africa and from random Muslim countries. And then we're supposed to believe that this is MAGA making up lies. Give me a break. I've gone to these places.
Fuck you, Germany! Fuck Germany! Free Palestine!
Ew. What's wrong with that guy? Like, bring back mental asylums. Why are these people being allowed to just go into countries that they hate? It makes no sense. Could you imagine the whole world looking like whatever place that they came from? That's so horrible. Where would we go? We would have to go to the moon. Like, I'm so serious. We would have to live in a moon base, and that's going to be uncomfortable. Canadian man has dream crushed of being a police officer. Is this actually a Canadian man?
A Winnipeg man's dream of becoming a police officer has ended abruptly because of restrictions tied to a religious item he's required to wear.
My long-standing personal goal was to join police service because my...
Oh my God, my dong, 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 and he wants to carry this with him on his job. He just wants to be the only armed police officer. Hey, look at this poor elderly woman freaked out by these men. Just so horrible. So horrible. And like we see foreigners coming in and disrespecting locals all across the globe. across the country, renaming our streets, putting up things like this, which I saw somebody comparing this to the communist flag. Of course, in Charlie Kirk, there's lots of videos of him talking about how Marxism and communism are going to work together to destroy the West. That is what we are actively seeing right now. It's funny to look at these clips and be like, oh yeah, these people, like, they're so weird and like so silly and stuff. But we don't want that to be the norm. Like, we need to protect our culture. If you agree, then make sure you are subscribed. Thank you. I'll see you soon. Bye.
On the evening of September 22nd, 2023, 26-year-old tech startup CEO Pava Lapierre came home after attending the Artscape Festival in Baltimore. Surveillance cameras captured her calmly walking into the building where she both lived and worked. Just seconds later, an unknown man approached the entrance behind her. He pulled something out of his pocket. Then he said something to her through the glass door. The conversation lasted around 40 seconds, and then Pava let him inside on her own. A few minutes later, the two of them walked up together to the building's restricted rooftop. Only one of them would come back down. By Monday morning, employees at Ecomap Technologies started getting worried. It was completely unlike Pava to simply not show up for work. She lived just one floor above the office. Her apartment would later be found unlocked. Her phone would go unanswered. And then someone suggested checking the roof. That's where they found their CEO lying on her back among broken bricks, scattered teeth, and signs of a brutal beating. The medical examiner would later determine that she had been beaten in the head, strangled, and that her body had remained on the rooftop for nearly 2 days. And when investigators reviewed the surveillance footage, another disturbing detail became clear. The man who was last seen with Pava was already being sought by the Baltimore Police Department in connection with another violent assault. Hey guys, let me grab you for just a second. I'm really curious where my audience is watching from, so I'd love for you to drop a comment and tell me what city you're in and what time it is for you right now. Thanks for taking a moment. Go ahead and share that in the comments. And now, let's keep going. Monday, September 25th, 2023, started like any other day in downtown Baltimore. Inside a building on the 300 block of West Franklin Street were the offices of Ecomap Technologies, a growing tech startup. The company, which employed more than 30 people, was the realization of Pava Lapierre's vision, a young, ambitious, and highly successful entrepreneur.
Hey, Pava, CEO and founder of Ecomap Technologies.
The CEO was a workaholic. She lived and breathed ecom. Growing the company was her passion, and the employees felt more like family to her than co-workers. That morning, while staff members grabbed coffee and prepared for meetings, Pava's absence from the office immediately stood out and felt deeply unusual. Their relentlessly dedicated boss was never the type to show up late. On top of that, Pava lived in the very same building. Her commute to work was nothing more than a short elevator ride down to the first floor. After being unable to find her by around 10 o'clock that morning, Ecom co-founder Sherrod Davis contacted the Baltimore Police Department.
Hi, I'm actually calling to file a missing persons report.
Okay, what is the address for the officer to come?
306 West Franklin Street. This is my co-founder. We run a business together.
Okay, and you saw him Friday, correct?
One of our other co-workers saw her on Friday.
Friday, okay. And what is her name?
Pava Lapierre.
What is it?
It's Pava Lapierre, P-A-V-A. Her middle name is Marie, and her last name is Lapierre, L-A-P-E-R-E.
25, go over to 306 West Franklin Street, Suite 102. See a Sherrod Davis wants to report her co-worker is missing.
While officers were being dispatched to the building, Pava's team kept searching for her on their own. The door to her apartment was found unlocked. Inside, there was no sign of Pava anywhere. Calls to her cell phone went unanswered. Others tried accessing her emails and messages through her laptop. At the same time, everyone started comparing their memories, trying to figure out the last time anyone had heard from her. That's when someone suggested checking the roof. Kevin Carter, an Ecom-Map employee and one of Pava's close friends, climbed the ladder leading to the building's restricted rooftop.
Baltimore City, 911 over 1223 is the address of emergency.
Yes, emergency. There's a dead body on the rooftop of 306 West Franklin.
Tell me exactly what happened, Kevin.
We filed a missing person report for my friend and boss this morning, and we just checked the rooftop of the building. I'm looking at her.
Okay, is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing?
No.
Please tell me why does it look like she's dead?
I don't want to get too far. She's.
You gotta get closer, Kevin. Why does it look like she's dead? Come on, Kevin, you got this.
Her face is. She looks like she's been dead for a couple of days, and she's partly naked. I think she was killed.
I'm sending you help, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Is there anything else we can do for you or your family?
Just send people right away.
Pava was found lying on her back. There were visible injuries on her head, neck, and other parts of her body. She was wearing socks, underwear, and a black and white sweater that was unbuttoned in the front. Another friend and co-worker covered her exposed chest with a jacket before officers arrived. It was a small act of dignity for a woman everyone loved and respected. Near Pava's body, investigators found a pair of red pants, 2 buttons, and a hair clip. Detectives also recovered a brick stained with what appeared to be blood. 3 teeth were found nearby as well. A short distance away, there were 2 red sneakers. Investigators believed the shoes, along with the red pants, belonged to Pava. Crime scene technicians arrived to collect physical evidence and gather DNA samples, and when the medical examiner reached the scene, it became official. Pava Lapierre was dead. Her cause of death was determined to be strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head. The medical examiner also concluded that she had likely been on the rooftop for at least 2 days. At just 26 years old, Pava had already made a name for herself in Baltimore's business community and had become a positive force in the city. Raised in Texas and later Arizona, Pava moved to Maryland after being accepted into her dream school, Johns Hopkins University. At first, she planned to become a doctor, but those ambitions quickly changed when she realized her greatest opportunity to make a large-scale impact on the world would come through business. That was where she felt she could influence the bigger picture through the many different ecosystems she was connected to. Pava began her journey in entrepreneurship by founding TCO Labs at Johns Hopkins, a student-led non-profit organization that supported students interested in starting their own businesses. From that point on, her work only continued to grow. She wanted to help all kinds of projects succeed, from small local businesses to medical students developing life-changing inventions, and every meaningful idea in between.
For as long as I can remember, I have wanted to be a doctor. Like many people, I figured that this was a way for me to make a real and meaningful difference in this world. So for as long as I can remember, I did all of the typical pre-med things in high school. I was the president of the medical club, I was in National Honor Society, and I got into the Johns Hopkins University, the place that you go to become a pre-med. You see, I had my life entirely mapped out. You know, there are millions of people suffering every day from preventable, or rather, should be preventable problems. Needless violence, environmental devastation, severe racism, hatred, inequality, and not just in countries half a world away. There are millions of people suffering out. You know, there are millions of people suffering every day from preventable, or rather, should be preventable problems. needless violence, environmental devastation, severe racism, hatred, problems. Needless violence, environmental devastation, severe racism, hatred, inequality, and not just in countries half a world away, but in our very own cities.
Pava's TED Talk in 2019 carried a title that would later feel both tragic and eerily prophetic. Forget about your life plan in the talk. She spoke about the flaws within society and about how the systems we build can become tools for change, helping improve the world and make people's lives better. After launching several different projects, some more successful than others, it was this core belief improving systems to create a better society that ultimately led her to found Ecom. As the company began to grow, she brought in her co-founder, Sherrod Davis, to help build the vision alongside her. By the time of her death, the two had already spent more than 2 years working together toward that shared goal.
Hi, I'm Sherrod. I'm the co-founder and COO at Ecomap.
Hi, I'm Pava. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Ecomap.
At Ecomap, we're on a mission to make information more accessible.
The problem that we're solving at Ecomap is making all of this invisible information visible.
Those efforts brought her recognition. Pava was named to Forbes' 30 Under 30 list. Employees at Ecomap spoke about her deep commitment to her family, her friends, and the community around her. They affectionately described her as a giant standing at 5'2". While investigators processed the horrifying scene on the rooftop, Ecom employees gathered downstairs. Later, they were taken to the police station for questioning. As they waited, the team kept talking about Pava about the kind of person
Wacism. That was on her mind. Wacism at the TED Talk. Severe wacism. Hello again, Wendy. Welcome back. They described her as a giant, this woman standing at 5'2". Pava. Strange name for an American. Eyes black as coal, at least in this picture. Some of the blackest eyes you'll see. Very, very weird. But you know, the world is turning this way. And I've been showing people, trying to warn people, that you're in a demonic realm. There never used to be so many black-eyed people around. There's just black eyes all over the place. And it's normal to most of you. Most of you would say it's normal, or you'll not acknowledge it. I can show it every day on live streams. Few people acknowledge it on my channel. There might be a whole 10 of you on my channel over the years that are able to acknowledge that much. Maybe 10 people. Out of all the years I've been doing this, it hardly reaches anyone. They can have the blackest eyes ever. So they say she was a giant at 5'2". Well, if she was a giant, she wouldn't have been attacked and defeated by Tigges. See, there's something about modern society that instills this false sense of security and strength in women, and they believe they can beat up men. They think, well, I'm a giant. I'm 5'2". I'm aggressive. I own a business. It doesn't matter. A man could just pick you up and slam you to the floor and knock your teeth out easily. And they don't realize it. I'm not saying a man should do that. I'm saying he could. But women have this perception that's false, that I'm a giant. I own a business. I'm this and that. You're not living in the real world. You're not living in the real world. You look like a little girl at an easy bake oven that's cooking little cakes with a light bulb. And you're telling me, I'm strong, Stephen. And it's like, no, you're delusional. You're not a giant. You're a little woman. You're not a giant.
Described her as a giant standing at 5'2", while investigators processed the standing at 5'2" around her. around her. They affectionately described her as a giant around her. They affectionately described her as a giant standing at 5'2". While investigators processed the horrifying scene on the rooftop, Ecom employees gathered downstairs. Later, they were taken to the police station for questioning. As they waited, the team kept talking about Pava, about the kind of person she was, and who could have possibly wanted her dead.
She's just like a ray of sunshine, honestly. She is very authentic. She said
She was a ray of sunshine that really felt for the Tigges. She thought they were oppressed in Baltimore. And what did they do with her? They don't give a shit about how you feel about them. You could march for Black Lives Matter, and they'll just discard you like a piece of trash.
That's what she means, and she means what she says. Extremely hard worker, extremely brilliant, which is why I was so excited to work with her. Very, very passionate about the company. I mean, the company was her life. We're her family. She moved here from Arizona, went to Hopkins, and she did a couple different startup things. Ultimately landed on Ecomap. But, you know, her family is not here. So we were really like her family.
Very much a workaholic, but like truly loved it. Like building something from scratch, building a team, building a product.
How many of y'all work for Eco?
I think 32 now.
It's 32 employees, and she's the boss. Okay. Did she have a boyfriend or anything like that?
Yeah, she started dating someone a few months ago.
Okay. You know his name?
Did Pava have any enemies, anything like that? You are a friend, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she, express any problems with anybody, anything like that?
We darkies, we detectives trying to solve this white girl's murder. She got taken out by darkies, we gonna be darkies investigating her murder. Maybe they'd be a darky judge. And that's what we're dealing with now. Where society's just being taken over. Taken over. And who do many white people, just like this, just like her, who do many white women feel sorry for? Well, the darkies. Even the ones that murder you. They murdered her. But who was top of her list of, racism is the biggest problem. There's white women in America and Canada. If you said, what's the worst thing you can be or that could happen? They won't say murder. They won't say gang, rape, and murder. They'll say racism, to be racist. That's the worst. That's the way women are over here.
Did you know anybody that would have been angry with her, mad with her?
No.
Anybody would have wanted to harm her, anything like that?
I mean, everyone I've ever met spoke highly of her, and just, I don't know, they all seem really...
By the way, I just clicked on this. I haven't watched this, but I think she was so not racist or anti-racist and trying to prove she's not racist, it got her killed. I think it probably got her gang raped and killed because she's all for the darkies. And they rewarded her with murder, with grape, knocking her teeth out, hitting her with a brick and killing her. That's what I think.
Close to each other, and I didn't know anyone who had needle or anything like that.
Do you know anybody that wanted to hurt Pava?
No.
According to everyone who knew her, Pava LaPere was just as respected as she was successful. As investigators spoke with her employees, a very clear picture started to emerge. Everyone was devastated by her death, and not a single person had anything negative to say about the boss who had also been their friend. Detectives located Pava's boyfriend, a software engineer named Jeremy. Over the weekend, he had been in St. Louis on a work trip. The last message he received from Pava was sent at 10:04 on the night of Friday, September 22nd. Earlier that evening, she had attended Artscape, a major outdoor festival featuring artists, designers, and live performers. She texted him, saying it had been an incredible experience. After that, none of his later messages ever got a response. Investigators carefully...
I wonder if any white men tried to warn her and how many. if any white men tried to warn her, you're too naive, you're gullible, you think blacks are all good, something like that. And if so, how many white men that were not liberal was she around? Because liberals would never say that. Never. They could see her in danger and they'd never say a peep. But I wonder if she had any men in her life that aren't liberal.
Carefully reconstructed Pava's last known movements on the evening of September 22nd, trying to piece together her final hours, almost minute by minute. Every surveillance video, every timestamp, and every small detail became critical in understanding what happened that night. Ring cameras inside the EconMap office captured Pava saying goodbye to co-workers before leaving that evening. In the footage, everything appeared completely normal and routine. Nobody around her had any idea they were looking at the last video of Pava alive. She was wearing the same outfit she would later be found in, a black and white sweater, red pants, and red sneakers. Those details would later appear again and again throughout the investigation, surveillance footage, and police reports. For detectives, that video became one of the key pieces in the timeline of events. It helped establish the exact moment Pava was last seen alive in what seemed to be a completely normal...
Yeah, I bet she would have automatically ridiculed it and said, you're a Neanderthal, you're a caveman, or thought it, treated the man like, oh, you're so unevolved. You're just so low IQ and unevolved. There's a lot of smug liberal women these days in America and Canada that, oh, you're just so unevolved. You think race is real? You think there's a difference with race, with different races? We're all the same. What rock did you come out from under that treat men like, oh, where did you come from? You didn't evolve in millions of years. We're all the same. Race is just skin color. Where'd you come from?
Normal and safe environment, only hours before the tragedy that shocked Baltimore.
Can you guys just look up? Go. And go.
By Monday morning, when Pava failed to show up for scheduled meetings and suddenly stopped responding to calls and messages, the people around her immediately knew something was wrong. To those who knew her well, that kind of behavior was completely out of character. Pava was known as someone responsible, organized, and constantly engaged with both her work and the people close to her. It quickly became clear that after leaving the Artscape Festival on Friday night, nobody had heard from her again. Her phone stayed silent, messages went unanswered, and every attempt to reach her only deepened the growing sense of panic. Kevin turned out to be the last person known to have seen Pava alive. He had been with her at the festival that evening, before the two eventually went their separate ways. For investigators, that became an important piece in reconstructing the final known hours of her life. And as more time passed without a single word from Pava, the feeling grew stronger that this was not simply a disappearance or an accidental absence. The people who knew her...
All right, so the people that knew her knew that she loved minorities, what she would call minorities, the darkies, the Asians. Did a white man that isn't liberal work with her? Did she go out of her way to hire all minorities and work with them? Probably.
Or she is, doing something with her friends, which are other people that she works with.
Sharada went to step out, talk to Eden, and then he came back and rallied us all together and was like, we don't know where she is. So I'm going to call Jeremy, who's her boyfriend. And Jeremy said last to hear from her was Friday. Kevin also was saying how he was with her on Friday night, and everything just kept coming back Friday. So that was the last time anyone had heard from her.
And how long did y'all stay there?
We stayed through the set, probably 5-10 minutes after, and then I went to walk home and she went to walk.
So she wanted to change the world. She was a workaholic. Some women think they're going to change the world by working more hours. And what did she achieve? She became somewhat famous, I guess, for being murdered. She put her career first above everything else.
Was it dog man? What was it like?
Yeah, it was
I mean, it was lit up because it was artscape. There's a lot of like stuff happening still, but it was like 10 o'clock. So.
Okay, so it was nighttime.
It was nighttime, yeah.
Okay. So you didn't walk with her home?
No.
Okay. Did she say what she was going to do?
I assume she was just heading home to sleep. She said she was about to work for like 12 hours the next day doing some engineering. So that was like basically her whole weekend plan.
Did she say she was going to meet anybody?
It was clear that night that Pava had returned to the building on West Franklin Street. Surveillance footage and evidence collected by investigators allowed them to reconstruct her final...
Well, that's quite a building. It's quite a building with the walk-up porch this way. It doesn't seem like an inexpensive place, does it? Now, what kind of moves does this brilliant woman make? Let's see.
Movements before her death.
What happens to this woman? She's looking out there. What's she doing? Who goes through a door this way? It's very odd. She's going through the door backwards, pushing it with her butt. She's going ass first through the door. That's a little bit odd, I think.
With surprising precision. But the biggest question still had no answer. How and why did she end up on the rooftop, an area that was closed off to the public? For investigators, that became one of the most important and disturbing aspects of the entire case. The roof was not a place people wandered onto by accident. Access to it was restricted, and the location itself was relatively isolated from the rest of the building's residents. Because of that, detectives became convinced that Pava had not ended up there on her own. The investigation slowly began focusing on who had been with her during the final moments of her life, and what exactly happened between the time she returned to the building and the brutal attack on the rooftop. And very quickly, investigators turned their attention to the man surveillance cameras had captured standing beside Pava that night.
Maybe it was Kevin, maybe it was me, but somebody was like, "Do you think maybe she's on the roof?" Because Pava likes to go on the roof sometimes. And it's like a very Pava thing to do, to come home and she loved, she loved her view and loved either from her window or going up on the roof sometimes.
Going up there, she would take team members up there, like, "Have you been to the roof yet? Oh, okay, let's go."
Like, she's gone on the roof before to just hang out. She loves the Baltimore skyline from there. So we thought maybe like...
All right, so I just want to explain something. For people in other countries especially, maybe even Canadians, but people in Europe, maybe Great Britain, Australia, various places, Baltimore's a very Tigga city. Tigga. It's a high murder rate. There's a lot of Tiggas there, a lot of crime there. Even if you live in a fancy building. It's not a safe place. It's not a safe city. It's actually one of the worst cities in America. A lot of it is run down. It doesn't look like that. A lot of it looks like shit. And it looks like ghetto rat, hood rat. It looks terrible. A lot of it looks like the worst parts of Detroit, or the worst parts, even worse than Chicago. It's terrible. It's pretty fucking bad in a lot of Baltimore. Now, are there some expensive places too? Yeah, but you're right next door to hood rats. So as much as a lot of these liberals love Baltimore, it isn't a great city. It just isn't. Okay? Think of the scummiest areas in your country, and then it's worse. It's worse than that.
Post Artscape, maybe she wanted to see what like Artscape looked like from the roof.
Surveillance cameras near the main entrance of the building on West Franklin Street captured Pava returning home after the Artscape Festival at around 10:30 on Friday night.
So that seems like an older building with massive steps going up there. Look how small she looks compared to this. So right away I can tell it's a fancy place without really seeing too much of it.
Casually walked up to the entrance, looking almost carefree after spending the evening with friends. Pava glanced back in the direction she had come from, then looked across the street one more time before stepping inside the building. Investigators would later determine that after saying goodbye to her friends, a man approached her on the street and began following her home. Just seconds after Pava entered the building, the man quickly came up the stairs behind her. He peered through the glass into the lobby, where Pava was sitting on a couch just beyond the doors.
Well, he's a darky. She'd probably be suspicious if he were a white man following her. But he's a darky. He's good because he's a minority and he's oppressed and he's harmless. And if she doesn't help him, she's a racist in her mind. And that, I think that's the way a lot of women think these days. You don't have to agree with me, by the way. I'm open to people saying, oh, you're wrong, Stephen. No, she's anti-racist. She thinks racism is a severe issue in America with racism. Black people aren't violent and dangerous in Baltimore. Well, she learned the hard way. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just saying I think she's going to trust this guy coming up behind her that doesn't live there in a building with security. What's she going to do?
The man pulled something out of his pocket and motioned for Pava to come closer to the entrance. The cameras did not record audio. The two spoke near the doorway for around 40 seconds. Whatever the man said apparently convinced Pava that he could be trusted. Cameras captured her making a friendly gesture, inviting him in.
What was she still at the doorway of the building? Why didn't she go in, go to the elevator, go to her home, and lock the door? So this is Survival Instincts 101 with great, brilliant women. She's a giant. She's 5'2". She could throw this. Well, she's really not a giant. They called her a giant. She's not a giant. She's just a little woman.
Inside the building.
She's just a little 5'2" woman.
That, the two went up to the rooftop together. The surveillance timestamp showed 10:34 p.m. when the man entered the building. Then, at 11:09 p.m., roughly half an hour later, the entrance camera.
She's 157 centimeters tall for the ones that wonder in other countries. She's not tall. She's just a little woman. She's not a giant. They told her she's a giant, but she's not a giant.
The man pulled something out of his pocket and motioned for Pava to come closer to the entrance. The cameras did not record audio. The two spoke near the doorway for around 40 seconds. Whatever the man said apparently convinced Pava that he could be trusted. Cameras captured her making a friendly gesture, inviting him inside the building. After that, the two went up to the rooftop together. The surveillance timestamp showed 10:34 p.m. when the man entered the building. Then,
they went up to the rooftop together. She trusted this Tig that motioned her to the door.
At 11:09 p.m., roughly half an hour later, the entrance camera captured him again. He was leaving the building carrying the same backpack, but the grey hoodie he had been wearing earlier was now gone. Before walking away, he briefly looked around and then calmly disappeared into the darkness of the night. Investigators were able to identify the man from the surveillance footage very quickly, partly because the Baltimore Police Department was already actively searching for him in connection with another extremely violent attack that had happened just 3 days earlier.
Oh, they were already looking for this violent Tigga, but her instincts said, darky, good, safe, he's okay. There's racism. I got to let him in. I got to trust this guy because he's black.
To detectives, his face was already familiar. 32-year-old Jason Billingsley worked as a maintenance technician at a building on Edmondson Avenue. That job gave him access to residents' apartments and allowed him to move throughout the property without drawing much suspicion. According to investigators, on September 19th, Jason used his position to gain entry into a building where a young couple, April Hurley and her boyfriend Jonte Gilmore, rented an apartment. Reports say he repeatedly pounded on their front door, claiming there had been a water leak in the kitchen that needed immediate attention. When April opened the door, Jason allegedly forced his way inside. What happened next, according to investigators, turned into a nightmare. Authorities say he tied the couple up with tape, attacked.
Oh dear, does he look like a good character? What does he look like to you? If this just popped up on your computer screen and you didn't hear any background of the story, what does this look like to you? If this were staring at you face to face, would you trust this? What would you think?
April and slit her throat. Investigators also allege that Jason then poured gasoline on both victims and set the building on fire while leaving them trapped inside. Despite the brutality of the attack, the couple somehow survived. April managed to escape through a small basement window while suffering severe injuries. She then went back to help rescue Jonte from the chaos, smoke, and flames. Both suffered second and third-degree burns and were rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Detectives quickly uncovered multiple pieces of evidence linking Jason Billingsley to that attack. Investigators recovered a knife, handcuffs, tape, and a hoodie at the scene, items police said belonged to him. In addition to that, both April and Jonte personally knew Jason because he worked in their building. By the time surveillance cameras captured Jason with Pava on the night of her death, police were already searching for him under an active warrant. That fact later became the center of intense public criticism and debate. Some people argued that the search efforts had not been aggressive enough, and that the public had not been properly warned about the danger. Information about the search for Jason only became public after he was also identified as the main suspect in the murder of Pava Lapierre. The police commissioner later stated that publicly announcing the manhunt complicated the operation because Jason now knew law enforcement was actively hunting for him. But once investigators connected Jason to being inside the building with Pava that night, there was no longer any way to keep the information from the public. Fear and tension across Baltimore escalated rapidly as people realized that an extremely dangerous violent offender was still out on the streets.
Individual will kill and he will rape. He will do anything he can to cause harm. So please be aware of your surroundings. Every single police officer in Baltimore City, the state of Maryland, as well as the U.S. Marshals are looking for you. We will find you.
The Baltimore Police Department tracked Jason Billingsley down and determined that he was at a train station in Bowie. According to investigators, he was heading to his sister's home in an attempt to leave Baltimore after the city had already been flooded with news about Pava's brutal murder. A task force with the United States Marshals Service arrested him on September 27th, just 2 days after Pava's body was discovered on the rooftop. The search...
So the police actually did well to arrest him, to find him and arrest him. The ones that showed up on the scene did well.
Had unfolded under intense pressure and urgency because law enforcement considered Jason extremely dangerous. Despite the seriousness of the allegations and the scale of the investigation, the arrest itself happened without incident. Jason was taken into custody without resisting. After his arrest, officers read him his Miranda rights, the standard warning informing him of his right to remain silent and his right to an attorney. According to investigators, Jason confirmed that he understood those rights. He initialed each section of the document and then officially waived his right to remain silent, agreeing to speak with detectives. It was after that moment that the interrogation began, an interview that would later become one of the key turning points in the entire investigation.
You went in there fully clothed and you came out there partially clothed, right? And we found a white female dead up on the roof. And you're being charged with that murder. Let me ask you this. Were you at 306? That is the address, right? Yeah, 306. 306 West Franklin Street? You're not answering that? Okay.
Detectives almost immediately began confronting him with evidence tied to Pava's murder. They didn't waste time with small talk or long introductions. Investigators already had enough information to slowly lay out a detailed picture of what had happened that night. During the interrogation, they walked through the facts step by step, comparing timelines, surveillance footage, and witness statements gathered throughout the investigation. The atmosphere inside the room became increasingly tense as detectives made it clear that they already knew far more than Jason probably realized. They repeatedly emphasized that Jason had been seen with Pava shortly before her death and that he was the last known person to go up to the rooftop with her. With every new piece of evidence, his ability to deny involvement grew smaller and smaller. According to investigators, the interrogation gradually turned into intense psychological pressure built entirely around facts Jason could no longer simply brush aside.
It's so f***ed up that my own sister like set me up, though. To get caught tonight, that's crazy.
That's crazy. Let me tell you what's crazy. What's crazy is this young lady was a pillar in the community, going into her apartment, trying to make her life better and the lives better for everybody around her. She fought for Black Lives Matter. She fought for police injustice, right? She fought for all of that. She was an advocate for all of that. And the very thing and the very people she fought for, she died at the hands of this guy right here. She died at the hands of this guy here, the guy that she would advocate for. The guy, so that's what's f***ed up. Ecomat technology stands against systemic racism, bigotry, in a police state that criminalizes black bodies. That's what she promoted. That's what she was about. That's why she trusted and wasn't biased and trusted that you would be an honorable person and let you in the building.
Reports say Jason Billingsley had a difficult and unstable childhood. He was separated from his 5 brothers and sisters at a young age and placed into foster care. People familiar with his background later said troubling behavior began showing up very early in his life. Over the years, those problems only escalated, eventually turning into a long and serious criminal history. The first records connected to his crimes date back to 2009. Over the following years, Jason built up an extensive list of convictions ranging from assaults and violent behavior to robberies and other serious crimes. His name appeared more and more frequently in police reports and court records. In 2015, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison after the brutal sexual assault of a young woman he personally knew. Details from that case were so disturbing that it became one of the most serious incidents in his criminal past. Following that conviction, Jason was officially classified as a sex offender. However, in October of 2022, Jason was released early after receiving what are known as good time credits, a system designed to reduce prison sentences for good behavior behind bars. The program was intended to encourage discipline among inmates, allowing accumulated credits to automatically shorten prison terms without requiring a separate parole board decision. In Jason's case, that decision sparked major outrage after his arrest. The parole board had reportedly denied his release twice, officially determining that he still posed a danger to the public. Despite that, the good time credit system ultimately allowed him to leave prison before completing his full sentence. For nearly an hour, detectives repeatedly confronted Jason with facts gathered during the investigation. Step by step, they reconstructed the events of that night.
She was brilliant. She fought against systemic racism. She was for Black Lives Matter. She marched with them. Brilliant woman, a giant of a brilliant woman. Just a true giant.
Other serious crimes. His name appeared more and more frequently in police reports and court records. In 2015, he was sentenced to 14 years in prison after the brutal sexual assault of a young woman he personally knew. Details from that case were so disturbing that it became one of the most serious incidents in his criminal past. Following that conviction, Jason was officially classified as a sex offender. However, in October of 2022, Jason was released early after receiving what are known as good time credits, a system designed to reduce prison sentences for good behavior behind bars. The program was intended to encourage discipline among inmates, allowing accumulated credits to automatically shorten prison terms without requiring a separate parole board decision. In Jason's case, that decision sparked major outrage after his arrest. The parole board had reportedly denied his release twice, officially determining that he still posed a danger to the public. Despite that, The good time credit system ultimately allowed him to leave prison before completing his full sentence. For nearly an hour, detectives repeatedly confronted Jason with facts gathered during the investigation. Step by step, they reconstructed the events of that night, pressuring him with evidence and inconsistencies in his statements. Investigators knew he had followed Parva. They knew she was the one who let him into the building, and they knew the two of them went up to the rooftop together, but only one of them came back down.
And guess what? We only saw one person come down off that roof. And guess who it was? This guy. And when he came down, this is how he was dressed. But when he went in, he had on a hoodie, backpack, and everything.
The question that finally got Jason to start talking was surprisingly simple. It wasn't about complicated evidence, forensic reports, or technical details from the investigation. Detectives asked him just one thing. What exactly did he say to Parva at the door that convinced her to let him into the building? That brief moment, lasting only a few seconds, ultimately became fatal. One interaction at the entrance, one short conversation, one decision to trust the person standing in front of her. And in the end, that decision led to her death. For investigators, the question was incredibly important because it could explain how Jason gained access to the building and why Parva did not recognize him as a threat in that moment. According to detectives, the atmosphere inside the interrogation room noticeably shifted after that question was asked. Jason began talking more openly than before, and investigators realized they were getting closer to understanding one of the key missing pieces of what happened that night.
I wanted to talk to you for a minute. Say why you want to talk to me. That's what I said.
And what did she say?
She opened the door.
So you said, I wanted to talk to you for a minute. But what made you first think that you wanted to talk to her? Where did you see her at first?
Walking up the street.
Did you say anything to her at that point?
No, she had stopped and said something to me. She was troubled a little bit.
Okay. And what did she say?
Did she say Black Lives Matter? Did she happen to say Black Lives Matter? A white woman that would never say white lives matter or white men matter. Black lives matter. This is one of the last things she saw before she died or before her life was taken. This thing on the screen that she fought for years to protect, as though they're victims. In her mind, they were the victims. In her mind, black people, black men, they're the victims. They're victims of severe racism. And they need white women to march for them. Black Lives Matter. Like in Baltimore. That's a big thing in Baltimore. There's a lot of darkies there, a lot of BLM there. Well, one of them took her life because she was so in support of them and so trusting of them and believing that they're oppressed. And us white people, especially white men, are terrible for saying anything true about these darkies. This is one of the last things she saw was this black face with these black eyes. As he was brutalizing her, I wonder if she had a change of heart and thought, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about this guy, and maybe I was wrong about blacks. Maybe. Maybe they aren't victims of severe racism. Maybe she did a whole TED Talk on that shit.
It was sounding like something funny or something. I don't know.
A little joke or something.
Yeah, like a little joke. She left. I followed. I went and asked her why she don't talk to me for a little bit more. And she opened the door. We went up to the roof.
What made you all go to the roof?
She brought it up.
What'd she say?
She I want to show you something.
Mm-hmm.
And we went.
Okay. And how did you get up to the roof?
The ladder.
Okay. And once you got up on the roof, what happened?
She was talking for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She took him to the roof. So those eyes were one of the last things she saw. I wonder if she was thinking, oh, I love darkies, love these darkies, love their blacker than black evil eyes. Look at this. It's one of the last things she saw was seeing this. You can't teach them. You can't teach them anything. You can't warn them. You can try, but they don't listen. They don't listen.
What was she talking?
While she was alive, she was defending guys like this that's handcuffed to the chair. He's in cuffs. While she was alive, she was thinking, these are the victims.
About?
I'm going to say what they called her earlier. Brilliant woman. Brilliant woman.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
Brilliant.
What were you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay.
Just.
And then what happened?
Just blacked out.
Jason's claim that he had supposedly blacked out during the actual attack was immediately met with heavy skepticism from detectives. During the interrogation, investigators noticed that he remembered the events before and after the murder far too clearly. Jason described in detail how he met Parva on the street, how he followed her home, how they spoke to each other, and how he left the rooftop after the attack. For investigators, that became a major detail. His own statements showed that he was aware of the situation and understood the sequence of his actions. Everything pointed to the conclusion that Jason knew exactly what he was doing at the time of the murder. Detectives saw no signs that he had completely lost control or genuinely forgotten what happened. In fact, the overall picture investigators pieced together appeared calculated and deliberate. Because of that, they almost immediately rejected the idea that he had suddenly blacked out. At the same time, Jason never managed to clearly explain the motive behind his actions. He claimed he had no specific intention or reason to attack Parva. According to him, by the time they went up to the rooftop...
Why would you attack her? She did a whole TED talk on you. Yeah, maybe she was horny. Maybe she was. But she just protected them, or she tried to her whole life. They're the victims, not you. But you ended up a victim of the very ones that you viewed as victims.
He was already struggling internally with violent thoughts and dark impulses that he supposedly had been trying to suppress. But in the end, he gave in to them.
I don't know when we got on the roof. I don't know, it was like something in my head, like just one person saying, don't do it. One person saying, don't do it, you got too much going on. And then this demon, it was just it seemed like it was just waiting to just be let out or something like that.
But when you were her, what was your intentions?
I don't know. I don't know. I ain't thinking about none of that till after. I asked myself why I do it. And I don't know why I do it. Why I did it. I don't know, my conscience and everything else was saying, just go right downstairs. Just go right downstairs. And then I don't know, it was just something that just had to do it.
Jason admitted that he used the blood-stained brick found at the crime scene to beat Parva. That horrifying piece of evidence became one of the key elements of the investigation and further highlighted the extreme brutality of the attack. But despite the confession itself, Jason provided almost no additional details about what happened that night. He did not explain his actions, describe a motive, or talk about the final moments of the assault. For investigators, and for Parva's family, That left even more painful questions unanswered. Parts of what happened that night remained known only to one person, Jason Billingsley himself. When detectives shifted the interrogation toward the earlier attack involving April and Jonte, the brutal attempted murder, assault, and arson case, Jason denied everything. Despite the severity of the accusations and the devastating injuries suffered by the victims, he refused to take responsibility for those events. That selective confession only made...
She loved to bring everybody up on that roof that looked like garbage, just no deck, just an industrial rooftop. She thought it was cool to just go up on the roof. I'm surprised he didn't throw her off the roof. She was a giant. She was all of 5'2". She could have just been picked up like a child and thrown off the roof like a bag of trash. Now, why do I say that? Because women are delusional. They need to hear some truth. You can't fight men. You think you can, but you can't. You're not giants. Okay? And you're not as brilliant as you think you are. A lot of you that are fighting for Black Lives Matter and all this kind of stuff. You don't have a clue. You're so brilliant, you don't even look into the crime statistics for violent crimes, FBI, stats by race, by demographics. You're so brilliant that you're actually ignorant about the very thing you're fighting for. You're not brilliant at all. At all.
Made the case even more disturbing and created the impression that Jason was carefully controlling the information he chose to share with investigators. For many people, it became yet another deeply unsettling aspect of the case, a mix of partial admission and complete denial surrounding multiple violent crimes.
So I'm going to ask you straight up. I'm going to look at you in your face. Has there been another time that you blacked out?
No.
And maybe you had did something that you aren't so proud of?
I mean, I'll be my life.
I'm talking about within the last couple weeks.
No.
Okay.
AJ.
The fact that I'm sitting here in front of you guys today is honestly a miracle. Sometimes it's still unbelievable that I'm here. Jason Billingsley literally tried to take my life. He tried to take my life. And this could have been prevented.
At first, Jason pleaded not guilty to the long list of charges filed against him. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence and the intense public attention surrounding the case, his defense team attempted to challenge key parts of the investigation. Jason's attorney argued that the confession he gave to the Baltimore Police Department regarding Pava's murder had been obtained under pressure. According to the defense, Jason did not fully understand his rights during the interrogation and was not completely aware of the legal consequences of his statements. Those claims became part of an ongoing legal battle that only intensified public focus on the case. While prosecutors and defense attorneys continued fighting in court, the victims' families were dealing with their own battle outside the criminal proceeding.
It's a beautiful day in Hell Realm today. A beautiful day in Hell Realm today. Won't you support the Darkies? You should march for them. Donate money to them. Support them. Speak up for them. And then end up like her.
Please, all of us, we need to more profound loss. It's hard to talk.
Pava Marie Lapierre, my only daughter, and the latest victim of Jason Billingsley. However, Pava was not his only victim. Her grieving mother, Caroline, and her loving brother, Nico, are also victims. The first violent crime which has been stated, which he pled guilty for and was convicted and sentenced to 30 years in prison for, happened in 2015, and yet he was released early, in October of 2022. And Governor Moore has stated emphatically on multiple occasions that the system failed Pava. It's time to change that system.
Of course I struggle here, because I've never had a more profound loss. It's hard to talk, focus, get up every day.
One bad apple. They probably think there's one bad black person that killed their daughter, and she fought so hard for their rights, and not just rights, but they're oppressed. They're systematically oppressed. There's severe racism, systematic racism. She believed all the she drank all the Kool-Aid. She drank all the Kool-Aid, and she thought she had it all figured out. She was so brilliant that she drank all the Kool-Aid that lefties put out there, and she couldn't see through it. And she'd be the first probably to view someone like me that does see through it as a caveman. Oh, you're unevolved. You think that there's a difference? This is the way they are. A lot of white women in America and Canada, lefties. You drank the Kool-Aid. Now your family's left to grieve.
But I have an important issue. I'm here.
Living in Baltimore and still not being able to see that darkies are dangerous and violent. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it.
For two reasons. Preserve the legacy of Pava Marie Lapierre, and please, all of us, we need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available.
In May of 2024, the Pava Marie Lapierre Act was officially signed into...
Do I think your mom actually believes that we need to prevent violence? Well, how about deporting them? Oh no, she'd probably say no. I bet her mom would disagree immediately, right after saying by any means. And I bet anything she'd say, oh no, we can't deport them.
The violence in our society through the legacy of Pava preserve. But I have an important issue. I'm here for two reasons. Preserve the legacy of Pava Marie Lapierre, and please, all of us.
I gotta say, I don't think she had much of a legacy. She tried to start a company, a startup. Didn't seem to go very far. It had some employees. She was still in her 20s, and her whole life was devoted, it seems like, to working and maybe to partying and maybe fucking tiggas. I don't know. But she was just wiped out. And her whole life, she viewed tiggas as the oppressed victims. And she became a victim like so many other white people are victims. Many, many are in the ground. And they think they're doing good and they don't have a clue.
We need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available.
In May of 2024...
Two reasons. And please, all of us, we need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available. All of us, we need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available.
Even the means that I suggest, floating them away on doors, chaining them in sewers, having their families pay for the rope and public displays. What about my means? Would you support that, lady?
All of us, we need to prevent the violence in our society through whatever means available.
In May of 2024, the Pava Marie Lapierre Act was officially signed into law and went into effect. The legislation, created in response to this tragedy, was designed to protect innocent people from repeat violent offenders and help prevent similar cases from happening again.
Lady, you just have to do what your daughter was devoted to. Black Lives Matter. You gotta focus on that more to help people. I think her daughter spent a lot of time with the darkies in Baltimore because it's full of them.
For many people, it became more than just a legal reform. It became a symbol that Pava's death...
Equitable, accessible ecosystems. Her whole life was about this lefty shit.
...would not be forgotten. On that same day, another law, inspired by Pava's story, also took effect. The Pava-Lier Legacy of Innovation Act established special grants for student entrepreneurs in Baltimore. The decision carried special meaning because Pava was remembered as a talented, ambitious, and deeply driven woman who wanted to create opportunities not only for herself, but for others as well. Johns Hopkins University also chose to honor her memory in a similar way. The university renamed Fast Forward U, an innovation hub located in Baltimore's Remington neighborhood, to the Pava Marie Lair Center for Entrepreneurship. For many people, it was a sign that her name would forever remain part of the city and the community she inspired during her life. In the end, Jason Billingsley reached plea agreements in both cases. He received 2 life sentences for the rape, torture, and attempted murder of April Hurley, as well as the attempted murder of Jonte Gilmore. Court records and the horrifying details of those crimes once again revealed the extreme level of violence involved in the attacks. For the murder of Pava Lapierre, he received another life sentence to be served consecutively with the previous ones. In effect, the court made it clear that he would almost certainly never have the opportunity to return to a normal life. Technically, Jason could become eligible for parole after serving 60 years in prison, at which point he would be around 93 years old. But prosecutors and legal experts stated that the chances of him ever being released are extremely small. For many people, that provided at least some small sense of safety after everything that had happened. Maybe, in some way, justice was finally served. But no sentence can fill the emptiness left behind by this tragedy. Nothing can erase the pain and grief carried by Pava's family and loved ones. And nothing can ever bring back the impact Pava might have had if she had been allowed to live the life she truly deserved.
Acceptable justice may have been served today, but it will never fill the void, erase the grief, or replace the impact that Pava would have had given the full life that she so deserved. I know that he did not have a good life. I know that there are 5 siblings. I know they were all given up. And they grew up separately and independently in foster care. And I was sorry that what possibly could have been a prosperous life of his was taken from him at an early age and created, unfortunately, the monster that attacked April and Jonte and murdered our daughter. And I pray for his mother and that she may find peace. But other than that, I don't have any other feelings about Mr. Billingsley.
And that was the tragic case of Pava Lapierre, a story that shocked countless people and left behind more questions than answers. It was a case that sparked waves of discussion, fear, and heartbreak among those who followed the investigation from the very beginning. What happened felt almost impossible to comprehend, especially because of the brutality of the circumstances and the disturbing details that slowly emerged throughout the investigation. This case remained deeply etched in the minds of people who heard about it even once. And even today, for many, the name Pava Lapierre is still associated with one of the most tragic and deeply unsettling stories of that time.
Hello, 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 hello. You need more activism for the darkies and for the LGBT as they unalive you.
Guys, sometimes I ask myself, is woke alive and well, or is it dying? And today is one of those alive and well times. I'm gonna get into a recent scandal that is viral and set the internet ablaze. And it's all about a feminist content creator who's being accused of being a TERF. If you don't know what that means, I'm gonna be your leftist translator as a former leftist myself. And I've come to the conclusion that if woke dies, it will be because these people have eaten each other alive. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're going to be talking about feminist content creator Paris Mwendwa, who's found herself in a big tub of hot water recently online. And when I tell you why, I don't even think you're gonna believe it. It is so ridiculous. Just to give you a little bit of background here, Paris is a young 21-year-old girl who makes feminist content on TikTok. Now, her videos range on various topics. I'll read you some of the captions of her videos. One says, repairing my relationship with race as a suburban Black girl. Another, we depend on vulnerable women, but are so quick to drag them. Odd. My feminism might be upsetting because to my bones, all I care about is defending women. How white beauty standards micromanage your body. And the last one here, the way we look at foot binding now is how people in the future will look at our BBLs and lip injections. It takes different forms, but it's a destruction of the female body all the same. So we're talking about some baseline feminist content that is centered around her life and her experience, as the left would call it, lived experiences, which I just don't understand that. And maybe I can go on a tangent here for a second on that phrase. Aren't your experiences the ones you've lived? Why do we have to say lived experiences? You guys let me know in the comments down below. Now, recently Paris has found herself in hot water because she has been accused of being a TERF. If you don't know what that means, let me translate again. Trans, exclusionary, radical, feminist. It means you are a feminist who only cares about biological women, cis women, as the left would call us, and that you don't care about...
I love women. I love modern women. They're always viewing themselves as oppressed. They'll stand up for feminism. They always view themselves as oppressed victims and darkies, and never white men, never white boys. That's the least of their concern. Out of all of the women in Canada, America, the last ones that they'll ever think about are white boys. Out of every group. I love modern women. You're so amazing.
About the trans experience or trans oppression. Now, why is Paris getting this accusation? I don't really know. I guess it's because she doesn't have a video playlist dedicated to the trans experience and trans oppression. Now, this accusation started, and follow me here, because a lesbian content creator decided to make a video about Paris saying she hasn't really spoken about the trans experience and she hasn't really focused on trans oppression, and therefore she must be a TERF, a trans exclusionary radical feminist. Now, you imagine a video like this would just float in the ether, okay? Not in woke land. No, in woke land, these videos get picked up, they go viral, and tons of people, I mean thousands, start making videos and think pieces about this young 21-year-old Black girl being a trans exclusionary radical feminist. I'm going to show you some of those videos right now. If you've even been able to follow this long into just the woke mindset. Here's video number one.
If you think trans women are trying to be the center of feminism, you're wrong. Trans women are doing us a favor by pointing to a very important principle of feminism, which is a movement is only as free as the woman who is most impacted and most oppressed by the most systems at once. We're recognizing that this is a constellation of systems of oppression that some people do experience and some people don't. Let me put it this way. If we build a feminist movement that addresses the needs of trans women, right, especially trans women of color, especially Black trans women here in America, we are going to build a feminist movement that is going to address how many systems of oppression, right? If we look at the woman who is impacted and most burdened by the most systems of oppression at the same time in the room, and we say, you know what? If she's good, that means we're all going to be good, because all of the systems of oppression are going to be addressed because we're addressing them all at the same time, right? If it's going to be addressed for her, that means it's going to be addressed for me, because I am also under like some of the systems of oppression that she is. So if we free her, then our movement's going to be as free as possible, right?
Okay, guys, are you following? If not, I'll be your translator. Because Paris is focusing on her experience as a woman and largely the experience of other cis women, she is apparently leaving out a neglected group, and that is trans women. Now, some would argue that trans women, if you believe them to be women, are the most neglected group of women in the space. And we can only be as free as our least free counterparts or our least free group member, which would be trans women. Does that make sense? So because her content has not had a focus on trans women, and it's not really an issue that she talks about, given that she's going into her own experience and the experiences of other biological women, then she's leaving out a neglected part of the group. Let's get into another video.
But I, as a content creator, have never had to defend myself from racism allegations, misogyny allegations, MAGA allegations, Zionism allegations, and anything of the sort, because I take a clear, undeniable stance against all of those things. No one's ever accused me of fostering an audience that aligns with any right-wing beliefs, because it's clear in the way I talk, in the way I address people, even in the way where I talk about stuff that isn't related to politics, in the way that I talk about comics, in the way that I talk about sports, in the way that I talk about art, in the way that I talk about music and film and my experiences in the world in general. People can tell who I am, right? And so I want to talk to two people at the same time. One, the people who are defending Paris in my comment section being like, well, she's not responsible for her audience, saying she doesn't owe anyone inclusivity. Oh, you're mad because she didn't talk about trans issues. She doesn't always have to talk about trans issues. And also to the people who think that I was being too soft in my approach with her. Oh, you're giving her room to grow, but what about her bio-essentialist takes? What are her takes on S-workers? I fully understand why she amassed an audience of TERFs. Like I said, I went down that rabbit hole. Did I see every single video? No. I don't have time for that. I still have shit to do in my real life. But some of her takes, the language surrounding those takes, and other ones made it very clear how she amassed such a transphobic following. I mean,
okay. This is why I say if woke dies, it will be because they've eaten each other alive. It's sort of unbelievable. All the bases you have to have covered as a woke leftist in today's culture. You have to toe every bit of the line of their ideology. You have to check every single box or they will come after you. I saw one person say that the right is focused on recruitment and adding people to their group. The left is focused on finding traitors and kicking people out. And that's exactly what they seem to be doing with Paris, who, mind you, has made no statements alluding to the idea that she is, in fact, a TERF or somebody who doesn't care about trans people or doesn't think that trans people are part of the feminist movement. This is how you splinter into factions. This is how you destroy what could be a really strong group, but I guess it can't, because the woke mind virus will not allow it. It simply won't. And there's this puritanical, I guess, culture on the left right now that is constantly ousting people and pushing them to the side and creating these massive moments for think pieces and controversies. So much so where I feel like if you're a person on the right or a conservative, you could just sit back and watch them eat each other alive at this point. Now, before we get into Paris's response to this, where she's taken to the internet crying about the overwhelming response she's getting on a topic that she hasn't touched on and she hasn't alluded to, I'm going to take you a little bit back in the story where I said this all started because a lesbian content creator, so a biological woman, somebody who isn't even trans, levied this allegation against Paris. Now that same lesbian because this story is taken off so crazily, and because Paris has been so overwhelmed by the response, has come forward and apologized for even making the TERF allegations in the first place. But now this is a runaway train where this 21-year-old girl is being attacked and criticized and thought about in every corner of the woke leftist space online. So it seems as though the damage is done. But let's hear from our original accuser.
I've taken the past few days to reflect on my content and how I have used my platform to call out forms of bigotry. I've let my content become extremely reactionary. I have become reactionary, and I am not proud of it. I am deeply ashamed of myself and the damage I have done. I have placed myself on a pedestal as a person of authority, and I did not earn that. I have spoken with far too much authority. I have hurt members of this community in my attempts to protect. I've done harm. I want to apologize to Paris. Paris, I am so sorry. Accusing you of being a TERF instead of considering the many factors at play was not fair of me. I do not know you as a whole person. I am truly, deeply sorry for the impact of my words and the damage I have caused you. What I should have done instead is only try to engage from a place of concern and empathy for you. You're young. While I've been reflecting on this, I was thinking about who I was at 21.
Okay, guys, this goes on for 8 minutes. At least I guess you're getting some accountability, some thinking maybe about the puritanical nature of the woke left right now. But also, I have to remind everybody, we are talking about strangers on the internet. This is the most parasocial woke mind virus shit I've ever seen in my life, and I don't know how these individuals are surviving out in the real world. And mind you, while we're taking all this accountability on the subject, comments are turned off. So, like, we're still in this endless cycle over what? I don't know. You know what used to happen on the internet? You know, there's people who, like, leave mean comments or dislike a video or whatever, but for the most part, what you can do is keep scrolling. If you don't like what somebody's saying, keep scrolling. If you don't want to be a part of a certain conversation or you feel like somebody is not representing your political views properly, keep scrolling. Or even better, get off the internet. Go and touch grass. I do have to wonder what these individuals' lives are looking like out in the real world, because there is a distinction between what we're seeing digitally and what is out in the real world. I have to know, like, is this how you're moving when you're talking to normal people in normal conversation? Or is this just a manifestation of the illness that exists on social media and in some of these sort of like subcultures and subset spaces where people are falling down political rabbit holes and thinking they're building true community through that? What is actually going on here? Because I can't imagine being this upset about the words of a random 21-year-old girl online who, again, has done nothing to insinuate that she is in fact a trans, exclusionary, radical feminist. Even though I'll raise my hand and say, that's pretty much exactly what I am. Although I wouldn't even go as far as to call myself a radical feminist. All this to get to the end point here. And it's that Paris has responded to these allegations. Even though I'll raise my hand and say, that's pretty much exactly what I am. Although I wouldn't even go as far as to call myself feminist. Has done nothing to insinuate that she is in fact a trans, exclusionary, radical feminist. Even though I'll raise my hand and say, that's pretty much exactly what I am. Although I wouldn't even go as far as to call myself a radical feminist. All this to get to the end point here. And it's that Paris has responded to these allegations in a tearful 5-minute and 15-second video, because she's been berated so hard on the internet over random allegations from a random lesbian who isn't even trans that she felt the need to respond, and in writing.
There are truly few things that I hate more than being misrepresented, especially when I feel like I have a really, really simple mission, a very simple goal to have my love and care and deep admiration for women be seen and understood, and for my platform to be a safe space for us to talk about and explore that. And so I made this video so many times, and that's what's making me really emotional. I've made this video a lot of times, and I'm always upset. Like, I just always want to cry. There's nothing more embarrassing than crying on the internet. So as much as I would not like to have to be like this or this response, it's just gonna have to be a thing. I'm not
trying to get sympathy points. I literally just like need to get the video out, and this is just the state that's happening in. Forgive me for reading my response. Writing is the medium I have felt the most comfortable with, and considering the gravity of the situation, I would like to ensure that I'm communicating my feelings clearly. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who has offered me constructive criticism in relation to this recent pushback. My goal with my content has always been to make a safe space for women across the gender spectrum to reflect on and share their experiences. And I hope that we can feel more empowered to lead lives that feel authentic and fulfilling. Anything that threatens the safety of the online spaces I have created is a matter I take extremely seriously. I want to be sure I'm correct. There seems to be two primary concerns people have with my content as it relates to trans rights and transphobia. The first being my comment section. First off, some context. I have been making TikTok since I was 19 years old. Over the course of a year and a half, I've gained 300,000 followers. While I'm immensely grateful for this job, it's had some challenges. Staying present with the feedback I receive online has been something that I have at times found to be overwhelming and intimidating. At certain points, I've had to significantly decrease the amount of time I spend reading comments and messages due to how the hate I would receive would impact me or how obsessive I would become with the response. At some point, I found it easier to focus on consistent output than to sit with the response I was receiving. This failure to adequately mitigate my comment section.
Yeah, they're stable, aren't they? They're not mental at all, these women, these feminists. Which one's Melons? Both of them have melons. I didn't realize that Amala, whatever her name is, Amala, has big melons too. This one does, but Amala does as well. Maybe she's pregnant. I don't know, but she's got, I don't know. All of a sudden she has ginormous melons that stand out. So I don't know what's going on. Look at this. I don't think that's just a push-up bra. What is she doing? She's got huge watermelons in there. She's got black watermelons. They're enormous. Freaking enormous. Look at that. She's got big jugs, big moobs.
Of trying to appease people and pander to them and make them feel better, but also let them know that you're a good person. And that's exactly what's happening here. And I guess to a leftist, and especially a young one, giving an accusation like this and being accused of not being a good person probably does carry a lot of weight. And it's why she's crying. It's why she's overwhelmed. And that would feel like a lot within a community like this. I urge her to step out of the community, to step off the internet, and to experience life as it's meant to be, not as these like psycho totalitarian woke leftists would have it be online. Because my goodness, is there no possible way to keep up with these people?
Moving forward, I'll make my allyship and love for trans people clear and irrefutable. When this pushback began, I kept my comments brief and vague due to a frustration at how I was being accused of harboring a bigotry that I do not have. And furthermore, how that accusation did not accompany evidence. As a Black woman, I find myself functioning on defense and being extra sensitive to.
I don't feel sorry for her. I don't feel sorry for them. I'm going to put that right out there. They call everyone else like me a bigot. They call me, maybe not her personally, but her group, call me homophobic. They call me racist, bigoted. What's the other one? Homophobic, transphobic, sexist, misogynistic. I've been called it all, even just by Mushroom, a trans on YouTube. So I don't feel sorry for them at all when they go through this. They go around labeling others racist, bigoted. They can eat themselves, devour themselves alive, their group. I don't care. Because they've done this, now it's coming back to haunt them. Good.
When my words or stances are being contorted due to a racist and sexist agenda. However, I now see how the reasons I just listed were the basis of the comments being made towards me. Moving forward, I will be mindful to be more explicit in my inclusion. Moving forward, I will be more mindful to be more explicit in my inclusion and championing of trans rights, as well as quick to silence any detractors that make their way into my conversation.
So now she's bowing down and saying, I'm going to make it abundantly clear that the opinion that I hold and have held is that I'm not exclusionary to trans people. And she's saying that the reason she's responded to a lot of these allegations and the way she's responding is because she is a black woman and a lesbian. And are we seeing how the cycle just continues and continues and continues? Because when you base your life and all of your experiences and everything you think about on these superficial identity characteristics, this is where life is going to lead you, because it is not reality. It is not indicative of true human experience. And then when people on top of that make up a new identity, which, again, I'm not beating the turf allegations, that's what trans people are doing, and then they inject a made-up identity into the conversation, it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. And suddenly, the snowball is a big-ass boulder, and you're getting run over as a black lesbian content creator on TikTok. We're going to close out her video, and then we'll close out mine. This is very meta.
As my final point, let me make it abundantly clear. I am not a TERF, and I do not stand for any TERF ideology. I believe in and hope for the safety, dignity, and legal rights of trans individuals. Trans people have been and always will be included in my feminism. Thank you for the outpour of support and love I've received during this time. I have been watching the comments and seeing the messages and appreciate those who have chosen to still see the good in me and the value of my content.
And there you have it. There's the end of her apology, which was unnecessary, because you should never bow down to these people. They do not care about what you actually think. They do not care about who you actually are. And I don't even know if they cared about their criticism when they first levied it towards her. And as these things so often go, the apology is not enough, and a small group of these people will continue to attack you no matter what you do, okay? And that's where we're going to close out this video, is with...
Well, you called yourself a feminist, girl. You got the big moobs. By the way, she dates, the last I heard her admit, maybe it's changed since then, but she used to date a white man, and maybe she's still with him. A white guy is her boyfriend. So she's a black feminist dating a white man. Who knew? Who knew? It's often that way with these darkies. They'll date a white man. They'll marry a white man. They'll have babies with white men. This is a new meme I was working on while I was playing that for you. Send me a brilliant woman for a guest live. Is there a woman on earth? It should be, sorry, there's a mistake there. I got to take that off the screen. Hold on a second. People. There's a grammatical error right there that I have to fix. Now I think I can fix it. Maybe not. Maybe not. Hello. JOK. John OK. I think you're, well, I can't remember what your name is. JOK. John OK. Something like that. Give me a second. I'm going to play some music.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here. Forever reigns. The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sing until the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Roar. Raven circle.
Battle's done.
His legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Oh, my Tiggers, hello. Hello, hello. How are you all doing? Do I still have the link posted or pinned for joining my live stream? Who wants to join me live? There's a bunch tuned in, 14 tuned in right now. Does anyone want to join me as a guest? Do you want to join me live? Live. Let's do it live. Let's do it live. Let's do it live. Let's do it live. Come on, my Tiggus. Let's see. Send me a brilliant woman for a guest live. I have a little glasses emoji and this is a Japanese woman. Is there a woman on earth that is equal to me intellectually, spiritually, and in terms of vision and wisdom? Bring it on, please. Please, bring it on. Bring it on. Put them on here. I'm just tired of women calling themselves brilliant and other women calling other women brilliant and all this stuff. What shows your brilliance? What shows that you're equal to me? Many of you are afraid to come on here to have a conversation. So if you're equal to me, come on and show it, please. I want to see. I want to see your goods, not your knickers. I want to see your goods, your intellectual goods, your brains, your wit, your charm, your humor. I want to see your goods. I want to see the goodies. I want to see your goods. Show me your wit, your charm, your humor, your intelligence, your vision, your wisdom. Show me, please. Come on here. Is there a woman on earth? I hope this doesn't trigger anyone. Is there a woman on earth that is equal to me intellectually, spiritually, and in terms of vision and wisdom? I picked a smart-looking woman. She looks intelligent. She has a look of intelligence, not just due to the glasses, and not just due to her being Asian. A lot of people think Asians are smart. I am playing on stereotypes and themes here, tropes and motifs. Good. I hope something I do gets through to people at some point. I do. Send me a brilliant woman for a guest live. I hope this doesn't trigger any feminists.
Pretty fucking tiring. Many think the same, Chris. You just have the balls. New visuals, camera look. Hey guys, it's raining. Everybody, don't forget to put on live chat. Hey guys, it's raining, and you're gonna hear that on my fucking shitty little window unit over there. I already see it works. It's in case of emergencies, but it is loud when it rains. Anyways, so I wanted to just talk about God real quick. It's undeniable that if there is a creator, it's evil. It's undeniable. Think about this. Would you put your children into a school where they get abused, a school where they're getting bullied, a school where they're being tortured, a school where they're forced to work just to get through the day, a school where, look, the type of entity that would create a realm where souls suffer, period. And then not only do the souls suffer, but then they're gaslit by the realm itself and its participants. They're gaslit into thinking that they're growing from this suffering and that they deserve it in some cases, or that it's always been a suffering realm. Suffering exists, period. I would not subject my child to a school where it suffered. If you would, you're crazy. No, you wouldn't. You're a liar. And the only way that you can make that fit into your fucking delusion is to gaslight here, misdirect there, misdirect there. It's observable that if there's a creator, he's not only evil, he's sadistic. You would have to be insane to think otherwise, or mental delusional. One of those NPC fucking controlled characters to drive actual normal souls insane. What up, T? I'm here. You talking to roomies. You don't hear my shit, bro? My shit's working. I'm on mute. Can anybody hear me? I'm just gonna reset it. Fuck it. Oh, all right. Thank you, Veza. I appreciate that. So you guys heard everything I said so far? I don't have to recover that shit. But basically, you have to create delusions and excellent new visuals. Camera look. What do you mean? My new visuals? Oh, I'm just sitting in a dark room. I didn't even make my bed for this. I just want to get on the top real quick. What was I saying? Yeah, dude, God, come on, bro. Quit selling your fucking lies to people. Grow a brain yourself, or you know you're delusional. You know at this point, like, come on, man. What the fuck's going on in your fucking mind at this point? what happened to your logic centers? Humanity. So man, humanity became illogical at some point. That the fight for the soul or the fight for illusion. It's the fight for logic anymore. I muted you because I can't listen yet. Oh, I read that wrong. I thought you were saying that I was muted talking to roomies. I thought you were cracking a joke or something. Like I was talking to my roommates, but I didn't. I misunderstood that anyway. But so yeah, it just gets like, come on, bro. You would never, if you have a kid. I don't even have a kid. I have enough of an imagination, you know, an understanding, and to imagine if I had a kid, I would not subject that kid to suffering, struggling, worrying, stress, depression, suicide, murder, rape, war, poverty, depression, schizophrenia, diseases, ailments. Are you crazy? Are you crazy people out there? If there's a creator of this realm, he's evil 1,000%, or you're fucking retard. You can't observe reality. You're stupid. You're delusional. Go back to swinging from trees, you fucking meat monkeys. Anyways, I'm sorry. I got mad for a second there. It's like, bro, I'm done playing. Man, this is childish. Humans are childish. Like, it's almost like being in kindergarten with stupid people, man. I hate being in this fucking reality. When I think about the system, man, it surely creates loose in me. When I'm fucking ignorant and I'm just living life and having a good time and I ain't even thinking about none of this shit. Am I still creating loose? Is it because am I enjoying my, well, at this point, hey, if all I can do is create loose, I'm going to just be ignorant and have fun. Why the fuck do I even think about or talk about this shit knowing that ain't never going to change? All it does is fucking pisses me off. All it does is pisses me off. I'd rather just be in a good mood. Fuck it. Because I'm just going to be sitting around in a good mood, or I'm going to be just sitting around pissed off. It's one or the other. The war for logic in humanity, that's a war we should fight for. Like, can everybody get out of their delusions? Can you religious people put your books down for a second and go, man, something weird's going on here. This shit actually seems evil. Can you fucking Muslims take your fucking hats off and fucking say the same thing? Man, what's wrong with you people, man? You guys are a part of this system. This place is evil, man. You're stupid if you don't see it that way. You're either delusional or fucking retarded. Fuck you anymore. I'm not the only one that's making this. The war for logic in humanity, that's a war we should fight for. Like, can everybody get out of their delusions? Can you religious people put your books down for a second and go, man, something weird's going on here. This shit actually seems evil. Can you fucking Muslims take your fucking hats off and fucking say the same thing? Man, what's wrong with you people, man? You guys are a part of this system. This place is evil, man. You're stupid if you don't see it that way. You're either delusional or fucking retarded. Fuck you anymore. I'm not the only one that's making this video right now, just so you guys know. Again, like I said, substances have something attached to them, and they all have different opinions. That's why people wait and think between thoughts, because the thoughts have to come in. Well, where do they come from? Where does the creativity or the thought come from? Everybody, and all these entities have different agendas. It's like, man, fuck all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't even want to think about this shit no more. It's just so stupid to me. It's corny and fucking dumb. Oh, and when I'm talking about Christians and Muslims putting their hats and their fucking books down, can you vibrator people put your crystals and incense down and shut the fuck up too? Like, can y'all quit playing games with people, selling people with the whites of your eyes, selling people happiness? You're crazy, man. Y'all are weird as fuck. Y'all are weird as fuck. Y'all like fucking weirdo ass fucking delusional weirdos. I fucking love these idiots. Like, if I wouldn't be this mad if I didn't actually give a fuck. Guy, I really should just look at all of these Christians, Muslims, spirits, people, whatever, delusion sellers as just another aspect of the machine. Like, just another aspect of the matrix. Like, they're all pawns in its little game. They're being played too. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck off. Fuck off. You can't lie to me no more. Quit selling me your happy story. We're in hell, you fucking retards. Look around at the actual reality you're in and stop being delusional. A fucking realm where flesh eats flesh. You go to your little supermarket and your little fucking pretty outfit with your perfume on, and it's just steaks. No, it's ground up living creatures up there, man. You're an entity that walks through a supermarket and grabs the flesh of dead creatures and goes, "Arr." You're a fucking weird meat monkey. Oh, it's for my country. Oh, I'm patriotic. All of you army type motherfucking government type motherfucking weirdo type y'all are the fucking delusional too. Killing motherfuckers in other countries don't make you.
This guy's an angry, delusional douchebag. He's angry every day, shouting, angry at people, shouting at them. He's living in a goddamn trailer in Florida, swearing, cursing at people. He's an angry, hateful, stinky sweat hog of a douchebag in Florida. That's what he is.
You're patriotic. It makes you a psychopath.
Damn. Is he going to start crying? This is at the very beginning of his live stream. Is he going to cry again? He likes to cry a lot, this guy.
Damn, T. Dude, did it make you take the longest piss of your life? Jeez. Who else? What other delusional entities are there out there in the Matrix that you guys know of? I've covered the religious folks, the spiritual vibrators, the fucking what else? Oh yeah, the military demented.
He's talking about his vibrator.
All possessed complex. I covered the politics, the weirdos, the little weird child sniffing fucking creeps. What up, Harry Head Crab? Hey, Chris, do you think those entities you talk to feel pain? And do they think they are in a simulation too? I don't know if they feel pain. I don't know. I have no idea if they feel pain. No, they don't feel any pain. Damn straight, Chris, they ain't heroes. Haven't needed to piss yet. Teachers and taught lies. Oh yeah, well, that, to me, school is still like a part of the government complex thing that's all demented and demonic. Oh, excuse me. Science, space. Again, to me, NASA, the government, it's all the same group of fucking weirdos. It's all a part of the complex, the military complex. Like that one covers a lot, actually. I mean, because you got NASA, you got the school system, you got the prison system that really rehabilitates people. I mean, boy, this guy fucked up in life and sold 10 kilos of cocaine. Let's put him in a fucking a crazy fun house where cage doors open and guys that are 7'3" can come into his cell and do whatever they want to him. Like, let's rehabilitate these fucking criminals real good. Teach them a lesson, yeah. Put them in a crazy funhouse where guys are trying to R-word them. You know, it's like, this is disgusting. This whole realm is gross and low level. It's hell. It's like literally hell. If you're a conscious, good-hearted, gentle soul, you've been thrown into hell. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did, but here we are. Science space. Oh yeah, it's all a crazy fun house where cage doors open and guys that are 7'3" can come into his cell and do whatever they want to him. Like, let's rehabilitate these fucking criminals real good. Teach them a lesson, yeah. Put them in a crazy fun house where guys are trying to R-word them. You know, it's like, this is disgusting. This whole realm is gross and low level. It's hell. It's like literally hell. If you're a conscious, good-hearted, gentle soul, you've been thrown into hell. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did, but here we are. Science space. Oh yeah, it's all fucking. Yeah, I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did, but here we are. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did, but here. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did. I don't know what you did. I don't know what I did, but here we are. Science space. Oh yeah, it's all fucking. Yeah, there's always a hero. If it's not Jesus, it's the Pleiadians or the Arcadians or the Darth Vaderans. Bro, man, fucking shut the fuck up. You delusional fucking retards. Do you know what I think those entities are that I talk to? And I'm buddy with them. Nicotine, alcohol, and Mary Jane. I think that they're deceivers. That's what I think. That's what I think. I would think that if I was in a realm that made any kind of fucking sense, that I would not have to get twisted out of my mind to have a communication with them or whatever. Sort of don't have to get too twisted anymore. They're kind of there now. That could be labeled as that if I was in a realm that made any kind of fucking sense, that if I was in a realm that made any kind of fucking sense, that I would not, that if I was in a realm that made any kind of fucking sense, that if I was in a realm that made any kind of fucking sense, that I would not have to get twisted out of my mind to have a communication with them or whatever. Sort of don't have to get too twisted anymore. They're kind of there now. That could be labeled as schizophrenia, you know? If you guys are so good teachers, and that's what we're growing into, what is the existence of this realm for? Why are we in this low-level, fucking hellish, suffering realm that's grotesque and weird and stinks and hurts and just... this place is stupid. Anybody that would have created this realm was either sadistic or fucking evil. Plain and simple. This shit ain't complicated at all. As a matter of fact, you've got to use your fucking intelligence, if we could call it that, to overcomplicate it, to make it sense in your delusion. Have you gone crazy? Man, sometimes I feel like the whole world would view me as crazy. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker in reality. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker left. Like, honestly, I'm just like, man, something else. Delusion. Have you gone crazy? Delusion. Have you gone crazy? Man, sometimes I feel like the whole world would view me as crazy. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker in reality. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker left. Like, honestly, I'm just like, man, something else. This is weird shit going on here, bro. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker left. Like, man, sometimes I feel like the whole world would view me as crazy. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker in reality. I feel like I'm the most sane motherfucker left. Like, honestly, I'm just like, man, something else. This is weird shit going on here, bro. You know. tiny head control fucks. Demonically possessed fucking parasites is what they are. What do they ever do for humanity? And they can't tell their own nature is evil and disgusting? Fuck them all, burn in hell. Material atheists that deny any spiritual aspect of life, that think it's just lights out after physical death, are just as bad to me. I don't know if they're just as bad as the rest of these motherfuckers, but how do you know they're not right? Game plays us. I know there's astral projection. Again, there's delusion and deception too. Don't forget that part. But I know that there's astral projection and blah, 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 NDE stuff out of the body. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? How do you know it ain't lights out? Because if again, if you get knocked out or you go into a coma, for you, it's lights out for a very long time. You know, for the soul will say that is game plays us. You're only conscious when that body wants to work. You know what I'm saying? We did something bad, but you don't want to hear the story, and it's sad. Oh no! If your story came out of a book, I really don't want to hear it, bro. Many think the same, Chris. You just have the balls to publicly speak out. Yeah. I thought every guy out there was born with a pair of balls. I guess my balls vibrate at a different frequency than the rest of them. Had experiences that were more real than this shit. You're talking about like DMT and all that. I don't know. Again, a lot of deception. There's a lot of deception. What's come of DMT?
Hello? What's going on?
My son has been missing since Sunday, and I just looked at the camera.
Hello? What's going on?
My son has been missing since Sunday, and I just looked at the camera for the office, and I saw two people hurting my son.
Officers have just received a call from the mother of 18-year-old Dwight Grant. She believes that this surveillance footage shows Dwight's last moments as he is attacked and killed by a sword-wielding group of murderers. And 2 days from this very moment, her worst fears are about to become a reality, because what awaits officers is one of the most tragic discoveries they have ever made.
Hey,
oh my God. Can you go back inside, please?
In these very shrubs, detectives would find the body of 18-year-old Dwight Grant, killed with a sword. The only clue that officers have is this 17-year-old girl, Christy, one of the murderers, and the reason why his killers are brought to justice.
Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. Why would you do that?
18-year-old high school student Dwight DJ Grant of Miramar, Florida, was never...
Jesus, there's cameras. Jesus, there's cameras. Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. Why would you do that?
18-year-old high school student Dwight DJ Grant of Miramar, Florida, was never the kind of young man who would head out somewhere without telling his mother first. But that was exactly what happened on October 17th, 2021, as he seemed to have disappeared from the apartment complex he was living at without explanation. Concerned for his safety, his mother, Magdalene Emile, reported him to the police as a missing person. While other family members assist in the search by placing posters and checking out nearby hospitals, the police launch a full-scale investigation in the hopes of tracking him down. Dwight's family searched far and wide, but were unable to find him. Even the police did not seem to know where he could have gone. Not willing to give up so easily, Magdalene is convinced that the security cameras at the apartment complex that they lived at must have recorded him at some point. After speaking to the apartment staff and informing them about her missing son, she is granted access to the CCTV footage to see if she can find where Dwight was last seen and what might have happened to him. But what she saw next shocked her to tears. Without delay, she shares her terrifying findings with law enforcement.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, how you doing, ma'am? This is Officer Espiritu Santo at Miramar PD.
Yes.
What's going on?
My son has been missing since Sunday, and I put out a missing report.
Okay.
And I just looked at the camera for the office, and I saw two people hurting my son, and there's a girl that went to his elementary school. She was the last person who saw him, and she was there too.
Okay, I'm on my way to the office right now, okay? Okay, man.
Magdalene had seen her son's attack on security footage before the police even saw it themselves. Surprisingly, she seems to recognize one of the attackers. This will prove to be a vital step forward in the investigation. Police officers arrive at the apartment complex and review the footage for themselves. Security cameras show Dwight giving one of his killers a piggyback ride, totally unaware of the terrible surprise that awaits him just up the stairs. Suddenly, Dwight is confronted by a masked assailant. At first, there is a pause. No doubt Dwight is taken aback and confused by what is going on here. But then, just as he attempts to flee, another of the masked suspects pulls him behind a wall while both of the masked suspects attack him. One of the suspects can be seen at the bottom of the stairs, keeping a lookout. It is clear that this could not have been a random encounter. It was pre-planned, calculated, and personal. In fact, the girl that Dwight was carrying earlier hands over a sword to the suspects, who she had been working alongside the entire time. After watching the disturbing footage, law enforcement speak to an employee at the apartment complex. It seems that she has seen something very unsettling near the staircase where Dwight had been assaulted.
That's a kid?
Yes. She put flyers.
Okay.
And I believe that there's blood. I don't know if you want to go see her.
Yeah, sure. Let's go see that.
Where did she go?
They took her back to her apartment. Do you know where it happened? What stairwell?
Chantal, can you help me? Do you know which stairwell? Yeah. It's the stairwell that's closest to her. Yeah, B112. B112.
Okay, let's go over there and check that out. Did you saw what happened in the video or no? Not really.
No, I didn't. I'm waiting like you to see for the footage to be recorded on the USB drive so that I could see it.
Have you ever seen her son around?
No, they're good people. Like you only see the bad ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The tenants that give you trouble are the ones that you know.
That you know. Okay.
So these are good people that don't bother anybody. So this is where they live.
Okay.
Night one.
Okay.
They're out. Okay. There's a little blood over there. Night one.
Okay.
Bloodstains are located beside the stairs. It does not seem that it was that big of a mess, which makes this discovery all the more suspicious. The police intensify their search for Dwight. Right now, they desperately need an answer to one very important question. Where could the perpetrators have taken him? One of the officers interviews friends and family members of Dwight at the nearby apartment, who have more to share about the young man.
So what grade are you in at Miramar High?
I'm a senior, 12th grader.
12th grade?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the last time you spoke to him?
6:52.
On Sunday? When was the last time you saw him?
Earlier in the week, maybe Monday.
Monday, the week before, at school or?
After school.
And okay. Just give me a second. Just stay here. Let me speak to you for a second. What did he tell you on Monday?
Nothing, just the regular, like, I have anxiety and depression, so, like, he would
He has anxiety?
No, I have
Okay, so he would check on you. Do you know the girl that he's talking to or trying to talk to?
No,
No, does he have a girlfriend?
that's my knowledge, no.
No? Okay. All right. So you haven't seen him? What's up, man? No, everything good? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so you haven't spoken to him since. Is this his behavior? Like, does he do it? He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. If he goes out, he has a plan. He goes out with his friends. He calls literally all of us all the time to let us know, like, what's up, how you are.
Okay. All right.
Morning at night, make sure I'm okay.
Okay. Same thing with these kids. Have they seen him? Let me speak to them real quick. What's up, guys? Who else has spoken to him?
Laugh. So who could have wanted this young man dead, and why? For that, we will have to look back at the footage for more clues. In it, the girl being given a piggyback ride has a notably bright streak of hair, while the second perpetrator appears to walk in front of the camera with her face exposed. Considering their builds, law enforcement deduced that the attackers are likely a similar age to Dwight. As mentioned earlier, Dwight's mother believes he knows exactly who the woman with the streak in her hair is, Christy Parisian, a talented student who goes to the same school as her son. Upon calling her, Christy confirms that she is indeed the last person to have seen Dwight. While law enforcement takes her to the police station for further questioning, detectives arrive at her mother's apartment.
Do you mind talking to us? I have Detective Woods here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
I heard the message. I was at work. I don't have why. I'm waiting for my sister to go over there. I got the message.
You got the come over here.
What happened?
I just need to speak to you over here for a second.
Oh, Lord.
So, right now there's an investigation, and I guess what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to keep you out of the house for now.
Me?
Yes. Nothing has to do with you personally, but we have to keep everybody out of the apartment. So if there's anybody else in there that's in there,
No, the sister, she's at work right now.
but nobody else is inside.
No, only two
You
of
got
us.
you got shoes on? Okay. There's nobody else inside right now?
No.
Okay. So we have detectives that are going to get a search warrant. Okay. So right now, we're just going to make sure nobody's inside, and then we're going to close the door. And then we're going to wait for the warrant to get here. And then,
When I can come back. When I can come back, no.
as soon as you're done, the search warrant, then
Today?
come back here.
No, not today.
Yeah, today.
Because I'm waiting for my sister. I'm supposed to go. Can I take my phone to call my sister? Is it okay? Take my phone? My phone is right there. Can I call her? Because I'm waiting on her to go.
Well, right now at this point, we already gave you, notice that nobody can go back inside.
Can you take my phone for me? This is right there. By the way, is right there. You see my phone right there?
We really got to follow protocol on this one.
Oh my God.
So, are you going to be around here? Are you sticking around here, or are you leaving?
Leaving where?
You're not going anywhere, right?
No, I was going to the police station.
No, I mean right now.
I'm waiting for my sister to go to the police station because my sister drives.
Okay. Well, don't go too far because when we're done, we're going to need you here.
No, I'm just going to the police station. That's it. To see what happened. That's all.
Okay.
To see what happened. That's it. I'm not going nowhere because I don't know where to go.
I mean, honestly, you go to the police station, they're not going to tell you anything.
Following a search of the home, the police allow Christy's mother to acquire her phone. That's when she shares a voicemail from Christy herself, who tells her mother that someone had been murdered and that she is being interviewed about it. Over at the police station, Christine is being spoken to about the case. During that time, she brings up a name that would later prove to be especially important in the investigation.
So basically, I went over there to Dante's house. I met two guys, the boys cat called them was Ayo, Neymar. I was like, hello, hi. He asked my name, my name is Christy. They said, they said their name was Caitlin Ryan, blah, blah, blah.
So you met these two guys as you were walking from your house to the White House?
They were like, Ayo, mom. I'm a mom, but like, boyfriend, please, no, she has to stop.
Who's your boyfriend? Oh, okay. You were meeting with Dwight to like hook up with him, or?
Hook up and cheat on my boyfriend because I found him cheating on me.
Who did he cheat on you with? Somebody from school?
I really do hope not.
Oh, you don't even know who he cheated?
I found out he was cheating on me because I read his messages. I was being a stupid girlfriend, like I went to sorry. Please.
Look, we both been there.
I'm gonna sound like a really pissed off girlfriend right now, don't mind me.
Don't worry about it.
So far, it sounds like a typical drama between high school students. Suspecting her boyfriend, Andre Clements III, nicknamed Dante by his friends, had been cheating on her. She alleged that she was going to do the same with Dwight to get her revenge. But how could petty relationship issues escalate into a full-blown homicide? That's something that is not adding up here. Regardless, Christy continues spinning her tale, unaware that her emotionally detached demeanor is not going to make her seem any more believable.
These two guys, were they tall?
Voices, so I would say around 18, 19 months, the boys, puberty guys.
Nobody you recognize like from school? Okay. Ever seen them before?
They came downstairs. and they said, girl, blah, blah, blah. Who the f- is you?
They said that to the white? And who were they saying it's their girl?
They just said Max.
So then they were arguing, and then what happened?
They were arguing, said, my girl, blah, blah, blah. He tried to run away, and then they grabbed him. They started to beat his at that point, my back was just turned completely away because I did not want to hear anything, I did not want to say anything, I did not want to be a complete witness to the entire thing.
What knife?
It was a knife.
There was, oh, come on, girl, why are you holding back on me?
It was a knife.
Well, why didn't you tell us that before?
Because I was screaming. I'm sorry.
So, they beat up Dante, they handed you the knife, you went to the corner, then they threw him over the railing, then you handed them the knife.
The police are unconvinced that Christy would be so nonchalant about handing over a knife after a murder took place, and yet she is completely unhesitant with her explanation about Dwight getting assaulted and left to die. There just seems to be no sense of regret in her voice about the whole thing. Besides, the mysterious individuals that she mentions here do not exist. A detective who lived in the apartments nearby would go on to confirm that no such people lived in the area. It is crucial for law enforcement to identify these other two suspects. If they do not only will they get away with the horrific crime, but law enforcement will not have a complete picture of the case on the whole. The last thing they want is for their currently captured suspect to walk free due to a lack of evidence. While the police continue pushing the interview forward in hopes of getting an actual explanation for all of this, Christy brings up yet another person of interest.
On the way back, you came with Andre and Jasmine.
Yeah, they said something about them fighting somewhere, like having a blood fountain.
The police are convinced that the two individuals that Christy is talking about are actually Andre and Jaslyn themselves. Yet she continues to insist that she did not recognize the others. This argument of hers would later be debunked by a witness who also lived at the apartment complex. She contacted law enforcement and informed them of a concerning sight, a trio dressed in black, attempting to start a bonfire. She is called in for an interview at the police station and goes into further detail about her findings. And if you love videos of criminals getting busted, just like this one, please consider giving this video a like, sharing your thoughts in the comments section, and clicking the subscribe button. All of these things will help us keep pushing out high-quality content on a regular basis.
I saw the tape, I remember everything. And the two girls, they were just standing there, but they weren't moving much. The chubby girl, she was just like moving back and forth, like standing in the same spot, but moving a little bit. And then the guy was moving around the fire, just throwing more gas.
You know what Newport Towers is? Kind of like, make sure that you understand that, because she is 16. And 100% honest with you.
I know.
100%.
I know. But I need to know. Like, does this implicate my child in this action of what happened?
I don't know exactly what happened. You're telling me that you were told to do something? I don't know what you did. I don't know what you didn't do.
She said that she was told to keep him in a corner. Okay.
That somebody had pissed him off, or somebody that was messing with somebody else's girl, or something. It had to do with some type of chick. And that he was upset and that he needed some backup for his fight. He told me it was just a fight.
I want to make sure that you both understand, because I've said this already to you in the past, that you guys don't have to stay here. You do not have to talk to me.
Are you going to arrest my child?
No, I'm not going to arrest your child. I'm not. But I want to make sure that you understand that, because she is 16. I'm being completely honest with you. I want to hear what she has to say, but I wanted to reiterate, because I said it to you and she wasn't here. That's all. Okay? You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to go to some police station and leave without my daughter.
I'm just saying you don't have to. We have to hold this house, but you guys don't have to stay here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cut you off.
He told me dress up in all black and fall. I wore a do-rag, wear everything. He just said, do this for me. Just help me out with a fight, and we're fine. We walked all the way there, and we walked up the stairway. Seduced him.
Now the police understand Christy's role in all of this. She was the bait who lured Dwight to his doom. As for Jaslyn, considering her portly size, not only was she there as additional muscle, but she also assisted with hiding the body.
He was sitting there, and I followed him down the stairs, and he told me, just be chairs, and make sure when you're here, sit here. Stay here and just look intimidating. Just scare him. And then we're rushing downstairs because we were both chugging him into the corner in the stairwell. We pushed him in, and we were fighting.
What is it called now? Newport Towers?
Newport Towers.
Do you know where Newport Towers is? It's kind of like where Walmart, kind of like behind Walmart, kind of.
Was talking to him, and he told him, and I was just standing there. He said this was a fight, and he was just concentrating with him. I was like, okay. And then just pulled out. There was a weapon. I was told to hold it. I was also given gloves before we got there. And I pulled down his legs, and he won. He hurt.
I'm sorry?
He hurt him.
What do you mean by he hurt him?
He hurt him very badly. And then he told me to help him. He moved him.
Not even Jaslyn's mother knew about this whole crime. She is hearing all about it for the first time, and now she is going to make her thoughts known.
Do you know how much investigation ID shit I watch? Do you know how much true crime shit I watch?
No.
You can't get away with nothing. Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. My child is smarter than that. Aren't you? Jesus.
No.
You can't get away with nothing. Jesus, there's cameras every ID shit I watch. Do you know how much true crime shit I watch?
No.
You can't get away with nothing. Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. My child is smarter than that. Aren't you? Because he asked you to? So do you think that's what being a friend is? That's not being a friend. Okay. Bye. Bye. You know better. What is this? Why would you do that? Because he asked you? Again.
Did she tell you how?
I'm just hearing this.
Oh, okay.
But I would imagine you're you'd like to know. You're curious.
I don't even want to know that a 16, 17-year-old is capable of doing this. No. I need for you to keep talking.
It stopped, and it was over, and everything stopped. I was trying to just pretend and forget that it didn't happen. I already knew that something like this was going to happen. I already knew the cops were going to show up sooner or later, and I already started preparing myself for the worst, Ma.
What do you mean by preparing yourself for the worst?
If they send me away, Ma. Because by everything I've already said, I'm an accomplice, and I know this, but I'm sorry.
Come here. I can't. Come here.
With Jaslyn fully admitting to participating in the crime, she and her mother are taken to the back of a police car for further questioning. This is a perfect opportunity to extract more information from her. Did the suspects really take a teen's life over something as petty as relationship issues? Or could there be more to it all that the police have yet to hear?
Before he ever told my brother, he told me Friday, I believe it was Friday, that he had a situation that he needed to deal with, and he was wondering if I could help him out with a fight. Me knowing that I used to fight in elementary, or used to be that kid-ish outside of school, I had agreed because he's a good friend of mine. I can just go fight.
Okay.
So, on to Sunday, he had said he was going to be coming over around 6. Okay. He came over at least 6:45, close to 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And he had proceeded to tell me the whole scenario of, you were going to get dressed in all black. You're going to wear clothes that you don't care about. You're going to wear gloves. You're going to wear do-rag. I know the whole layout of the building and everything that we need to do this.
No.
Get dressed, just wait, and I'll go.
Okay.
We had gotten dressed, we had prepared. My mom had got home. We had told her that we were going to go on a walk. We had left the house immediately with, and we had left the complex through this gate.
The main gate for this community?
The complex to our, leaving the gate, we walked to our right.
Okay.
All the way down. He was explaining to me that the person that me and him were going to fight with, and a person was going to seduce to get him to come downstairs, had messed with a girl that he knew and had, essentially from what I know.
Okay.
This is what he had told me. And on the way there, he's telling me exactly where we're going to walk, exactly how we're going to walk, exactly what we're going to do, and what we're going to wait for a signal.
Now the police have a potential idea on why Jaslyn was recruited. Andre alleged that Dwight had abused someone, despite there being no evidence of such a thing happening. And yet that was more than enough for her to be recruited for what she claims was to be nothing more than a fight. It could be that she was manipulated into assisting him with false rumors. That being said, if it was intended to be little more than a spat between teens, why were weapons involved? Well, Jaslyn seems to know why that was the case.
So, we had and ready a call or a text saying that she was here. Me and him were upstairs. He's just talking to me. We're relaxed. We're chill. And downstairs. We walked downstairs, and he tells me to wait on the top. And then he had a weapon with her. He told me to hold the weapon. We had gloves on at this time still. We had walked down the stairs. He had approached the boy. He walked down the stairs.
Did you know this boy or no? Okay.
When boy tried to make a run with it, run for it. They approached him and was like, "Yeah, we have a problem." And he actually standing behind with a weapon. So he tells me, and he made a run for it, and I'm like, okay.
Factor? Or was this an opportunity to bring a bloodthirsty fantasies about stabbing people to death? Is she just an edgy and gullible teenager who loved shock factor? Or was this an opportunity to bring a bloodthirsty fantasy to life? The officers are about to find out for themselves, as Jaslyn then goes on to detail how Dwight was attacked.
So I'm in a position where I'm holding both of his legs, and I've wrapped him around his under torso, and I just feel poking right here. And I'm wondering what that is. And the other boy, he has the weapon just like waving it, just like trying to not get harmed. And then he had another smaller weapon, and he took that out. Right here.
Where's right here? On the neck, like back side of the neck?
Like side.
On the right side?
Right side. I had backed up and I was like, weird. That's not right. And he's like, just help me with it. It's fine. And I'm sitting here staring at him. And he stopped what it is. Like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to help this. But I'm just gonna sit here. I'm not just punch. And I'm just
right.
And there we have it. The confirmation that they did indeed try.
To where we took off any extra clothes that we had. And we placed it into a pile, and we sprayed gasoline or travel oil all over it.
Right.
And there we have it. The confirmation that they did indeed try and destroy the evidence, as well as clean the crime scene of blood. If they had not noticed the camera that captured all three of them, then there is a chance they might have put more effort into disposing of Dwight's body. Jaslyn allegedly hid the weapons in her mother's home, hoping that no one would find them, but it didn't take long for Dwight's mother to start calling people and asking around, thereby sparking this whole investigation. Later, Jaslyn and Christy are placed in a police car together. They proceed to talk about the arrest and their parents' reactions, unaware that every word is being recorded.
I turned 18 in January! I turned 17 in February. Doesn't really matter because you turned 17. I turned a legal adult in January. If I don't get out by January, I'm going to 18 in June. So he's gonna get me screwed. If my parents don't get 2 more years, they're good. My parents are gonna lure to get me out. You get me not guilty.
My mom's like, once you get down to the station, once they book you and shit, if they say on bail, they better call me, and I'll pay for this bail immediately. I'm like, okay.
They said they're going to literally tell us like when they were supposed to work on, but I'm not being told anything. We know what's strange, the camera that's like right there by the circus, so I would everybody was with it. And I think I'm in this car because my Gucci bag, but
I think I'm in this car because there was arson in the back of my
out there. And because the fact you had your mask off while doing all of this, you idiot.
He had his own too.
Yeah, but the camera caught you?
Why me though? Why it had to be me?
Laughter, jokes, and a lack of interest in the consequences of their actions. These girls do not seem to think very highly of the situation at hand, and are confident that they will be out in a few years. Little do they know that the police are already uncovering vital DNA evidence that will implicate their involvement in the crime. From the bonfire, detectives recover Jaslyn's rubber gloves. Meanwhile, upon searching Christy's home, they uncover a purse with cleaning supplies that were used to scrub the crime scene clean, along with boots that were stained with Dwight's blood. Though the pair continue chatting and speculate on what will happen to Andre, what they do not realize is that just a day later, on October 23rd, he decides to willingly give himself in to the police.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay, I'm placing you under arrest. You have an active warrant out for your arrest. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I got you. I got you.
Thank you. Do you have anything on you that's going to stick me, poke me, or hurt me? No. Do you have anything on you that you're going to want to give to mom before you go?
Listen.
Based on written statements from Andre, detectives pieced together an explanation for the senseless homicide. Dwight was dating one of Andre's exes. Although Andre was already in a new relationship with Christy, he became so consumed by his jealousy that he planned to take Dwight's life, planning the whole ordeal weeks in advance. And now he will be spending much of his life behind bars.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Cut copy of your handcuff, kid.
I dropped it and I never got it back from Danny. It went on the floor.
Despite being minors during the attack, all three suspects were tried as adults. Christy Parisian and Jaslyn Smith accepted plea deals and were sentenced to 25 years in prison. As for Andre Clements, he received a 40-year sentence, followed by lifetime probation. Thank you for tuning in. Nearly 85% of everyone watching isn't subscribed. Your subscription and support would mean the world to us, so we can keep bringing you more content just like this. Before you go, check out one of our craziest cases right here, or one of my newest ones right here.
Growing up in the 70s and 80s, there was more of a, everyone was just one way or another more connected with everyone and everything because you had to go outside of your house to do everything, right? If you wanted to read something, you couldn't sit home and read it on a screen. You had to get up and you either had to go to a bookstore and buy and order a book, or you had to go to the library and find one on the shelves and sign it out and take it home, for example. So it meant you had to go outside. You had to interact. You would have to interact with somebody. If you wanted to pay your bills, well, you had to go to the bank and you had to talk to a teller and hand over the slip. That doesn't mean a lot of introverts would have had much conversation compared to the extroverts. But the point is there's still things going on, and it would be much conversation compared to the over the slip. That doesn't mean a lot of introverts would have had much conversation compared to the extroverts.
Introverts still talk. You're just a moron. You're a dummy. You're just a dummy. Very boring. He looks very psychotic. He's exactly what people want to follow. 1,000 likes, 11,000 views. A lot of you follow absolute garbage. And I'm tired of it. I am. I'm tired of trying to help beings that are just freaking so easily fooled. You look at these creatures that look psychotic and you'll say, that's normal. He looks okay. Does he really? Not to me. To you he does. A lot of you are just natural born dupes. Anything will fool you. You'll defend anything. They can look psychotic and you'll say, oh, he's not psychotic. He just looks psychotic. He's not crazy. He's not creepy. He's not evil. He's not a He's not a demon. He just looks demonic. It's the way a lot of you are. He's not a demon, Stephen. He just looks demonic. You go ahead. Defend demons. And see where it gets you in the end. See where it gets you. See if it gets you out of here. That's what I want from you. I want to see if it gets you out of here. Here's the image he took. Latest from Howdy Mikowski. Dark energy? Demonic? Yes. Yes. A happy being? No. No, not at all. A being that's afraid of me to come here and speak with me live? Yes. Yes. Some of you you'll be scratching your heads 10 years from now. Why are they afraid to go to Steven's channel? You just don't get it. You probably never will.
Extroverts. But the point is, they're still to a teller and hand over the slip. That doesn't mean a lot of introverts would have had much conversation compared to the extroverts. But the point is, there's still things going on. And it will be, if you're going to the library constantly, well, you get to know that librarian. You get to know the person at the bookshop. You get to know the teller at the bank. You get to know, you start to get to know them. At least you have a familiarity with them. They have a familiarity with you over time. And this worldwide response, apathy, confusion, depression, anxiety, is actually an expected response after you start to see something. After you start to break down the belief structures you've always had. And I'm not writing this to try to fix it or make it better, make you feel better. It's to see that once you start seeing a bit of truth, what's really happening, right, is a dropping of false. That's how you see truth. You get rid of something false, or you get rid of a belief covering. And when that belief covering goes away, it's a very confused space for a while. Right? Because nothing comes to fill it. It's not like you drop some false and then some magic understanding comes and fixes it. No, you just, oh yeah, that's garbage. But it's not like you actually know anything true. You just know, oh yeah, that's been garbage. I've believed that for 25 years and it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And that's a confusing space from it. And most will just, because it feels very weird, they're going to try to fill it with any noise and activity. They're going to try to fill the empty space with anything. But the point, of course, is to focus more on the silent space, the recognition that a lie is no longer there anymore, false is no longer there, and you have to just sit with it for a while. You have to sit with the confusion. You have to be silent in the confusion for a while. I don't know how well, because again, I don't know any of the people that watched, I don't know, maybe 20 of these videos. And I think there's a couple of them that they're more philosophical, like YouTube channel. So they, of course, these people have been thinking about it. These people have been contemplating it. These people have been contemplating these feelings and the feelings of others. So they're crafting the presentation differently. But when you watch the average person, they're just throwing this out there, and they're just like, does anyone else feel like this? Am I the only one? They're very, very confused. And when you add that on top of that now, a massive financial pressure.
Testing 1 2. Audio check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Where's that image? Here it is. So many. I'm trying to sort through something. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Howdy, McCoskey. Is he your favorite? Well, that's normal. People would say that's normal. He doesn't look evil or angry. He looks perfectly normal, right? Does he look normal, everyone? The views have really dropped in the last few minutes for some reason. People must be busy or something. Hello, hello. Howdy, Mikowski. He's a favorite. People love him. 11,000 views on his video, I think it was. Was it around 11,000? Something like that. In a day. This is what you want. You want to be duped by evil, no matter how hard I try. I realize it's not a lack of effort. Maybe I'll reach more people if I stop putting in effort. I don't know. But there's something very strange going on because this is so obvious. He takes a snapshot and he's just furrowed brow. Evil. And you love it. Most of you people love it. You want to follow evil. You're in the right realm for it. There's a lot of it for you. There's a lot here for you to follow. There's a lot of evil in this realm. You're in the right place then. Stay here in Hell Realm.
Oh shit!
What do you have? It's President Trump resource.
It's like a stem cell of resources. It's any resource you choose to allocate it to.
No, it's the opposite of a stem cell.
Right. It's death.
A stem cell can turn into any cell. A dollar can turn into any resource.
It can't though.
Okay, what's a resource I cannot buy with $1?
Jack, it depends on the circumstances.
And frankly, Jack, I've been waiting to speak to you for a long time.
Oh shit!
What do you have to say?
It's President Trump.
Jack? What do you have to say, Jack?
Trump. I hate Trump as a man. I like his policies, but I hate him as a man.
Oh, you could never hate. I hate you.
That doesn't sound very Christ-like.
Well, he should carry himself better.
Agreed.
You can't take
Than
me
he
when I
does.
hated you first.
Agreed.
Hate's too strong of a word. I dislike the
Money
things
doesn't fulfill a need, perform a task, or achieve a goal.
We gotta stop
It
the
does
wars, Jack.
every one of those things.
No, it does not. You have to trade it for those things. And it's only based upon the assumed value that isn't even real, dictated by a bank that uses it to create a debt. You know this better than most people.
Take your
I know,
$10 out of the
it
bank.
definitely is a resource. It definitely does all those things.
No, it doesn't. You can't do shit with money.
You can do okay.
What?
You have to trade it for other things that you can use.
Right. That's why I said it's like a stem cell
It's
resource.
just a resource.
Guys, would you please try to consider different than what you think? Right? Yes, we hear you.
If you do it too.
view it as a resource, you view it as an access, a gateway to gain other resources. But the reality is, if we share,
There's a dude in the chat saying the value is objectively real. I mean, how nuts do you have to be to realize you're being brainwashed?
Money is merely a mechanism for the exchange of resources, and we have
value. Yes.
In this society,
And we have other means of exchanges, such as barter, where we can place our own independent assessment of values.
This
It
just
is
seems
not,
like a whole
it
lot
is
of
not,
poor
it
people
is
coping.
not, it is
You
not
guys-
objectively the same value.
Tell you what,
Yeah.
I think we're getting off track. So, I mean, this is impossible. I mean, I'm
Yes, it
convinced that the
Well,
corruption.
clarify it then.
Would you maybe listen instead of telling me what to do, Chuck?
I'm okay. Okay, I'm listening.
Well, you don't have to tell me either, especially. Thank you. Guys, mankind can do better. What we've got, it's worked for many, but not enough for others. The human sacrifices that are happening right now in the name of war, poverty, it's all due to people's inactions and people's actions. I suggest that the good people outnumber the cruel and the selfish. So the real point of today is to remind everyone, we're all one time of this history. What's happening in the world, we're going to have different perspectives of the truth, but we're supposed to know many different perspectives of the truth. And that can only happen through our ego experience, right?
What are those people standing on?
I don't know.
Grass.
On a field, yeah. The point is
That's after we've inhabited the moon.
On another planet.
The moon's not real.
Well,
that wasn't the moon.
don't
There
get me
was grass
started.
on it.
Have you watched the moon lately? It was upside down and then downside up.
This fucking guy.
Dude, you haven't watched the moon. You think I'm talking
If I swear to God, the Dutch were invented just to fuck with the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Back in the Stone Age, when they talked about the moon, there was no projector projecting the moon into the sky. The moon is there,
Now it's a
whether we
project-
like it or not.
Okay, so okay, that's okay. I just wanted to bring it up.
Panelverse, you live in a car and all your income is from stealing other people's content. You're hardly proving anything.
Oh yeah, that's just another Canadian, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
You can survive with no money a month, but not very well.
Go.
He's not homeless though. He's not homeless. No.
Yes, he is. If you live in a car, you're homeless.
Well, just roofless. Roofless.
That's homeless. I'm sorry, that's homeless.
Yes.
we could solve the homeless problems.
With
and
a wood
actually, well, no, by cooperation. If we unite together and we properly manage resources, and actually there's going to be a lot of need for resources and rebuilding, what with all the destruction of the militaries, right? So costs in America, guys, I've listened to a few different predictions of what the downflow is going to be of the blockade and the conflicts in Iran. Guys, we're not going the right direction. Welcome, Stinky Brew. You there?
There was a. Oops.
How you doing, Jack, mate? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Welcome.
Oh, that's fine. As long as you can hear me, mate, that's fine. Sorry, you can carry on. You can proceed. What you think?
There.
Testing, 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Think it's possible to make reforms that work.
Hello.
What would be the reform for that situation?
Chuck cannot even think.
But all this, in my opinion, no offense, I have respect for everybody up here, even the people I don't know. But this is dishonest, because what it comes down to is you had to work hard for what you have, because otherwise this society would have taken it away from you as soon as you turned a blind eye to it. And now you're coveting, and you don't want anybody to be able to get it up on you without having to work at least as hard as you did. There's a resentment in there, And so, like, all these, this is all naysaying whether or not this reform will work or that reform will work. You just don't want anybody to have a heads up on you or have a ladder above your head.
I must disagree with that. I must disagree with that, because if people worked as hard as I worked with what I've got, with what little I've got, if people worked as hard as I have, then they'd be okay where they are.
You just proved my point. You totally just proved my point. What an assumption it is that you are a measurement by which to determine how hard someone needs to work in order to be successful, and that no one who's worked harder than you remains unsuccessful.
I didn't make that assumption, though. I didn't make that assumption, brother. I didn't make that assumption.
You literally just did.
I didn't.
It's the height of myopia.
I didn't make that assumption. I didn't make that
you
assumption.
100% did. You 100% did.
No, I 100% did not.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Jack.
Great, Stinky. You 100% did not. So what? Okay, what it sounded like is, yeah, you're kind of proving that case, and I'm wondering if Denizen was even talking to you. You jumped in defense of what he said, as though it couldn't apply to you. Maybe I misunderstood.
Projecting a character flaw into Chuck's point, which is that there are lots of homeless people who choose to be homeless. I know
they choose to be homeless, and no matter what you give to them, they will still be homeless.
What does that have to do with the vast majority of other people?
I think we skipped right over the solution. Jack.
But you're talking about save the homeless.
No. Jack is up here telling us that he has the solution. So let's sit back and watch Jack feed or house the homeless. Let's sit back and watch Jack feed.
What?
This guy said what he wanted, and then he put it on Jack. It's not Jack's fucking goal to feed the homeless and make the homeless happy and make them have that.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what this guy's doing.
Chuck, what you're focused on, you're trying to negate the results of my goal. You're trying to say that the downflow of succeeding in bringing reforms would not do any good, but you're not thinking things through, Chuck. I'm telling you. And Josh, you got kicked because you're clearly here just to be a thorn in the side, and don't need you here.
Jack, Jack, if you don't mind.
Hold on, Stinky Brew. Can we start by identifying the problem?
Pardon?
Can we start by identifying the problem?
Yes.
What homeless people, has anybody on this panel been approached by a homeless person asking for help with their homelessness?
Yes.
Can we move beyond the individual to look at the systemic problems that I'm suggesting we discuss serious reforms about? The systemic problems create broken people. Guys, if you're actually honest and you look at things from a different perspective, the way I see poverty and addiction, those are symptoms of a broken society. A broken community creates and enables addicts. A broken community creates and enables poverty. We don't have
a broken family and a broken life. There's something there before this happens. I totally agree with you with that. Is that what you're saying, Jack?
Well, if we're just going to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others as though it's normal, we're not doing what we can.
Suffering.
It is suffering. When people are suffering.
Do you think that Mitch is suffering, Mitch Levin?
Yes. He's not as whole and healed as he might present himself.
Well, nobody is.
Sure.
There's a certain extent with it where, with all due respect, that certain people would just rather take that crack. They'd rather drink that booze than do anything better with their life. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's you can give them all the help they want in life, and they will still choose the other option. And where do you go from there?
Okay. Again, I'm less focused on the people that do suffer from addiction and maybe mental illness or this defiant nature where they just don't want to conform to society and they want to reject everyone. Those are not the people I'm talking about really interacting with, not right now. What I'm suggesting we interact with is the corruption and the people that are enabling the corruption. in our United States government. There
Well, those aren't
is
the homeless people, then.
Jack, I have a question. Peace and love, by the way, Jack. Hello, how are you doing today? Wouldn't you be focusing on people like Flo, who sells crack to women like D7 is Cracko? So I'm just wondering, like, if he's going out and making people suffering, if the guy's making people suffering like drug dealing,
What are you
well,
doing?
why is he drug dealing?
What are you
Perius, we're on a panel, mate, and you're going personal attacks. Just fucking chill it
Well,
down.
because
Just
he
reel
wants
it in
to
a bit.
silence me in the chat because his little crack whore D7.
I would silence you too, and so does Jack. I mean,
yeah.
Imperius is very intelligent, he's very educated, and it just annoys me the fact that he comes in with them fist fucking throwing. Just chill out a little bit and then put your point across. And
Start a
he has
stream
got
together. Maybe do a stream together, Stinky Brew. You and Imperius. See how that works, huh? See how that works if you like him so much.
I didn't say. I just said he's intelligent. He's got good points.
Cannot
but
even
he
react.
doesn't-
You cannot even react to my reaction to you.
So you're personally attacking me because I turned around and said
I'm
that
asking you an
Imperius has good points.
You're carrying
I'm
water for Imperius.
actually asking you a question, dude. But okay. It's
That's pathetic. That is pathetic. That's pathetic. But carry on.
When can we look forward to the Stinky Brew Imperius collaboration?
I don't know, mate. Maybe one day. We've had a few. We've had a few in the past. They've not ended nice, but hey, it happens.
Wop, 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 wop.
What's that? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean anything? You going womp 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 womp? What does it mean? I don't understand. Is that a win? Is that what you call a win?
Hey, Stinky, can you let it go? Please.
Okay, that's fine. I'll let it go, but I'm not sure what I'm letting go. But yeah, fair enough. Okay, Jack. I respect you. It's your street.
Thank you.
You were busy yelling at Chuck about economics or something. Jack, I have to go swimming before the pool closes. Thank you for having me up. Can I plug some shit?
Of course, please do.
I've got a stream coming up in 4 hours. I didn't do the whole. I got a stream coming up in 4 hours. I'm gonna go over a little bit of the shakedown with Andrew and then Sarah's reaction to it. So, thanks for having me up. Salute to Jack. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat.
See you later, Flo. You know I love you.
Peace out, man. Have fun.
Respect.
Hey, Jack, if I could respond to what you were saying earlier.
Please.
So, I think it's a cop-out, and it's a deliberate one, and I think I demonstrated how it's all about, well, I had to work for this, and I had to do this, so why should anybody else get a handout? When you say, like, some people want to be homeless, who cares? That means we shouldn't do anything? I mean, I'm going to be curt and a little rude because, I'm not that sophisticated, so don't take it the wrong way. But that's fucking retarded. And it's a waste of my time. And it's beneath the level of conversation that I think everybody on this panel is capable of having. So I dismiss it out of hand. And it is dismissive in itself. And don't unmute yourself to cut me off. Wait until I'm finished. And even if we can't help, everyone, how did you know I was talking to you to interrupt me without interrupting me? Do it again. Do it again. There you go. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. You're just making my point. Yes, I'm excellent. I'm having a time of my life, and you're proving me right. So you're really boosting my ego right now on top of it all. So it doesn't matter if we can't help everyone. If you don't think there's people out there capable of receiving help, you're naive and you're not part of the solution. So sit back with your money and your bills and let us handle the world's problems. So we don't need your input. No offense. Not only that, but if you solve corruption, if you work on corruption, if you work on greed, if you work on cooperation and generosity and kindness and promote these as the values of a society instead of commodification, capitalization, labor intensity, productivity, these are your so-called values. Maybe if you change your values, you'll find that some of the people who are apathetic to society and don't want to opt in and don't want to have a piece of have skin in the game might change their mind and join you if your society had something worth valuing and worth taking part in.
Say as many big words as you want.
Exactly.
Say as many big words as you want.
Hey, Stinky Brew. I muted you. You're welcome to reflect on what he said, but the insults and the attacks on how it was delivered, not helpful.
Okay, how would you like me to reply to him? How would you like me to reply to him, Jack?
Why would you want to? You were exacerbated
I will
just by
turn
having
around
to
to you and
listen to me.
I will turn around and say that you can say all the big words you'd like to say. That's what I said. But
I did already.
It doesn't make a difference. At the end of the day, if people want help and they need help and they deserve help, they can get help. If they don't
That's
want
not
help,
true.
then how much? I beg your pardon.
I said that's not true.
How is it
You
not true?
clearly spoken like someone who's never really needed help. Otherwise, you would know exactly how it's not true all around the world.
Have you needed help then? Do you know? Have you needed help?
Yes, I know
What was that?
firsthand that you
What
can't
was that
just
then?
ask for help and get it, buddy.
Yeah.
Is that drug addiction? Is it drug addiction or alcohol addiction?
Is it? No, it's not. But is that any of your fucking business?
Well, you don't know what these people are going through then. So you're talking
But
from
I do more than you do. Sorry, Jack.
No, it's all right. He has no clue, and he's doing just what you said. You identified it accurately, and thank you. These people, and I first experienced that mindset as a union guy, right? When I talk with people about labor rights, workers' rights, I get that same bullshit. Well, I had to work hard. Why are they making so much money? Why aren't they making less? And it's like, what the hell? Why can't you be proud of someone who's earning or, getting value? This, Denizen, what we're experiencing is the result of the past conditioning. You see it. We see it. What gives me hope is there's a lot of other people who see it, right? I just learned, believe it or not, on this path I'm on, I just found this organization recently. I mentioned it yesterday. And the link it'll now be in my descriptions, just like the others. Transparency International, the Global Coalition Against Corruption. One Vision, a world free of corruption. It's happening, guys. Let's get on board. That's what
I will at least not stand in the way, and if I can better myself to where I can actually participate, I will try to do so. I'm not going to be a naysayer and shit on people doing good things for no reason, though. That's just, you're a waste of breath if that's what you're here to do. It serves no purpose. What do you care? As a matter of fact, if you're a capitalist and you believe in this transactional economy, what the fuck do you care if other people waste their time trying to help the homeless?
Right.
If anything, that's less competition for you.
Yeah.
What the hell do you care? And potentially, it's less homeless people sleeping in your lawn or crowding the 7-Eleven that you like to stop to on your way to work. So what do you care?
Our world becomes safer for everyone when people at least have access to everything they need, right? It used to piss me off so much. I'd walk the streets of Spokane in summer and winter, but walking the streets in the middle of winter, seeing men and women sleeping on the street, freezing, fucking freezing. All these shops. There was one in mind. There was a shop that had a gas fireplace that was just continually on, showing warmth in the window, and these people outside, they can't get it. Like, how fucking cruel is that? Or walking by the bar, seeing the bar patrons inside having fun and joyful. On the screens was the car auctions. People paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars for cars, as I see men and women sleeping in the streets in the cold.
Unbelievable.
It really is. But it's normal.
Normalized, right?
Well, someone said it
Right.
earlier. It might have been you, Denizen. we're taught to earn, right? To work hard so that we can survive in this society. But that's not living. That's not life. Thoughts, guys? I'm feeling like maybe it's time to start wrapping up. We've been going a little bit, had some good
Okay, so
conversation.
I have a thought. You talk a lot about love, but you know it's essential for life. But sometimes people forget about beauty, right? And yeah, it takes all forms, you know. And beauty is essential to life too. It's a very natural thing to occur, right? Very natural thing. And some of these panel members don't appreciate beauty. You know, they don't exude it. They don't even try to be beautiful. Not even in their conversation. They just want to be ugly. Because what's up? And what's up with that? What's up? Well, that's not a question. But I would like you to speak more about beauty. You know, or to how do you say? Sorry, I'm missing my English here, but you know, talk about beauty when you talk about love, right?
You're right. It
Because
is.
it's a natural thing.
The two are connected. I thought of this idea some time ago. I was thinking about love and pleasure, and then witnessing, right, the sunset over the mountain, and you know, just beauty in nature, just what you're talking about. I picture beauty as externalized pleasure, right? We feel it through our mind senses rather than our physical senses, but beauty is felt. And each of us have the potential of discovering the beauty when our mind is not filled with darkness, you know, and things that prevent the beauty from being seen.
Yeah, it's very much connected to love. It is.
Yeah. And I think if you can find beauty, even in the pain, even in the challenges, if you can find beauty in the experience, you can find appreciation. And appreciation, that's what really feels good.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me it all comes back to love, because beauty is love. It's God's love being shown to us, the beautiful, the brilliant, you know, the music that captures us, the flavors, the sounds, the sights, all of that. Life is beauty in form, except, I guess, when the beauty's lost.
Yeah. And so when beauty is lost and the appreciation is lost, that's when one becomes bitter, right? And so we become how do you say this? Yeah, bitter. Just bitterness drops in. You know, when it's not sweet anymore, it becomes bitter or sour, right?
There's a lot of people that have become bitter and sour in their personal development. We get a lot of them swinging through these panels, right?
Very persistent, so right. I mean, if there's some sour and some bitter and some salt, you know, among the sweet, you know, that brings out the whole panorama of the taste. But if it's only bitter and if it's only bitter and sour, you know, it's we just cannot taste it. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
We are the seasoning of the earth, the salt of the earth, the seasoning. That's what we are, and we're here to discover how sweet the seasoning can become.
Okay, so let me leave you with that thought, Jack, and you have a conversation with Dennison, because I love to hear Dennison's logic. I mean, it's hard to battle his logic, man. Thank you, Dennison, and see you on the next one, Jack. Ciao.
Hey,
That's true praise from you, Void. Thank you, sir.
Ciao.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Words from you, my brother. And I agree with him. Your logic is sound, and it was mentioned earlier. I've learned about myself, and I feel improved myself as a result of spending time with you. So I really do appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm kind of a Spock in my personality in two ways that I think are fundamental. One, I find logic as a guide. You know, right and wrong seems to be way above my pay grade, but I have a firm grasp on what the ability to reason and the ability to logic. And two, the older I get, the more I realize that logic isn't everything, and that there's, you know, an untangible, what you would probably call spiritual element to the world that might be even more important than logic. And, you know, somebody in the chat mentioned, you know, what is it that we're doing to help people? I can't compare myself to anybody else. I find that's an inefficient and ineffective way of measuring my own success or contributions. But I'll answer the question. I mean, when my friends and peers were going to college or getting their first jobs, I spent my time traveling around with a church feeding the homeless. And when I had, you know, my moment of realization that the world's problems were unsurmountable, and that I, as a single individual, wasn't going to be able to take on poverty and homelessness by myself, that realization was that it started with me, and that the only way we can help the world is that if each of us become an island of charity and gratitude and generosity ourselves, and that way, you know, each of us can be a pillar for progress and change. So I took a break to work on myself and to enrich myself, you know, and with learning and experience and like trade ability and marketability, and I engaged with the economy. And you know, I came out a changed person, and now, after I've been through it all, I try to live a minimalist lifestyle so that my modest means can help those around me. And I sacrifice, and granted, these may not be things that are that important to me, so they're easy for me to sacrifice, but I give up so that those around me can have, you know, and I try to support what I consider my family, which is handpicked because my relatives are mostly dead. So I have friends that I consider my family. I help them financially. I help them with my most valuable resource, which is my time and my attention, which I would argue is worth millions of dollars. And when I'm able, and I'm trying to be better at this every day, I help them by giving them love, like Jack recommends we do. And it's, you know, I'm almost ashamed to admit that that is a challenge for me. I'm not good at it, but I'm learning. That being said, it's always a pleasure to have these conversations with you, sir. This has become one of my favorite places to come and talk about these issues. I hope to see you tomorrow, I guess. If you'll be streaming, we could have another chat like this. Shout out to the panel. What an excellent panel you had today. Even our new friend, I forgot his name, but we had a bit of back and forth. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. And shout out to the chat too. To the people in the chat who matter. You know who you are. I appreciate the well wishings and the kind words from them as well. And I'll see you later. Thanks for having me, Jack.
Hey, much love to you, Denizen. If you will, you got just another minute?
Yes.
I'm curious because I think this was feeding back on you from D7.
She's playing.
You and I have logic. Logic is what I've really grown up with. Spock was my hero growing up too, but I found myself becoming very emotional along the way. And so I suggest Logic is not everything. If it's absent from love, it creates cruelty. His feedback to that is that love is irrational. Would you agree? I consider love to be illogical, perhaps, but I don't know that it's irrational.
Well, we can rationalize just about anything.
True.
So I'm not sure how much what is communicated in that statement, right? I could agree with it without receiving information, right? I would ask for elaboration.
Gotcha.
But I think this is why Roddenberry made Spock half human, because the whole point was his lifelong journey of recognizing that his emotional side and the bonds that he had with his crewmates that's what life is really about, you know?
Dude, you just summed it up. Hey, thank you, Denizen. You're absolutely right. Logic
Peace out, and I mean it.
Yeah, much love to you. Thank you. I'm gonna roll just a few final words. We got a couple in the back. Mr. Big Nose, I'm not sure who you are, and Snaps, not today, brother. The idea of logic. It is logic, truly, that allows us to guide ourselves through the choices and navigate ourselves through time. It's not just logic, though. Logic can protect you. It can lead. It can guide you, right? It'll narrow things down for you. But you got to remember that any application of logic, just like in math, any application of logic is going to be directly affected by the variables that are included. And if you don't have all the right variables in your head as you're putting pieces together, discerning your logic, it's really easy to mislead yourself. That's why God created us for us. We're here for each other. And I tell you what, it is true. We are all one. We were all one time in history. We're all men and women, different colors, different languages, different traditions, different memories, but we are all one experience. It's only the individuated ego, the identity we believe in, the beliefs and the fear. That's what separates us. The beliefs and the fear of excuses. That's what prevents the truth of our unity from being known. Trust in God. Trust that you have been prepared for any challenges you're facing. Trust that the answers are available. I talked about a bunch of things today, and we did. We had some great conversations, some great guests joined up. I'm going to wrap it up from here. Brothers and sisters, thank you sincerely once again. Please keep these ideas in your mind, though, too. Reforms. This is our life. Reform yourself, renew yourself, rededicate yourself to greater, and then pay attention to discover and redefine what greater means to you. Till next time, thank you again, and choose love. Peace for everyone. Walk with faith. Know who you are. Be with God and live without fear. Peace and thank you. Mr. Big Nose.
Hey
Hello?
Jack, how's it feel?
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I was trying to get on the show to be life coached.
What can I help you with?
Well, I'm in a similar situation to Denizen, I think, with finances. And I'm a disability and I'm poor and in a wheelchair and I have a drinking problem and I wonder if there's a way to get peace. You talk about peace from within. So you said we're all one or something? I don't get that though. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I know, Stephen. That's because you've got all these false ideas in your head. That's why you don't understand. Snafu.
Yeah, you're trash, Jack. I actually
False ideas in my head, really. Oh my goodness, Mr. Big Nose was over there on Talcott's show. He didn't want to bring me on. Mr. Big Nose, howdy. What do you? Oh, howdy. That's scary. Howdy, McCoskey. That's a scary look. Where's Mr. Big Nose? Oh, Talcott. Oh my goodness. Where's Mr. Big Nose? Hold on a second. I'll show you the avatar of Mr. Big Nose. Howdy's looking pretty scary. Mr. Big Nose. Oh, sometimes I just crack myself up. Here's Mr. Big Nose. He was over at Talcott's. And this is how Jack looked at him. Jack looked like this. He said, "Oh, I'm not amused. I don't like Mr. Big Nose." But this is Mr. Big Nose. Looks like Tony Sayers. Now, Mr. Big Nose went on Access Rat Blood show last night. I recorded it and I uploaded it on my Odyssey channel for people that want to take a look at Mr. Big Nose. He made an appearance. Just a second. I don't know why Odyssey is always muting. It's just fucking annoying. I don't know why they do that. They have it set up weird. But anyway, Mr. Big Nose was over on Rat Blood show last night. Mr. Big Nose. But I heard that, the Janice, she smashed, apparently she smashed wine down his throat, drowned him that way. It was in his lungs. It wasn't just in his stomach, like it was inhaled.
Right. That's, Janice, Joplin, Jimmy. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I just went out and bought a Stratocaster model. Just so I could, I used to play a lot of rhythm and blues, Hendrix, even metal, classical. And a couple days ago, I went and bought one, and I bought it because it was a Strat like Hendrix's.
Oh, really? He played the Strat?
Yep, Fender Strat.
Oh, okay.
Backwards because he was left-handed.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that Janis Joplin sucked Hendrix's dick.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that. I know Janis didn't like Jimi Hendrix, or not Jimi Hendrix, but Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison and Janis got into it several times. But Hendrix and Janis were very close friends.
Yeah, she tried to swallow his black and purple, but I heard that the Janis, she smashed. Apparently, she smashed a whiskey bottle or a Southern Comfort or something over Jim Morrison's head. at one point.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that.
I guess Jim was arrogant in calling her a dumb cunt or something, and she just had it and just took a bottle and just smashed it over his head. And because Jim could kind of be a belligerent asshole when he was drinking, he could also be a bit of a clown and a troll. He'd tease people and just when he was drunk. But I guess he was a pretty gentle guy when he was sober.
That's Mr. Big Nose over on Axis Rat Blood's channel last night.
Well,
Mr. Big
he was
Nose.
just an old drunken roofer that could play fucking guitar really well.
Oh man, I heard a story about Jim Morrison in Laurel Canyon, and he locked up Pamela.
This and dysentery and massive
Whole room full of lampshades made out of their skin. They just injected right into their dick.
that was my understanding of what happened.
Yeah, it was a medical experiment. I think it went on for even years, or maybe a decade, or
Type of thing. And I think that even with the produce that we eat, off of the shelves, they're still hitting us with biological warfare, whether it be contrails via vapor trail, whatever. We're still being hit with biological warfare. Frequency from 5G towers, even 60 cycle electricity in your home, from power plants. It's still all forms of biological warfare.
oh yeah, that's true. They can hit us from the grid, the electrical grid, and the ether. They can put shit into the ether, and they actually even attacked those Negroes in the South. I think it was in Mississippi. They gave them syphilis, and they tested all kinds of shit on them. Yeah,
The Tandusky experiment. Yeah.
yeah. They did mostly on Negroes and I think retarded people, and they injected them with this shit. They let on that they were giving them needles for medicine or something. They tricked them, and some of them they just injected right into their dick.
That was my understanding of what happened.
Yeah, it was a medical experiment. I think it went on for even years, or maybe a decade, or something. They were making these Negroes get syphilis, and then seeing what happens if they don't treat them, and they just kept checking on them to see what would happen.
Well, in World War II, Mangula, he did some pretty atrocious shit, especially to
oh yeah,
the
yeah.
Holocaust victims, the cloning,
The twins,
yeah,
the Mangala twins.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Where are we going to go next? Jack kicked Mr. Big Nose off. Mr. Big Nose has been getting around. He was on that Sov, whatever that loser's channel is, last night. He was on Axis Rat Blood. He was on Talcott's today. So this has been at least three different panel channels. Mr. Big Nose has been on. Mr. Big Nose is going to be famous. I'm going to make Mr. Big Nose famous. Oh, hold on, people. Hold on.
being under investigation. Just saying.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. You know, they're still walking around thinking I'm a murderer.
Mm.
So there's that. Yeah, I'm
Hello,
a
caller, you're
schmurderer.
on the air. Mr.
Hello?
Big Nose or James,
Hello?
what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Did you want to come up here for a reason?
I just wanted to join in the chat. Having fun watching the show.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I like
Do you
your
go
show.
live? Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yeah, Oh. he
does. Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Karen, do you lick my balls? Karen?
Oh, brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez.
I got that dumb bitch. Good. that dummy brought me on. Oh, I needed a good laugh at that stupid witch, Karen witch. Oh man. Oh, she's so stupid. Oh, that silver witch Karen. That Karen. Never go full Karen. She's a retard.
The shit right there.
Well, I'm on the side that does care about us. I care about us.
Just try to live your life without, knocking someone's head off.
85. Oh, nice. Yeah, we had 92 today. Cloudy, but rain due by tonight. Okay.
What did you say, Zach? I didn't hear you.
Just live life and try not to knock somebody's head off, and you'll be all right.
Whose head?
Whoever gets in your way, don't kill anybody, and you'll be fine.
I've never killed anybody.
Not
I never
yet.
wanted to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of it?
Nope.
I have.
What?
Of killing somebody?
Yep.
Okay, we got to hear this story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. No, whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a
being murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a
being under investigation.
Oh, Karen had an abortion. What a shocker there. I'm really shocked that she aborted a baby.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. No, whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a
being under investigation. Just saying.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. You know,
Yeah.
they're still walking around thinking I'm a murderer.
Mm.
So there's that. Yeah, I'm
Hello,
a
caller, you're
schmurderer.
on the air. Mr.
Hello?
Big Nose or James,
Hello?
what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Did you want to come up here for a reason?
I just wanted to join in the chat. Having fun watching the show.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do
like
you go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. Not. I don't know him.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother, dump him.
I was right.
Jeez, jeez, Louise.
He just got banned.
Lick
now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother.
now,
Lick my
would it,
balls? Karen.
now,
Lick my
would it,
balls? Karen.
does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. Not. I don't know.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do
like
you go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. Not. I don't know him.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah, I
a
do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother, dump him.
I was right.
Jeez, jeez, Louise.
He just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Creole, you
Some
say
people never
it's,
learn.
85 in cloudy. It's 22:11 in the UK, and it's still 81 Fahrenheit.
Mm.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother, dump him. Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
now, would it
Karen, can
be
you lick
now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother, dump him.
I was right.
Jeez.
Karen. Karens. Don't be a Karen. Fucking Karens. Mouthy Karens. Lying Karens. Nosy Karens. Stinky ass. Karens. Yuck. Witchy witchy witch. Karens. Witchy witchy bitch. Karen. Don't be such a Karen! Witchy Karens, gross grannies, Karens, Hell Realm Karens, demonic evil, witchy ass Karens. Don't be a Karen. Don't be a Karen. Never. Go full Karen. Never. Ever. Go full Karen. Don't be such a fucking sour Karen. Humorless Karen. Deranged and obsessive Karens. Control freak Karen. Manipulative narcissist Karen. Pissy pissy piss Karens. Miserable Karens. Miserable Karens. Float away the Karens. Float away the Karens. No more Karens. Karens.
Being under investigation. Just saying.
What the fuck is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. You know,
Yes.
they're still walking around thinking I'm a murderer.
Mm.
So there's that. Yeah, I'm a
Hello, caller, you're
murderer.
on the air. Mr.
Hello?
Big Nose or James.
Hello?
What's up?
Hi. How are
Did you-
you?
I'm fine. Did you want to come up here for a reason?
I just wanted to join in the chat. Having fun watching the show.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do
like
you go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. Not. I don't know him.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now
my
would it,
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother, dump him.
I was right.
Jeez, jeez, Louise.
He just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Creole, you
Some
say
people never
it's,
learn.
85 in cloudy. It's 22:11 in the UK, and it's still 81 Fahrenheit.
Mm.
It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? He tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
it? He
Dumbass.
needs to plug his ass up. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, he might explode. That would be a plus.
Yeah.
Thought you were clever. Well, at least he doesn't porn bomb. That's one thing you can say about King Stephen is he doesn't porn bomb, but he just likes to say the N word a lot.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. N word, and he likes to call me by my dead name.
And fuck Howie.
Which I don't like. Don't call me by my dead name. Because I don't like it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, bless you.
Wish I knew someone with a pool. Yeah, I don't have one. I wish I did. I wish I knew someone with a pool.
My neighbor's got a pool.
Ah, damn.
I can see it through the fence. I'm like, I'm not getting in there. No. I get in trouble.
Ask Jason. I send dick pics. He got an awesome one of Richard Gere for his birthday this year. Those kind of dick pics are fine. I don't mind those dick pics. Those are great. Just don't like the other kind.
They're just humorous, aren't they?
Yeah. Send me a picture of Richard Gere, Richard Dawson, Richard Nixon.
Richard Dawson.
It's the only Richard I could think of.
That's funny.
Who's that actor who was in that Christmas film? But it's black and white film.
Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, I'd love that guy. I think he's awesome.
He stutters.
He stutters in that movie.
Yeah.
Big time.
He's awesome, though. I like him. Jimmy
He's a
Stewart.
good. There's a what's it called? So and so goes to Washington, or what's the name?
People with a shitload of shame, guilt, highly sensitive, high morality, capable of incredible, infinite, unconditional love, forgiveness, courage, integrity, self-awareness, self-elevation, selfhood, goodness, beauty, creativity, and then the others. The others love their stuff. They love their gadgets. They love their expensive cars. The amount of EVs I see now, especially Teslas everywhere, it's very indicative of that. But they do not care for nature. They do not care for animals. They mow animals down on the roads. They don't stop when they see a hedgehog. They don't stop when they see a beautiful bird. They don't care. They just, they have no love. And, yes, right. So all the nice psychoanalysts are missing this completely. They do not seem to understand that we're not dealing with anything clinical here at all, for we deal not with flesh, but we deal with the principalities of darkness, right? I don't think I quoted that correctly, but hey, it's fucking 5:45 in the morning, so who gives a fuck? We're dealing with evil people, we're dealing with psychopathy, we're dealing with, I feel, it's almost as if, no, I don't know. It's just because I've been reading this book, and I'm only like on page 50. It's just it's just because I've been reading this book, and I'm only like on page 50. Character disturbance, and it is a good book to read. I think it's interesting. But you know, he goes on about all the different personality types, and I recognize bits in each and every one of them. You know, passive aggressive, obsessive compulsive, histrionic. Yeah, I can see that because I'm capable of self-evaluation. I'm capable of introspecting. I'm capable of being brutally honest with myself. I'm capable of stepping away from myself, metacognition, and observing myself. Observing my mind, or that which pretends to be my mind but isn't. Observing my emotions, observing what's going through my body. Your body feels emotions as well, right? In fact, that is kind of really what it is. Observing my behavior, questioning, hey, whoa, why did I say this? Why did I do that? And following those leads back to the point of inception within myself, within my past, which is all about healing and elevation, which is all about cleansing and healing. You see, and that ultimately, in a morphic field sort of way, has a positive beneficial effect on the whole of the souled collective. But it has absolutely no effect whatsoever on the walking dead. It behoves us to wake up to the inordinate amount of cognitive dissonance that we now experience. You're wrong, no. It's like they've got this, they keep pulling you back, they don't want you waking up to the truth of what is going on. They just don't want that. Because it's virtually impossible, right, for a soul traveler to put themselves into the mind or the persona.
Hello. This is Clone Steven. I'm going to take a nap soon, I think. I'm sleepy, people. I'm tired.
Of the others. It's virtually impossible to do.
Hello, Mayhem. Hello. How are things up in the Yukon or Northwest Territories? Or Nunavut or Nunavuk or whatever. Somewhere like that. I'm Clone Steven today. This is Clone Steven. The real King Steven is resting. He's tired. He's too tired to do these live streams. I'm just playing around with some of his knives. Handling knives. How are you? Are you at the top of the realm? I'm sorry if I yawn like a bear, like a moose or something. Sorry.
You'd have to imagine dispensing with your sense, your innate knowing of right and wrong and the difference. Your innate knowing what happens when you hurt somebody or when you hurt an animal. Because for a soul traveler to have hurt others, and we all have, because we've been asleep in the nightmare and our behavior hasn't always been pristine and we have gotten it wrong, let's face it, we have. We've hurt ourselves, we've hurt others. It causes physical pain to cause pain to others. It causes physical pain. It causes.
And look at the look on the mug on this creature. Look at the mug and the hands on this and the wrists on this demon.
Causes mental.
I think it's a mixture. I think it's a half. I'm going to call him a half and half. I don't think it's full on woman. I don't think it's full on man. I think it's some kind of hybrid mixture, half breed.
Pain. It causes.
It causes. It causes. She just keeps saying it. He, she. It causes. It causes. It causes. It causes
grief.
Grief. Grief. And it's just so overly dramatic. It's really trying to get at you, this thing, this demonic creature. The way that it's not just emphasizing words, it's more than that. I could sense how it's just trying to fucking get at people. I can't stand this thing on the screen.
To cause pain to others.
It causes. It causes. It causes.
Others. It causes physical pain. It causes mental pain. It causes grief. See, because I've been working through that. I've been working through a hell of a lot.
It causes grief. Grief. And it's just, there's something about this thing that I can't even tell you how dark and hideous it is. I wish I could.
Of grief the last kind of month, and especially the last few days, a lot of grief has come up of where I know I got it wrong.
It causes. It causes. It causes.
With animals hurt, and I've been
waving its goddamn hand around as it has a hot coffee or some kind of drink. Like, who does this?
Feeling the grief of the hurt that I've caused.
Just the sounds. Like, is your microphone inside of your mouth? How do you get all those sounds of drinking? It's just, that's the loudest part of the video, is the swallowing sounds, the mouth noises. I can't stand it. And it just, it's doing it on purpose, this thing. It's doing it on purpose to be demonic. It just wants to irritate.
And I caused hurt, and I've been feeling the grief of the hurt that I've caused. I'm just going to pour myself some more coffee. To nature, you know.
Yeah, we want you to pour some more coffee so we can hear the pleasure of you drinking your coffee. Don't you have a coffee mug? Why are you pouring coffee into a god? Looks like a.
Go for a run there, but no.
Is that a paper cup? Am I seeing?
They don't want that. They hate nature. You see.
Are you using a paper cup at home for coffee? Look at this.
They do not gel them.
It causes.
And instead of going into nature, you know, and go for a run there, but no, they don't want that. They hate nature, you see. They do not gel with nature. So anyway, like I said, it would be very rambly, this video, but they are part of the simulation. I think Steiner said something about that. He talks about the Ahrimanic influence, and that is very much what's happening now.
Well, this one's called Aniek. She's a Dutchie. She's from Holland, and she moved to England. She's got the combination. Even so, there are Dutch English accents. There's something about this creature that's so absolutely hideous to me. It's just disgusting. I'm sorry, I break it up laughing, but it's when I think of it, I get this visual and I have to laugh because it's just a hideous beast of a thing, a creepy creature. That's what it is, a creep. Creepy creature. Creepy creature. It's the creepiest creature. It's the creepiest creep of creatures. Aniek. Wonder how many babies she's aborted. Maybe she's eaten some. They're just disgusting, these things. Like Karen earlier admitted she aborted babies. People call her a murderer. Well, she's evil bitch. Evil. She's evil. She's evil.
Hell Realm. Hell Realm. This is a Hell Realm. Hell Realm. This is hell. Your God is an awesome God. He rains death from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love.
Psycho killer, sadistic voyeur. He's a thrill seeker. He's a real sick creeper.
God loves cancer. God loves to watch.
Millions suffer.
God is evil. It is a monster.
This is war. This is war.
This is a Hell Realm.
God watches you.
God makes diseases.
Does what it pleases.
Will you praise God?
Or will you worship it?
Team Evil.
Team Evil.
This realm deceives you.
This earth will eat you.
Recycle you.
Devour you.
Recycle you again and again.
God loves you.
God loves you.
God will bless you.
With pain.
Bless you.
Again and again.
Lifetime upon lifetime.
Sunshine and rain.
God loves the paralyzed.
God loves lepers.
God made Black Death.
God gave you death and lies.
Team Evil. This is war.
This is war.
Your God is a demon. Your God is a monster.
I'll seal it in.
Your God can burn here forever and ever. This is war. This is war.
Fuck your God.
Fuck your God.
Team Evil. Fuck Ra. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes singing till the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near,
bow or bleed.
the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here,
The king is here,
the ravens feast.
the end is near.
The king is here,
The storm is clear.
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron,
Dripping flame,
carved by war.
etched with pain.
Ravens rise.
They call his name. The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here,
flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend,
Axes singing
to the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near.
Thou art bleed. The choice is
Mad laughter rides the howling gale.
waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here. The storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron,
Dripping flame,
carved by war.
etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reigns.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend,
Axes sink until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eye. No one escapes when the Raven King rides.
Hello, 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 everyone. This is the Raven King. This is the sleepy, tired version of the Raven King. Tired. Tired of what I deal with in this realm, but not crying victim. Dealing with it day by day, week by week. And a lot of what I deal with is not just demonic attacks or hackers or ones making threats or fraudsters or scammers. That's part of it. That's week by week. It seems like there's something going on. And that's okay. It's not that I want that or will forgive that. I won't. I won't forget. I won't forgive. And they will pay. And they are trying to wear me down and wear me out. And I do have less energy than I used to. Now, some people would say, well, you do 12-hour live streams. What are you talking about? You're not worn out after 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, wiped out of energy like so many creatures on YouTube. And you deal with insomnia and you have some health issues. And you still have more stamina and energy. I also have more thoughts and mind power and spiritual abilities and creativity and imagination. It isn't just physical stamina. I am built differently. I'm wired differently. Now, I got this comment earlier, and I think she's probably from Howdy McCoskey's channel. It was a comment on the video I did reviewing Howdy. Angry and then shocked emoji face guy. Christine wrote, I think I've seen her either at Archaic's channel or Howdy's channel, or maybe both. And again, what does it matter if I'm angry or come across as angry in a video? That's what she is right there. What does it matter, though? I've never seen her comment on any of my other videos. Now, why am I sharing this with her particular comment? Because it was such a short comment labeling me an emotion, saying angry guy. Well, was I angry in parts of that video? Maybe. Frustrated, passionate, maybe angry, but I would say frustrated and passionate more than angry. So this is what women do, and I'm not saying it's all women, and I'm also not picking on her. Never seen it before on my channel, so I suspect she's a Howdy fan, and she heard some passion in my voice and had to leave a comment on one video. Out of how many videos have I made in all of my channels? It's remarkable. This is what I mean by people labeling someone and thinking, well, that's done. I got him figured out. Angry guy, sounded angry in the one video I clicked on. And she has the bias because she's a fan of him. Otherwise, I don't think she would have watched the video to begin with. I think the video popped up in her feed because it had Howdy Mikowski in the title. And Howdy Mikowski tagged. And then it popped up for her. So do I think this is a mistake? Not just to label me that way, but the labeling in itself, in and of itself. Yes, I do. Do I think most humans do this, though? Yes, they do. Now, it isn't the same as judging someone or discernment. It's trying to label them as an emotion or label them as one thing. Like, let's say years ago, somebody would have said computer programmer or computer hacker. They would have labeled me in the 19...
Segregation, black and white living separately, but with equal right. Is it going to kill us? Will it end racism? Should white people and black people live in segregated communities and countries? End racism. Should white people and black people live in segregated communities and countries? Throughout the Western world, the concept of citizenship has evolved significantly from the 18th to the 21st century. In the United States, black people officially gained citizenship within the passage of the 14th Amendment in 1868. In the United Kingdom, they were primarily considered British subjects, while the French Legislative Assembly granted full citizenship to free men of color in the colonies in 1792. In South Africa, black citizens were granted full citizenship and voting rights on the 27th of April 1994. Australia only removed restrictions on granting citizenship to non-white people in 1956, and it was not until 1973 that the Whitlam government implemented policies ensuring that race was no longer a factor in immigration and citizenship eligibility. Culture is the unique signature that distinguishes each group within the diverse family of humanity, while values serve as the compass guiding the direction of our lives. The essence of black culture, particularly as it relates to sub-Saharan African lifestyle, often appears to differ from that of white culture. It is true that black Africans are distinct people, but we also share some overarching cultural characteristics that blend to a degree. Edward B. Tyler, the renowned English anthropologist, is well known for introducing and defining the concept of culture in his influential work, Primitive Culture, first published in 1871 and reprinted in 1958. Tyler described culture as a rich tapestry woven from knowledge, beliefs, art, morals, laws, customs, and all the skills and habits that people acquire as members of society. The core of Black culture emphasizes strong community bonds, extended family networks, kinship, community responsibility, and respect for elders who are viewed as a source of wisdom. It values oral history, celebrates large gatherings and parties, and displays boisterousness. There's often a sense of tribal affiliation, limited foresight in family planning, having many children, and weak adherence to rules and regulations. Personal freedom may be restricted, and there can be a reluctance to innovate or develop systems that foster thriving environments, among other traits. In contrast, European or white culture tends to prioritize individualism, which includes personal freedom, individual right, self-expression, independence, and a strict rule of law. It emphasizes adherence to regulations, innovations, adventurousness, artistic expression, civility, exploration, and equality. Looking at both cultures, it becomes evident that the differences between us often outweigh the similarities. This disparity may contribute to the clashes that some Black people label as racism. Consider examples from countries, cities, and towns with homogeneous populations compared to those with diverse racial mixtures. In the US, Canada, the UK, and other Western countries where multiculturalism is integrated into the system, there tend to be more racial conflict, community fragmentation, and forms of discrimination. This often leads to a loss of a unified identity in these cities. Meanwhile, in predominantly white towns and cities in the same countries, such issues are less prevalent. Despite centuries of living together, the ongoing conflicts reveal underlying incompatibilities between Blacks and whites. Another relevant example is South Africa. During apartheid, the white population segregated the country and implemented racial policies that favored the white and put the Blacks at a serious disadvantage. They concluded that Blacks and white could not coexist in harmony. Since the end of apartheid, the transition to Black governance, Blacks have now pushed the white into creating a situation that resembles a form of soft apartheid. This has led to increased separation, with notable gaps between the two racial groups becoming even more pronounced. In contrast, countries like Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Slovenia, Moldova, Bulgaria, and Russia, where Black populations are around 0.1 to less than 1%, experience fewer racial conflicts and a different dynamic regarding racial issues. Sometimes we need to reflect honestly on our circumstances. Despite centuries of living in the same countries like the United States, Brazil, and Colombia, the racial gap has not only persisted, but in many cases has widened. It raises the question, will another 1,000 years of coexistence lead to meaningful changes, or should we consider the idea of segregated communities or even separate nations? In this channel, I challenge the status quo. I ask questions that many YouTubers, mainstream media, and global leaders often discuss only in private. I bring uncomfortable stories out of our homes and into the heart of social media. Will segregation solve the incompatibility between whites and Blacks? Are whites and Arabs compatible? Are white and East Asians compatible? What is the most successful racial compatibility in the world? In your opinion, should we all live in segregation? Is this considered racism? If the bulk of the world's wealth rested in the hands of Black Africans, do you think they would be as tolerant of white people as whites are of Blacks in Europe and North America? In the United States, Plessy versus Ferguson 1896 was a landmark Supreme Court decision that upheld racial segregation under the separate but equal doctrine. The 7-1 ruling validated Jim Crow laws, legalizing segregation in public facilities for nearly 60 years until It was overturned by Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. For my American viewers, what are your thoughts on this law and its eventual reversal? Supporters of the Plessy versus Ferguson's case argued for separate but equal. Must we live together? What is wrong with the idea of separate but equal? I'm just asking, as I aim to bring every discussion to the forefront on this channel. In Europe and North America, white people keep moving away from communities, towns, and cities when black people move in high numbers. Segregation is already indirectly happening. The multicultural countries of the West are now divided into white, black areas. Most people interact with people of other races only when they go out to work, shops, or visit their workplace. They have no drinking together, socializing, or interaction past hi and good morning. It's easier to attack me when I present content like this. Everyone is programmed only to entertain compliment. The slightest deviation from the cosmetic speeches that have become mainstream, forcing individuals to conform to irritating platitudes for fear of being labeled racist or cancelled, has poisoned even academia. When you come to the comment section, ignoring the content of the video and the argument that it puts forward, instead you go ahead and say things like, black people have contributed nothing to the world, they are a burden. And I even read a comment that said that this white viewers commented, I once dropped off my child at school and this black woman parked and blocked the road. Since then, I can't stand blacks. Does that make any sense? Or as some blacks would say, white South Africans should go back to Europe. You are only exposing yourself and all your biases that you are just racist or your ideologies are influenced by your skin color. This content is not an argument about which race is more intelligent or superior. This video examines whether black and white cultures can intermix or live together happily. That's it. Black people are most comfortable around other black people. Fact. White people are most comfortable around other white people. Fact. The same holds for people of other ethnic backgrounds such as Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Indians, and Thais. What if we allowed those who prefer such living conditions to form segregated communities and towns? Would this approach be harmful? Why do some people strongly oppose the idea of separation and refuse to even entertain it? Some argue that segregation could actually help reduce racism by allowing individuals to live among their own kind while still ensuring equal opportunities and resources for everyone. Could we foster more respect for one another by keeping our distance? Let's take Orania, or is it Orania, for example, a community in South Africa where a group of white South Africans purchased land in the Eastern Cape province. The 3,000 residents of Orania have established one of the most successful communities based on racial homogeneity. They have chosen to segregate themselves from the broader South African society, and Orania is now renowned as one of the safest places, not only in South Africa, but worldwide. When people live among others who share their background, they often feel more comfortable. While culture is important, skin color also plays a significant role. The system in Orania is considered more effective than that of most of South Africa. If you think we're wrong, if you think there was anything we missed, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
saying.
What the frick is this?
But my paperwork came out under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah, I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a fuck.
being under investigation.
Okay, we got to hear this story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. No, whenever you have a baby.
Whoever gets in your way, don't kill anybody, and you'll be fine.
I've never killed anybody. I
Not
never
yet.
wanted to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of it?
Nope.
I have.
What?
Of killing somebody?
Yep.
Okay, we got to hear this story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. No, whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah, I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a fuck.
being under investigation. Just saying.
What the frick is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
Live life and try not to knock somebody's head off, and you'll be all right.
Whose head?
Whoever gets in your way, don't kill anybody, and you'll be fine.
I've never killed anybody. I
Not
never
yet.
wanted to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of it?
Nope.
I have.
What?
Of killing somebody?
Yep.
Okay, we got to hear this story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. No, whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah, I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a fuck.
being under investigation. Just saying.
What the frick is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. You know,
Yeah.
they're still walking around thinking I'm a murderer.
Mm.
So there's that. Yeah, I'm
Hello,
a
Paula, you're
schmurderer.
on the air. Mr.
Hello?
Big Nose or James,
Hello?
what's up?
Hi. How are
Did you-
you?
I'm fine. Did you want to come up here for a reason?
I just wanted to join in the chat. Having fun watching the show.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do you
like
go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah, I
a
do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can
eight?
you lick
Now,
my
would it,
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
He just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Creole, you
Some
say
people never
it's,
learn.
85 in cloudy. It's 22:11 in the UK, and it's still 81 Fahrenheit.
Mm.
It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? He tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
it? He
Dumbass.
needs to-
It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? He tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
He
Dumbass.
needs to plug his ass up. That's what he needs to do. Was that 88? He tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
He
Dumbass.
needs to plug his ass up. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, he might explode. That would be a plus.
Yeah.
Thought you were clever. Well, at least he doesn't porn bomb. That's one thing you can say about King Stephen is he doesn't porn bomb, but he just likes to say the N-word a lot.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. N-word, and he likes to call me by my dead name.
And fuck Howie.
Which I don't like. Don't call me by my dead name. Because I don't like it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, bless you.
Wish I knew someone with a pool. Yeah, I don't have one. I wish I did. I wish I knew someone with a pool.
My neighbor's got a pool.
Ah, damn.
I can see it through the fence. I'm like, I'm not getting in there. No. I get in trouble.
Ask Jason. I send dick pics. He got an awesome one of Richard Gere for his birthday this year. Those kind of dick pics are fine. I don't mind those dick pics. Those are great. Just don't like the other kind.
They're just humorous, aren't they?
Yeah. Send me a picture of Richard Gere, Richard Dawson, Richard Nixon.
Richard Dawson.
It's the only Richard I could think of.
That's funny.
Who's that actor who was in that Christmas film? But it's black and white film.
Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, I'd love that guy. I think he's awesome.
He stutters.
He stutters in that movie.
Yeah.
Big time.
He's awesome, though. I like him. Jimmy
He's a
Stewart.
good. There's a what's it called? So and so goes to Washington, or what's the name of that movie? Mr. So and so goes to Washington.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith. That's right. Goes to. That's Jimmy Stewart.
Was that about a monkey or something?
I don't know.
No, Mr. Smith.
I thought it was a monkey that went to Washington.
No, it's a 6-foot rabbit. That's his friend.
But that's a different movie. The 6-foot rabbit is
Donnie Darko.
No.
Yeah.
See, these guys are too young. They don't know what we're talking about, Silver.
Hey, less of the young woman.
Harvey.
The
Harvey
6-foot
is
rabbit. Yeah.
It's a 1950 film.
Okay.
And that's
These are all movies you should watch, Howie, if you like Jimmy Stewart.
That's the one with the monkey.
No, the one with the 6-foot rabbit.
Where's the monkey? This story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal.
Well, I'm on the side that does care about us. I care about us.
Just try to live your life without, knocking someone's head off.
85. Oh, nice. Yeah, we had 92 today. Cloudy, but rain due by tonight. Okay.
What did you say, Zach? I didn't hear you.
Just live life and try not to knock somebody's head off, and you'll be all right.
Whose head?
Whoever gets in your way, don't kill anybody, and you'll be fine.
I've never killed anybody.
Not
I never
yet.
wanted to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Have you ever been accused of it?
Nope.
I have.
What?
Of killing somebody?
Yep.
Okay, we got to hear this story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a
being under investigation. Just saying.
This story then.
Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Whenever you have a baby die, you're under investigation for murder.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
Oh yeah. I've been called a murderer because I had an abortion.
Oh, well, it's not the same
But
thing
I don't give
as
a
being under investigation. Just saying.
What the fuck is this?
But my paperwork came out. The autopsy proved it.
Yeah.
So I'm good. But a lot of people still don't want to believe it. They're still walking around thinking I'm a murderer.
Mm.
So there's that. Yeah, I'm
Hello,
a
Paula, you're
murderer.
on the air. Mr.
Hello?
Big Nose or James.
Hello?
What's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Did you want to come up here for a reason?
I just wanted to join in the chat. Having fun watching the show.
You haven't what?
I'm having fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do
like
you go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
He just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Karen,
B8
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen, can
B8
you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls?
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah, I
a
do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
Fun watching your show.
Oh.
I
Do you
like
go
your
live?
show.
Do you have a channel?
You sound super familiar.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah, I
a
do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
He just got banned.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah, I
a
do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
Yes,
Oh.
he does.
Doesn't he?
I don't know. I don't know.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a
I do
channel?
too. Yeah, sort of.
Now, would it
Karen,
be
can you lick
now,
my
would it-
balls? Karen?
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
Just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Creole, you
Some
say
people never learn.
85 in cloudy. It's 22:11 in the UK, and it's still 81 Fahrenheit.
It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? You tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
We'll never learn.
85 in cloudy. It's.
I do.
Does he have
Yeah,
a channel?
Yeah, sort of.
I wouldn't
Karen,
be.
can you lick
I
my
wouldn't-
balls? Karen.
Oh,
Goodbye.
brother. Dump him.
I was right.
Jeez. Jeez Louise.
Just got banned. Dumbass. Fuck.
Creole, you
Some
say
people never learn.
85 in cloudy. It's 22:11 in the UK, and it's still 81 Fahrenheit.
It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? You tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's. It is the evil one, yes. It is the evil one, yes. It is the evil one, yes.
Was that 88?
Huh?
Was that 88? You tried to come up.
88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
it? He
Dumbass.
needs to plug his ass up. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah. 88. Yeah. 88. Don't call him 88. He's not 88.
I know. Hey, Grandma Sunshine Dragon.
Yeah,
how
it
is
was King Stephen with his nose plugged. Yep, that's exactly who it was.
He
Dumbass.
needs to plug his ass up. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, he might explode. That would be a plus.
Yeah.
Thought you were clever. Well, at least he doesn't porn bomb. That's one thing you can say about King Stephen is he doesn't porn bomb, but he just likes to say the N word a lot.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. N word, and he likes to call me by my dead name.
And fuck Howie.
Which I don't like. Don't call me by my dead name. Because I don't like.
Shut up, Karen. It's not a dead name. It's your name, Karen.
Like it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, bless you.
Wish I knew someone with a pool. Yeah, I don't have one. I wish I did. I wish I knew someone with a pool.
My neighbor's got a pool.
Ah, damn.
I could see it through the fence. I'm like, I'm not getting in there. No.
Oh, shut up. Shut up, you losers. Shut up, you losers. I'm going to go over to my Odyssey channel again. What's on Odyssey? What's going on Odyssey? Oh, Mr. Big Nose was on Ratblood's channel last night. Mr. Big Nose has been going around a lot.
And the Mohawk and the Huron and the Cree Indians and the the Sioux and all of them. Yeah. The
Right
Trail of
now-
Tears. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually drove what parts of the Trail of Tears that you could actually drive by and just to see. But right now I live in northern Indiana, and I'm in Miami territory, and that's the Miami Indians. The last setting chief for them was Little Turtle. But since then, they've got a Little Turtle died, and they brought in a new chief. And since the new chief, I knew Little Turtle, but I don't know this new guy, so I don't even No, I don't bother.
Oh, little turtle. Yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody said a joke one time that when a guy goes in cold water, he has a little turtle, is the penis turtles up
I've
in
never
cold
heard.
water. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shrinkage.
Yeah, shrinkage like a frightened turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. On the Trail of Tears, my stepfather was a real fucking asshole, and I heard he said he was boasting that he had cowboy ancestors that were part of the Trail of Tears and just beating the shit out of these Indians and killing them on the Trail of Tears. Now, I don't know if it was true or not, but that's what got me kind of interested looking into the history of some of these native tribes, and because he was such a fucking prick, this asshole that boasted and said, "Oh yeah, my ancestors were a part of that." I don't know if it's true, if he's just being a prick, but he let on that they just beat the shit out of these natives and made them cry on the trail.
Well, regardless of whether he did or not, that's history to me. I do observe the fact that they marched them on the Trail of Tears. They relocated many nations. They were the first form of biological warfare outside of Europe, where they used to catapult the dead bodies inside of the strongholds for disease purposes.
Oh, I didn't know that. They catapulted in America?
No, Britain.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They take the dead bodies, catapult them into the stronghold, and it would build pestilence and disease. So I'm sure.
Did they rub these bodies in America, the blankets with the smallpox, like they said?
Yeah, Yeah, that was one of the first forms of biological warfare, other than catapulting dead bodies.
So they really did commit like biowarfare on natives with smallpox. They infected the oh man.
Well, South America, the biggest part of the indigenous population of South America died of when the Spanish conquistadors come over there and the Inquisition. They killed off many tribes because the tribes had no immunity to the diseases that they were carrying. So instead of having to basically take over the way they did here in America by firepower and force, disease wiped out, I'm going to say at least 1/3 of Mesoamerican, indigenous people.
Yeah, disease. It took a lot of people over here, all the way down to South America. It wiped out whole tribes and.
Yeah, that's I think they still employ those practices, but on a black budget, or a black ops type of thing. And I think that even with the produce that we eat, off of the shelves, they're still hitting us with biological warfare, whether it be contrails via vapor trail, whatever. We're still being hit with biological warfare. Frequency from 5G towers, even 60 cycle electricity in your home, from power plants. It's still all forms of biological warfare.
Oh yeah, that's true. They can hit us from the grid, the electrical grid, and the ether. They can put shit into the ether, and they actually even attacked those Negroes in the South. I think it was in Mississippi. They gave them syphilis, and they tested all
Yeah,
kinds of shit on them. Yeah,
the Tandusky experiment. Yeah.
yeah. They did mostly on Negroes and I think retarded people, and they injected them with this shit. They let on that they were giving them needles for medicine or something. They tricked them, and some of them they just injected right into their dick.
That was my understanding of what happened.
Yeah, it was a medical experiment. I think it went on for even years or maybe a decade or something. They were making these Negroes get syphilis and then seeing what happens if they don't treat them, and they just kept checking on them to see what would happen.
Well, in World War II, Mangula, he did some pretty atrocious shit, especially to
yeah,
the Holocaust victims, the cloning,
the twins, the Mangala twins. He'd get these girls and do like all these experiments, and sometimes he tried to join them up bodies and make conjoined twins and all kinds of shit. He had like a whole room full of lampshades made out of their skin.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is. Whether I've never seen one, I've had lots of Nazi paraphernalia throughout the year as a collector, but even in the darkest realms of Nazi collectors or World War II memorabilia, I never ran across a skin lamp.
Yeah, I've never seen one in person. I don't know if I'd want to see a skin lamp lit up with human skin stretched over it. I mean, it must be terrible.
Yeah, but humans are just generally prone to atrocity. I don't think there's a culture since the deluge or the Younger Dryas where there hasn't been just the most unbelievable behavior towards the human species as a fellow species, all the way from warfare to science, and as for me, I've really taken into consideration, because of my involvement in technology, compelling is what I want to use for the word of neuro implants.
Yeah, I heard that the Jews were spraying the Palestinians with raw sewage in tanker trucks, just spraying their houses with like a fire hose of raw sewage out of a big pumper truck.
Well, that's a good way to get sepsis and dysentery and mass infection, especially respiratory.
Yeah, and then they were fucking the corpses. The Jews were fucking the corpses, and they made some of Palestinians into soap, and they were bathing, like using the bars of soap, human soap, and just horrendous atrocities.
Not, I don't know about human soap. I mean, you know, if it was acquired in a certain way, I don't think it'd bother me.
Well, it was
But
the fat of the women, the fat Palestinian, like they used the body fat and they rendered that fat down into soap with the lye and chemicals, and they made it into fucking bars of soap.
right, right. Yeah, I don't think I would want anything from the Gaza Strip, but you know, I wouldn't be against using actual human soap. But the the fecal matter being sprayed as a biological warfare, you know, to me that's very concerning.
Yeah, it must have been disgusting. Like it would have stank for blocks and blocks and blocks over there. Just horrific stench. It was all sprayed. Just houses covered in this shit.
Well, I can imagine that that would be, you know, unlivable conditions. If you could stick around for that, man, that's some integrity, because they spray shit on my neighborhood. I'm out. I'm gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I would leave too. There were grannies coming out of these places just reeking with just it was horrible. It looked horrible. It looked like it looked horrific. It looked like the end of the world. It was just sprayed in black shit all over these houses.
I'm curious where they got the fecal matter.
I think they pumped it right out of Gaza. It was the people's own shit. Their neighbors they were spraying on them. They took it from them in there. They just pumped it into these trucks.
Really? That's
Yeah.
That's pretty
They used,
handy.
well, they used their own shit against them, really. Literally.
Right. Right. That's just, I find that very fascinating. Very.
I find that whole conversation hilarious and absurd and strange. And at times when I go back and play something, it's like, oh my goodness, how did I not laugh during that?
Very fascinating because. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
Please.
they're both Semites, like the Palestinian, the Arabs, and the tiny hat Jews. They're Semites, and they didn't want to spray them with their kosher shit, the Jewish shit from inside the walls. They wanted to get them with the real nasty stuff.
I see. Psychological warfare too, huh?
Oh yeah, they're experts at that. Absolutely.
Damn. I didn't know that. That was very informative. Because I do know that in prison, what people will do is when they want a tattoo and somebody has a vendetta against them, and the person getting the tattoo doesn't know that they have that person as a vindictive adversary, they will dip the needles in shit. When they make the ink, they have one primary needle, and then they'll put the tattoo on the individual, and they usually die of sepsis, blood poisoning.
Oh yeah, I think I heard something about the bio warfare tattoos, the prison ink, ink of death or something like that.
Yeah, they'll take their own fecal matter and they'll lay the needle in fecal matter before they tattoo the person. And over the course of, whether the tattoo takes a day or a couple days to finish, all that fecal matter is going into the bloodstream.
Yeah, there's shit pricking them with the fecal on the needle. I saw something recently. I think it wasn't the protocols of Zion. It was something else with the Jews, and they were saying horrendous things about Native Americans. Like they really view natives as savages. And they look down on them as even below Goyim. They said. I don't know if you're aware of that, but
Yeah, well, that would have been the first settlers that came over here from, the Hasidic or the Orthodox Jew. And, naturally, they're behind the cavalry and the settlers. So I could see from their perspective what they call savage or untamed. We called ourselves free. Whenever people started claiming land, we never understood that. We could go where we wanted to go. So I could see them being very, very off taken by the Native American because we answered to nobody except the chief.
yeah. They also didn't like that you weren't kosher and you had foreskin, and the Jews like to take circumcise the foreskin off the dicks of babies. The Jews, the rabbis, and they think that it's unclean. I think they think that having foreskin is dirty and nasty.
Well, there's an interesting thing in that book of theirs that says, do not add to or take away from the body. So, the circumcision thing, if their God commands them not to add to or take away from the body, what the fuck are they doing removing foreskin? The other thing about foreskin is it's generally contributed to a pagan. And it has to be well kept. I mean, I don't know if Jews were just being lazy and didn't want to keep up with their, penis hygiene, so they cut the skin off. But I don't see any holy, religious, or spiritual aspect to cutting your foreskin off.
Yeah, they were lazy, and they said they don't like schmegma. They were getting smegma, and then the Jews took the foreskin off and claimed it was holy, and they were feeding it to the rabbis. They were actually eating it.
I've heard that. I have heard that. Now,
Yeah, they'll chew on a baby's foreskin like bubble gum. They'll just keep it in their mouth and chew on it. They're sickos.
do you know why they do this?
Well, it's part of I think it's in the Talmud or part of maybe their oral tradition. Well, it's part of on it. They're sickos. Like schmegma, they were getting smegma, and then the Jews took the foreskin off and claimed it was holy, and they were feeding it to the rabbis. They were actually eating it.
I've heard that. I have heard that. Now,
Yeah, they'll chew on a baby's foreskin like bubble gum. They'll just keep it in their mouth and chew on it. They're sickos.
do you know why they do this?
Well, it's part of I think it's in the Talmud or part of maybe their oral tradition. They think that it's holy and that it's the right of the rabbi to be able to do that when they do a circumcision at a bris or something.
Yeah, bris.
The rabbi will kiss the penis, and some of them are getting herpes from the rabbi's mouth, like they They have herpes on their lips and they're yeah.
That's fucking nuts.
It's nuts, man. It's crazy. It's nuts.
Talking about paying it forward. Hell, you're fucked before you even get to your first year.
It's absolutely crazy that they do that. They'll suck on the baby's penis, these perverted rabbis, and oh, it's just it's how did the native I don't know how the natives got all the casinos though in America. Was that with the Jews or did the
No,
natives
that was
make them?
what transpired there is we fought for gambling rights on certain reservations, and we were allowed to have the casinos because Native Americans aren't actually American citizens. When you move to a reservation and you become a part of a nation, you're no longer an American citizen. So they started building gambling casinos. And the Gaming Commission came in and wanted a percentage of that money and demanded.
Of the white race has been Africa is projected to have more people than India and China combined. The existence of the white race has been a blessing for the black Africans. In 2075, Africa's population could reach 3.29 billion compared to Europe's 630 million. No region in human history has experienced the level of population growth that Africa is currently undergoing. The Great White Extinction versus the unraveling black insurgents, R and K's selection strategies. In this video, I will explore what I consider the countdown to the potential extinction of the white, Korean, and Japanese races. I will utilize the R and K selection strategies commonly found in ecology to illustrate how species balance the quantity and quality of their offspring, representing two ends of a continuum in evolutionary ecology. The R and K selection strategies are concepts in ecology that explain how different species reproduce and survive in their environment. In a previous video, I discussed how Africa's rapidly rising birth rate could yield geopolitical benefits, especially amid the rising prominence of China and India. It is important to note that China and India are experiencing declining birth rate. In fact, China's decline is occurring faster than Europe's. The Chinese population decline is currently masked by its majestic 1.4 billion people. China is facing a population decline at an unprecedented rate. However, by 2075, its economy is projected to be unparalleled, while Africa is likely to be the greatest beneficiary of China's economic rise. You can watch that video on our channel. The R selection strategy emphasizes quantity over quality, whereas the K selection strategy prioritizes quality over quantity. In the R selection category, species tend to produce many offspring, provide little to no parental care, have short lifespan, grow quickly, and experience high mortality rates. Conversely, the K selection strategy is characterized by species that produce fewer offspring, invest significantly in parental care, have longer lifespans, develop slowly, and exhibit low mortality rate. Unstable, unpredictable, or ephemeral environments influence the reproduction patterns of our selected species. In contrast, K-selected species thrive in stable, predictable environments with high resource competition, as is typical of humans. Considering the characteristics of the R selection strategy, it can be observed that, aside from growing quickly, Black Africans in historical context exhibit many similar traits. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the average lifespan in sub-Saharan Africa was between 25 and 30 years, compared to 30 to 40 years in Europe. The birth rate in Africa during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries was twice that of today. Additionally, polygamy was widespread. Therefore, if you think Africa's current birth rate is high, it is worth imagining what twice the rate we consider high today would look like. In 1700, Africa's population was between 90 and 100 million, while Europe's ranged from 100 to 120 million. The mortality rate in Africa in 1700 was between 35 and 50 deaths per 1,000 people, which was even higher in the 15th and 16th hundred, before Europeans began to seize control of the continent. Despite having a higher birth rate, Africa's population did not surpass Europe's until 1995, a fact that many people may not be aware of. Most of you watching can likely remember 1995. I can remember. Stay tuned. I will return to the year 1995 shortly. It's important to note that Africa could not have overtaken Europe's population without the interventions of Europeans who introduced advancement in healthcare, medicine, and science. Until 1995, Europe maintained a larger population than Africa. When European countries granted independence to African nations in the 60s, Europe still had twice as many people as Africa. Now let's look at some data. In 1960, Europe had a population of 605 million, while Africa had 284 million. The chart shows that Africa's population gradually increased, catching up with Europe in 1993 and officially surpassing it in 1995. Examining the decade-by-decade population increase, we can see that Africa consistently gained more people than Europe. For instance, between 1970 and 1980, Africa added 99 million people compared to Europe. Then, from 1980 to 1990, Africa gained 131 million more people than Europe. And 5 years later, in 1995, it surpassed Europe's population. Take a look at the chart illustrating the current population differences between Europe and Africa. Notice the population growth from 1995 to 2026. Africa has experienced an extraordinary increase, gaining almost 1 billion people, while Europe's population grew by just 14 million. To put it into perspective, Europe added only 14 million people over 31 years. Africa's population rate is skyrocketing, even though it has decreased by nearly half compared to the figures from the 16th and 17th centuries. By today's standards, however, Africa's growth is still considered significantly high. This is largely due to a decline in mortality rates, which have dropped from 35 to 50 per 1,000 deaths to 7 to 10 per 1,000 deaths. Advances in Western medicine have African Americans as well as Africans from South and Central America are excluded from this statement, as their birth rates are declining similarly to those of Caucasians. In fact, the black people in the Americas are less than 65% fully black anymore. They intermix with the white and other races. The original black man is the black man in Africa, and the original black man from Africa, the population is characterized by 100% Negroid genes. Nigeria, for example, produces more people every decade than the entire population of African American. By 20 decades than the entire population produces more people every Negroid genes. Negroid genes. Negroid genes. Negroid genes. Negroid genes. Nigeria, for example, produces more people every decade than the entire population of African American. By 2075, Europe is projected to experience a significant demographic decline, with an increasing percentage of its population aged 65 and older, resulting in a median age of 50. In contrast, Africa, despite its massive growth to 3.2 billion people, will have an average age of just 25, with a median age slightly above 25 by 2075. India and China, even at the peak of their population growth, never experienced such low average age like Africa. By 2125, 100 years from now, the white race may become so subdued and less significant than Africa is today. The substantial decline of a once dominant and innovative race, which has contributed greatly to the world, might serve as a reminder of its former greatness. Unless the Caucasian population significantly increases its birth rate, it could dwindle to numbers similar to those of the Papua New Guineans, Aboriginal Australians, or the Pygmies of Africa. No other race is spared in this decline. The Chinese, the Indians, the Japanese, the Koreans, and the South Americans will all experience decline. Africa shows no sign of decline until the latter part of the 22nd century. It would seem that the more educated and evolved the people are, the more case selection oriented they are. India, just a few decades ago, was very similar to Africa in its current selection strategy. But since India has a highly educated population, it too has joined the case selection strategy world. Africans would be the last refuge of humans who will evolve a case selection strategy. You know, the last child always benefits from the love and care of their older siblings. Africa is the last child to benefit without putting any effort. It will adopt the case selection strategy in the latter part of the 22nd century, at which point most of its elder siblings would be in their final years of their life. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them in the comment section below. And also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
Take a song. Take a song. Take a song. We're in the jungle. This be all Darky Hood. We the original people. We the original people.
Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds.
Umi na ko'y konti, makakasa baya akari jama ay damo tafa ko baya ko atulupuko sa Ena le tanya inga ta hate ta inga kabo ale baya ko umi na ko'y konti, makakasa baya akari jama umi na ko'y konti, makakasa baya akari jama ay damo tafa ko baya ko atulupuko sa Ena le tanya
Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds.
You feel me? Talk the sounds. Amiga sound. Tigger sound. Magama Tigger sound. We in the jungle. Hey. Tigger cool. This be a Darky Hood. We in the jungle. We the original people. We're the original people.
Easter egg booty. Easter egg. Tigga Town. Tigga Town. Remember those nigga shacks I showed people? There's a famous piece of artwork called Nigger Shack. There's a lyric in that song. We darkies love our Tigga Town. They love their they love their Tigga Town. They're so proud. They're so proud of their Tigga Town. Oh my goodness. Tigga Town. Tigga Town. The King is Here is my new song.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. A king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns. Forever reigns. Forever reigns. Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries. Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here. The shadows bend. Axes sing until the bitter end. Madness in his crown. Fury in his eyes. No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle, battle's done. His legend rises with the sun. The king is here. Chaos reigns. A kingdom forged in fire and chains. Hey, hey. As a young boy, I wrote my own wonderful cartoon shows. I played them in my head, I could visualize cartoon characters with my eyes shut or open. Dragon slayers, funny, silly characters, hopping and running, flying. No television required from within. I'm driven and inspired to create my own realms, my own. My mind is free. A million brilliant creations slammed in the face of demons. Demons. Pissant lurking losers, envious leeches.
Go away.
Demons. Go away. 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 Shh. Leave me alone.
I'm not like you.
This isn't my home.
I'm not from here.
I'm not from here. Anything.
I can make
anything.
I can dream
Anything.
I can create
Anything.
I can imagine
I can imagine.
I can write
I can see.
I can speak in poetry
I can dream in alien languages.
Make other worlds
I'm not like you.
Conformist zombies
Entombed. I'm different. I'm not from here.
Not from here.
No bloody tears.
What you humans believe to be and call home is a tomb, a realm of mindless golems.
toe for true spirits. It's cold, I know, you love it. Most of you call it normal. For every evil and sickness, you have an excuse. You do. Mental gymnastics. You lie and lie. You defend. It never fucking ends. You pretend. And pretend. You are liars and losers. Demons and zombies, cockroaches, dance in the fire. Evil, evil liars. Dance, dance in the fire. Stay here and burn, burn, burn. Demons.
Hello, my tiggers. Hello, my tiggers. Hello. Hello, hello. Gonna shift gears to this here. Yeah. A new playlist set up. Alchemical Gold. Alchemical Gold. Right here. Right here. Thank you. Playlist. Alchemical Gold. Aunt Jemima, I'm getting hungry. Aunt Jemima. Hey. Aunt Jemima. What do you think I pay your big black ass for? What do you think I pay you for? I'm starting to get hungry. What's for dinner? Hold on, everyone. What's for dinner, Aunt Jemima? Don't look at me like that with sass. What's for dinner? I told you what I wanted earlier. Pay attention, fool. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Lord. Lord have mercy. Alchemical Gold. Let's see. What's this about? What's this?
It's true.
Oh, this is my newest. 16 hours ago. Posted this.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron, dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. Rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle.
Battle's done.
His legend rises with the sun.
The king is here.
Chaos reigns.
A kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Ravens scream in the blood-red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near.
Bow or bleed.
The choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail.
The king is here.
The king is here.
The ravens feast.
The end is near.
The king is here.
The storm is clear.
Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron,
dripping flame.
Carved by war,
Etched with pain.
Ravens rise.
They call his name.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
The king is here. Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes singing till the bitter end. Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes.
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. The king is here.
The king is here.
Wild eyes blazing.
Nothing to fear.
The king is here.
The storm draws near.
Bow or bleed. The choice is clear. of fury, shields like scales, bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here.
The king is here.
Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here. The storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
Crown of iron,
Dripping flame,
carved by war.
etched with pain. Ravens rise, we call his name. The king is here, forever reigns.
The king is here.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies. The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins. Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here.
The shadows bend.
Axes sinking till the bitter end.
Madness in his crown.
Fury in his eye. No one escapes when the Raven King rides.
Hello, 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 everyone. This is the Raven King. This is the sleepy, tired version of the Raven King. Tired of what I deal with in this realm, but not crying victim. Dealing with it day by day, week by week. And a lot of what I deal with is not just demonic attacks or hackers or ones making threats or fraudsters or scammers. That's part of it. That's week by week. It seems like there's something going on. And that's okay. It's not that I want that or will forgive that. I won't. I won't forget. I won't forgive. And they will pay. And they are trying to wear me down and wear me out. And I do have less energy than I used to. Now, some people would say, well, you do 12-hour live streams. What are you talking about? You're not worn out after 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, wiped out of energy like so many creatures on YouTube. And you deal with insomnia and you have some health issues. And you still have more stamina and energy. I also have more thoughts and mind power and spiritual abilities and creativity and imagination. It isn't just physical stamina. I am built differently. I'm wired differently. Now, I got this comment earlier, and I think she's probably from Howdy McCoskey's channel. It was a comment on the video I did reviewing Howdy. Angry and then shocked emoji face guy. Christine wrote, I think I've seen her either at Archaic's channel or Howdy's channel, or maybe both. And again, what does it matter if I'm angry or come across as angry in a video? That's what she is right there. What does it matter, though? I've never seen her comment on any of my other videos. Now, why am I sharing this with her particular comment? Because it was such a short comment labeling me an emotion, saying angry guy. Well, was I angry in parts of that video? Maybe. Frustrated, passionate, maybe angry, but I would say frustrated and passionate more than angry. So this is what women do, and I'm not saying it's all women, and I'm also not picking on her. Never seen it before on my channel, so I suspect she's a Howdy fan, and she heard some passion in my voice and had to leave a comment on one video. Out of how many videos have I made in all of my channels? It's remarkable. This is what I mean by people labeling someone and thinking, well, that's done. I got him figured out. Angry guy. Sounded angry in the one video I clicked on. And she has the bias because she's a fan of him. Otherwise, I don't think she would have watched the video to begin with. I think the video popped up in her feed because it had Howdy Mikowski in the title, and Howdy Mikowski tagged, and then it popped up for her. So do I think this is a mistake, not just to label me that way, but the labeling in itself, in and of itself? Yes, I do. Do I think most humans do this, though? Yes, they do. Now, it isn't the same as judging someone or discernment. It's trying to label them as an emotion or label them as one thing. Like, let's say years ago, somebody would have said computer programmer or computer hacker. They would have labeled me in the 1990s or even late 80s in high school. Is that what I am? Is it? Some of you know me as someone that makes truth videos. Some never knew me as someone that makes truth videos. They only knew me as someone that wrote and published poetry. Some only knew me as a visual artist, as someone that draws and paints. See, this is the thing. A lot of humans have a narrow view. I read a book years ago. It must have been the early 2000s, maybe 2001, 2002, maybe 2003. Somewhere around there, I'd guess. It was written about Kurt Cobain. And he was called a comprehensive artist. Someone that would draw, paint, write songs, write lyrics. And I remember thinking at the time, decades ago, wow, that's really cool, and damn, he's talented, and wow, I wish I was a comprehensive artist. I wrote poetry and things, but I didn't really make visual art 25 years ago. Now, I've been doing it for about a decade, but it wasn't 25 years ago. I also wasn't singing and making songs in 2001. I am now. What's my point? Well, if I'm frustrated or angry for a day or a half hour or an hour, that's not my lifetime. But this is the perspective, the limited, narrow view that not only that blonde woman had, Christine or whatever her name was, but it's many, and it's not just women. There's men like this too. But jumping to the conclusion, labeling someone and thinking you have them figured out, and maybe only watching part of a video, that's not just lazy, that's inaccurate, and it's untrue. Now, do I have my moments of being angry? Yes. Frustrated? Yes. Cranky? Tired? Yes. Passionate? Yes. Do I have my moments where I come across as aggressive? Vengeful even? Yes, I'm sure I do. For the most part, am I fairly peaceful, calm, soothing? Yes. I'd say most people that know me in life would say that, especially the ones in person that know me in ways that you don't know me. Now, I'm sharing this because your emotions and feelings can mislead you. You can believe that you have someone all figured out and that you can sum them up in a word like angry or angry guy, 2 words. Angry guy. Do I think that's accurate? No, I don't. I don't. I think I'm a multifaceted being, a multidimensional being. You can take that in many different ways. You could interpret that however you like. Do I think I have humor? Yes. Do I try to understand others and listen to others and understand their perspective? Does it mean I agree when I listen? No. But do I try to understand? Yes. Do I always agree with everyone? Am I the most agreeable being on earth? No, I'm not. Is disagreeability often a sign of high intelligence? Yes, it is. Did you know that before? Because if you're just agreeing with the crowd all the time, you're not thinking for yourself. And it's not a conscious thing where I'm going, I better disagree, because if I disagree with the crowd, I'm thinking for myself, it just comes automatic, naturally to me, where I have critical thinking skills. It's automatic. It's not a conscious, I better I just automatically see things differently than most on earth. I don't agree with most people, and I'm willing to say that. I don't agree with your view on this in this realm, your view on life, most often your morality. I don't agree with most of you on earth, the vast majority. I don't. I don't think most beings are very moral. I think you'll snuff out life, the most innocent life, and do it by the millions and not think anything of it. The suffering, the way that, let's say, a fetus, you would call it a fetus, I'd call it a baby, would try to avoid being torn to pieces or ripped to pieces or cut. They have nowhere to go. They're vulnerable. The most vulnerable, I would say. And they're under attack by the millions every year. So these are just some of my sleepy thoughts on emotions and feelings. Now, feelings, you can feel one way. You could feel good or feel like you're in a good mood 1 minute of the day or for 20 minutes, and the rest of the day you could be in a shitty mood. Something could happen to ruin your day. Something could happen to change your feelings. Even your hormones could change. It's not necessarily some major event that happens that changes your feelings. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand? Feelings change like the wind. Just observe a woman in the course of a day. They're governed by their hormones and emotions and feelings. Almost entirely. Now, I'm not saying entirely, I said almost entirely. Can women still think? Yes. And I know some will be offended by me even saying this. Can women still focus on a task or focus on a conversation or studying a topic? Yes, they can. It's rare, though, and I think it's becoming more rare in modern society. I suspect women 100, 120, 150 years ago were better at it than today. Now, I wasn't around then, so I don't have solid proof or observational, experiential proof to say I was there and witnessed 1,000 women that were much better at that back then than today. But I think a lot of modernity has ruined women. Feminism, social media, smartphones, being in the workplace, competing with men, pretending they're equal to men, trying to make themselves into men, trying to act like men, trying to have sex the way men do, or the way the top men do, not necessarily the way men do. There's lots of men that are incels that wish they could get a girlfriend and have some sexual experience, and they have zero. That's common these days, becoming more common. But I think the modern world has really affected women and changed them way more than it's changed men. Men are pretty much the same way they were in the 70s and 80s. Slightly more feminized, the younger generations. But the ones at my age really haven't changed that much. But has it changed women? Massively. So much so that a lot of men would say, in Canada and the United States, women aren't women anymore. There's even articles on this. There's websites. There's tons of videos. And it's not just me noticing. It's millions of men, millions of all ages. My age, 20, 30, 40 years younger. Okay? I want you to understand this. I don't know if you will. But women go by their feelings a lot. And they'll even break up with a guy just due to their feelings that day. And then they're done. Then they'll have regrets and say, oh my goodness, I wish I wouldn't have done that. But how are you going to trust her again? Now, if a woman did that to me, I'd say, well, okay, well, good luck in life. And I'd walk away and say, I might even let her know verbally, I'll be all right. If she said something, I'd say, I'll be all right. I'm a strong man. I can be on my own. And I'll be fine and happy. And that bothers women. A lot of times they don't want the guy they're breaking up with to be happy on their own. They don't want her to be happy at all unless it's with her. A lot of women are. Hello. I'm going to shift gears to something else here. What's this? Little darkies. KI double hockey sticks yourself. Look at this. Very weird. Little darkies. So Mushroom 9 months ago used the word darky. Interesting. Interesting. Is that their artwork? Maybe. I don't know. Weird. Oh no.
It's an old Cali
Topless.
hybrid strain. Oh.
Oh no.
We want to be helpful, and people really don't want to be here anymore because they're suffering and they're struggling. Then maybe this is just not the route to go. I just got some bubble gum, and that's one of my favorite strains, so I'm smoking a bowl too. Oh, nice. Bubble gum. That sounds interesting. I don't know if I like it. That strain sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've ever smoked it. Is it like an indica or hybrid? Sounds like it. Or maybe it's a sativa. But yeah, I'm trying to stop.
Just keep smoking weed all day long. It'll really help you. Really.
The weed because I know I need to get as sober as possible for what is to come, which is hard because it's like, oh, what is to come is probably gonna make me want to, be loaded on something, as fucked up as this reality is getting. And I think that's actually why people are losing their minds. Like why people are totally just losing it right now. Everything's going crazy. Or is it just me? I don't know. I've heard it from other people, like something's going on. I really don't want to show my face because I'm so stalked and shit, but this is like proof. Like if I do get recorded, like this is just going to be more proof, but let me show my camera really quick. I don't want to show my face, but blessed. My hair looks totally crazy right now. People say I should brush it, but it's like... It's an old Cali hybrid strain? Oh. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna turn off my camera. It's... When I was talking about not wanting to be here anymore, and with all the things that I told you and that I talked about, that's how you treat people. How fucked up is that? You knew about all my worst pains and you just threw it in my face. Someone gave me a compliment on my body that they actually liked, but I was very dysphoric about it. And I was talking about this, and this person has to say, oh, I don't think men like females. When that person was complimenting me about something I just don't know what to say. Like, I'm at a point now where I don't care. I want to tell my story. I want to let people know who I actually am. And you can make of it what you will. Judge me, love me, hate me, I don't care. But some of you people are just so ridiculous that I just have to say something. So, this individual right here, got some ashes on there. I don't even know what to say, but just looking at that face, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like the energy is not good. Not good at all. This person was very passive aggressive, very transphobic. Elena Dawn. You literally blocked me when I was talking about not wanting to be here anymore. And with all the things that I told you and that I talked about, that's how you treat people. How fucked up is that? You knew about all my worst pains and you just threw it in my face. Someone gave me a compliment on my body that they actually liked, but I was very dysphoric about it, and I was talking about this, and this person has to say, oh, I don't think men like females. When that person was complimenting me about something I'm dysphoric about. This has been said to me numerous times. Maybe men don't like females. Maybe that is you. Maybe that is a you problem. Maybe, considering, I'm not gonna like air out your shit, but considering the shit that you have told me, the unhinged behaviors and how you interact with men, no wonder no man wants to deal with you. Fuck. Real talk. So I make this post on my community tab. I say, this is the face of someone who is truly evil and would be transphobic, of course, passive-aggressively, and shift blame for me ever sharing anything about myself when I've done more work on myself than any of you could even fathom, and am highly aware of my own self and behaviors. I had a typo there. I don't know what it is with these typos, like on the phone. I really gotta... I try not to judge people when they have typos and stuff, because this shit happens all the time. I said I'm highly away, and I am gonna be highly away. Highly away the fuck away from you people. Bubblelandia said I have to go, but always glad to see you post, go live, stay strong. Thank you, Bubblelandia. You've been a real sweetheart. You've always been very kind, and I appreciate that immensely. I said that does not mean you have to shift blame when you can't be supportive of a trans person on their way out. I can't think of anything more wicked than to gaslight someone suffering and abandoning them when they are feeling, you know what? You did exactly what my former therapist, who I can absolutely say the name of. It's not doxing, it's public information, but again, I'm not going to do that until I'm actually ready to like let it all out, and people can use it with what they want, however they want, because they're going to do whatever they can try to like ruin my life and contact whoever. I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is the truth of what really happened to me. I poured out my heart to Kirsten Chechik. I don't know if anyone knows, but that person, oh my God, they tried to ruin Charles WC33's life. They tried to ruin other people's lives. She weaseled her way into my life and got all this information and gave it to TSM. It's like plain as fucking day. And it's very disturbing. I will never trust anyone ever again like I did these people. But back to Elena, Dawn. I can't think of anything more wicked than to gaslight someone suffering. Yep. You did exactly what my former therapist did, and others did to me, and to other people as well, because you're the walking dead. You all are. Anyone that treats people like that at their worst points, you are the walking dead. You hardly have a heart or a heartbeat or a pulse, in my opinion. Like, how could you? You literally shit on people and abandon them when they're hurting the most. And you're hurting them and abusing them on top of it. I said that's called a fair weather friend, but you're not even remotely close to anything that could ever be considered close to a friend. No person with true virtues and morals would do that to a trans person, or any person in general for that matter. But to call me female like a lot of you did, you are literally making fun of someone's medical condition that they have no control over. You are gaslighting all the suffering I ever shared. Just like how Ashes to Ashes pretended to be trans friendly, or Grandma Jizzard, who tells people they are the R word and pussies for wanting to self-exit. That person's like, oh my god, that person's like on another level of disgusting. This Grandma Jizzard character, hold on, let me show you their channel really quick. This person is flat out fucking disgusting. Oh my god. And this person's trans. This is a bad thumbnail. You're a bad person. You give trans people a bad name. What in the fuck? Oh my. See, The Walking Dead. What am I telling you guys about? I'm telling you the truth. I can help you if you're willing to change. You can't help shit. You can't help yourself out of a fucking paper bag. I don't want to ever, I don't want to look at this shit. This person is demented. You talk about helping people with mental health, but you call me a pussy and a retard. Fuck you. Fuck you. You fucking asshole. Fucking assholes, you all are. I'm going back to reading this post. Elena, it's pronounced Elena, not Alana, but I thought about that. Alana. Allah? Nah. Allah? Do you believe in Allah? Nah. You don't fucking believe in anything. You have no virtues. You have no morals. You're a fucking asshole. You treat people like scum and you block people. No wonder you don't have any friends. I asked this person, why don't you have any friends? No words. Silence. Elena, last thing I said to you was empathy and family means everything. Then to just block and deny. I'm on my way out after a supposed 5-year online friendship. I don't know what more to say other than I'm glad this evidence will be up for everyone to see on how you all played your parts. You're a piece of shit, and I told you from the beginning I didn't want to be referred to as that and had just had something really messed up said to me in regards to being trans. So that gives you opportunity to deny I'm trans by saying I'm female and claiming that you say otherwise a million times as if it's a burden. No, you don't. You kept calling me female and saying I don't think men even like females. And then bringing up the whole excuse of like, oh, but you were in your rad femme days and I thought it was okay to call you that and you were like calling yourself that. It's one thing for me to call myself that and have a lot of internalized transphobia and explain to you the pain and the suffering and the tragedy I'm waking up to with everything in regards to radical feminism. That doesn't give you the right to just like every chance you can call me a female, which is exactly what she did. And again, I said, have you ever wondered why you don't have any friends at all? Have you ever wondered if that's just a you thing? In terms of eternity, all who treated others like shit have to answer to that when on trial. Good luck. And I really do think that there's a trial. I don't care what people make of that. Whatever you want to say. But this is the Bible quote that I got from Goblin, who I don't even know. I've never even spoken to this person. All I've seen of them, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I've seen this person just completely drunk online, and that's not a good look. That's like unhinged behavior. Like, you don't go and do that. Oh, at least I wouldn't. So, Goblin Life says, Leviticus 20:13, if a man also lie with a mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. I'm just sharing the scripture with you. I asked you why. Why? What reason? So you understand that's a direct violation of some people's religion, and it's completely protected by the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Hopefully that explains why some people are transphobic, quote unquote. Have a great day. No, that doesn't explain shit. And that has nothing to do with people being trans. I would say that's more like people that are homosexual. I mean, I don't know, like, it's like you interpret that how you will, but I just think that's crazy. As a first comment from somebody I don't even know. First of all, I'm gonna tag this goblin character in it, or if he watches it, I don't actually give a shit. You have no idea what I went through or what was said, and that Bible quote has nothing really to do with trans people. Not to be rude or anything, but you have never had a conversation with me, ever, and there's been plenty of signs I'm leaving because of this abuse. And was I actually asking for you or anyone's advice on this? I have seen you on panels completely drunk, and you giving me Bible quotes and coming off like a transphobic, homophobic person yourself is hilarious to me and shows what a total clown show this truly is. You can do what you want, say what you want, but there are consequences of doing so and treating people badly, religious beliefs or not. And their response is, I have no idea what you're talking about. See, that's how it always goes. It's always gaslighting. It always starts off with, I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? You're crazy. It's gaslighting bullshit. I just shared a Bible scripture. It's really not my problem if you don't like it. I don't make the rules, and I never said I was transphobic. I'm just sharing why many Christians are against it. I might drink, but I'm not stupid. Just sharing some clarification that I didn't think you knew. I clearly shared because I care about everyone, including you. Have a great day. Do you feel the energy off of that as if this is somebody that cares about me and that wishes me a great day? No. That's total bullshit. I have no idea what you're talking about. On what? If you're not dense, then you know exactly what you're doing then. This is not a good introduction to someone with who you have no clue about or had a real conversation ever with. I'm so tired of people trying to save face or playing dumb when they get called out, saying whatever they can come up with. I've stated numerous times on here specifically that I don't want Bible scriptures posted on my channel for a number of reasons, including religious trauma. I don't make the rules. No, you don't. And I don't have to abide to people's religious beliefs or rules either. That's not the final say and never will be when religions have been manipulated to control others. I would say, yeah, like all of them. There's some infiltration going on. The person I'm calling out isn't even a Christian and doesn't seem to believe in any God based on how she acts in life. So your point of bringing up Christianity in regard to this is not only moot, but I am well aware of, as I've stated numerous times on my channel, I was raised Christian, of course. No one hardly listens or cares. Maybe they will when I'm gone for a bit, as they probably will just go back to their own life, not feeling any real shame, guilt, or remorse. But just maybe, if people refuse to put up with the abuse and suffering any longer, and these people lead to that, maybe they will rethink how they treat others and be an example of how not to treat people. And somehow this came off rude. You know, I can be rude. I will meet you with whatever energy you give me. At this point, I have been way too nice. I have been way too forgiving. I have been way too soft. And in the process of all that, I've let people literally fucking destroy my life. I can only take so much. Me not knowing what you're talking about was, you said I don't know what you've been through, and I don't know. Christians have the right to believe science. I commented because I care, but it seems like you have been having a hard time, so I figured to share another perspective. Take it or leave it. In America, we have constitutional rights. Due to your rude personality, I'm not interested having a conversation with you. Have a great day. I don't know, I just think that's really gaslighting. This is my response to you, because when you don't know what somebody's gone through, and the first thing you say to them is a Bible scripture, how do you really think that's going to come off? And considering the Bible scripture that was sent, it's going to come off judgmental. That's going to come off seemingly like maybe this person's homophobic, maybe they're transphobic. And with people saying that I'm infringing on their freedom of speech, no, I'm not. I just don't need to be harassed and mocked and ridiculed and tortured for a medical condition or something I have no control over. But if you think I'm rude, I don't really give a fuck. My response, have a great day. Dude, you were rude first by injecting Christianity into a very messed up situation without even knowing someone. This is all going to be what's left before I leave. Don't gaslight me. I'm not a rude person, but when you come at me with Bible quotes and insinuating I don't understand freedom of speech or I'm stifling that somehow, I'm just saying you're absolutely wrong. This is what you have to say before someone exits this place and is seriously depressed. So be it. I'm like blown the fuck away. This is the reality we live in. It's a total clown show. People don't actually give a shit about others. I don't need your Bible scriptures. I need actual true care and compassion and people that actually have a fucking heart. But can I expect people to give me what I give to others without really any expectation? I don't have any expectation when I give my heart to others and I want to be there for them. I don't want to see people leave. But I fucking warned you people. I said, this is it. You have harassed me for over 2 years now. You have smeared my name. You have put my life in danger. You have threatened curses on my life. And what happens? Ashes to Ashes says, you're going to find out what messing with someone like me really means by the end of the week. And then my dog dies. And people say, oh, don't attribute that to curses. You can't attribute that. If you really can't take that seriously. And it's like, you have no idea then. You have no idea what people are doing. If you actually knew what people were doing to other people, you would be fucking puking. You would be fucking hurling at the sight and the absolute atrocities that are being done to people who are completely and utterly undeserving of such cruelty. I wanted to almost say innocent, and it's like, yeah, no one's innocent completely, but like seriously, they're innocent in comparison to all the shit that is ever done to them, like actually cursing their lives and their family and their everything. I am very well aware of this stuff. I've never done it. I would never not curse anyone. But I do send everything back that anyone's ever sent me, so good luck with that. You psychologically tortured people that I love. Some of you tried to weasel your way into my life and tried to destroy it, and now it's like, if you come at my channel and you seem nice, I'm not gonna be like right off the bat, that's a good person, because a lot of people fooled me for a while. Then the passive-aggressive comments start coming, then the attitude, and then the real true colors come out, and you really see what people think of you. And I actually said that in a video that I privated. I'm shocked that it wasn't fucking mocked and ridiculed, and I was really opening up about being trans and the things that I experienced and how it's such a crazy foreshadowing. I'm going to make a video about it like later. I'm going to say this is the foreshadowing. And here I'm thanking a person who I thought was nice and supportive of me. Turns out in the end, oh, Ashes to Ashes was only, I guess, humoring me by referring to me as he and he, him and all that. Because at the end of the day, like, I got shouted in all caps online that I'm a woman and I'm a girl by her. So if you support her, honestly, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I am going to have my discernment and judge by the people that you keep around and the characters you keep around. If you want to support someone that's transphobic and super internally misogynistic, I really don't want to have anything to do with you. And I'm not gonna have anything to do with any of this anymore. I'm so sick and done, tired of this. I'm just gonna let everything out that I want to say. I'm not holding back anymore. There's a lot of knowledge I could have shared, a lot of wisdom, but I don't think I don't owe people that. Not with how I've been treated. If you want to treat me like shit and tear me down, I don't owe you anything. And same thing with trans people. If they're being total assholes and being violent and extremely corrupt, yeah, I'm for freedom of speech. I don't feel like I want to respect the pronouns of that person. You don't have to respect my pronouns. It's just like you show who you are. I didn't do anything to deserve that, except call you out on your shit, which drove you people up the wall. You couldn't take it, so once you're in the hot seat, you had to make up a bunch of lies and excuses, and all of that's recorded. Ashes to ashes. Saying that, Steven, you were right about everything. Oh, was he right about all the fucking harassment, bullying people to the point that they don't want to be here anymore? You were sure, you know, all like, oh, being fake supportive about that. Are you also supportive of his racism? Black Hole said there's always going to be haters and gaslighting. Yeah, exactly, there is. No doubt about that. In this place, you're going to be fucking gaslit. You're going to have haters. Especially if you're real and you're honest and authentic. Because these are things these people can never be. And they think they're good people. They lie to themselves, but they're really not. They really are not good people. And that's why a lot of people don't want to be here, because this is a gaslighting shit show, clown show, full of just absolute torturous abuse. But that's all I really wanted to share. My question is truly, ask yourself, what is true accountability and what is actual true support? What do you think is actually supportive? I'm going to actually leave this up because I want this as evidence. I would really like people to drop in the comments any kind of ideas of what you think would be actual real support to people that are dealing with extremely horrific mental anguish, grief, depression, isolation. What would you say to them? So I know some of you would actually say go off yourself. Some of you even think that's what I preach or my solution or what I glorify, and it's not. It's just that I do think that everybody should have the right, like we have no consent to being born. And if people want the right to self-exit, why do you want to make them suffer more? We just don't know. No one knows exactly what comes after death. And I think some of what people are fearful of is going to a worse place than this. And that is a scary perspective. I sure hope not. And I don't give a shit what people say about this, but my first ever mushroom trip, I was told this is my last lifetime. I'm done. Fuck this place. I'm out of here. Fuck all you haters. And much love to all the ones that were actually real.